There shall be an ending between us, Broken One. You will die. But first, you will suffer.
Planescape Torment is an isometric real-time with pause computer role-playing game, developed by Interplay's Black Isle division and released for PC in December 1999. Torment is an adaptation of TSR's Advanced Dungeons & Dragons tabletop role-playing rules, and takes place in the Planescape campaign setting, where infinite worlds converge upon the city of Sigil. Players take the role of a nameless, battle-scarred immortal whose many deaths have robbed him of all knowledge of his past life and deeds. Allying with a bevy of bizarre companions, this nameless one scours Sigil for clues as to his identity, and some means of lifting the curse upon his deathless soul. The party seek aid from the city's innumerable peoples and political factions, cutting deals with crime lords and Cornugans, and journeying from the undercity of the Unquiet Dead to the marbled halls of Sigil's elite. But the group soon find themselves hunted by vengeful shadows, and are forced to depart Sigil on a quest for enlightenment across the multitudinous planes of the multiverse. This journey will pit them against both the fiends of the Nine Hells and the Angels of Elysium, and reveal much that has been hidden about both the Nameless One and his supposed allies. Planescape was built upon the Infinity engine that powered 1998's Baldur's Gate, another title that sought to adapt the mechanics of AD&D role-playing to home computers. But whereas BioWare's game favoured hack and slash, exploration and dungeon crawling, Planescape was intended as a more story-focused and character-driven experience. Black Isle promoted Torment as an epic adventure that would reshape what it meant to be a CRPG, where characters were not defined by stat screens and dice rolls, but in how they engaged with the game world, and how that world reacted to them. In using the Planescape setting, Torment was given greater freedom to bend the rules of AD&D, and strip away anything that could interfere with the narrative, as well as explore the Dungeons & Dragons universe from a fresh perspective. Black Isle thus promised that the game would not only facilitate deeper and more meaningful roleplay, but turn players' expectations of fantasy games upside down, introducing them to a world in which death equals opportunity, where players battle alongside wisecracking undead and chaste succubi, and where cities are stalked by paramilitary death squads of lunatic philosophers. Torment was conceived by writer and designer Chris Avallone, who was later joined by Colin McComb, a designer on the original Planescape tabletop game, as well as by Realms of Arcania creator Guido Henkel, who served as producer. Marketed as the first title built from start to finish by Interplay's new RPG division, Torment was promoted for its genre-defying setting and gameplay, and was a highly anticipated title when it hit shelves in December 1999. Planescape earned widespread critical acclaim upon its release, praised for its narrative, memorable side characters, art direction, and unique setting, but also criticised for bugs, weak combat, and an over-reliance on lengthy prose over cinematic storytelling. Computer Gaming World gave Torment 5 stars and its Editor's Choice Award, calling Torment half game, half mythopoetic meditation, and a role-playing game without peer. Reviewer Thierry Nguyen contended that Black Isle had created the best RPG since Fallout, a game rife with heart-wrenching writing and brilliant design that never insulted the player's intelligence, complemented by masterful art, beautiful music, and flawless voice acting. Nguyen did predict, however, that some players would be turned off by the streamlining of Baldur's Gate's mechanics, plus the heavy use of text, abundance of fetch quests, and linearity of the mid to late game. Next Generation also awarded Torment 5 stars, likening it to a two-dimensional Final Fantasy that rivaled the best of Japanese role-playing games. Michael Wolff argued that Planescape had managed to outclass even Square's series in story and characters, crafting an intense narrative that was, unfortunately, undermined by having to read a novel's worth of dialogue to get at it. Despite this issue, as well as complaints regarding the pathfinding and inventory management, the magazine insisted that the game's quality writing, stunning environments, and inventive quests provided the best RPG gameplay available on store shelves. Australia's PC Powerplay were only mildly less enthusiastic, giving Torment 91% for its fascinating story, landscape design, and character interaction. Christian Reed felt that the game's rich storytelling was weakened by a combination of point-and-click gameplay and poor AI, which made combat messy and micro-intensive, and noted that shuffling items between party members quickly became a bore. Reed nevertheless gave Torment the PC Powerplay Gold Award and assured readers that Black Isle had both solidified and surpassed themselves as masters of the role-playing epic. In Britain, PC Zone were a smidge more critical, rating Planescape a few points shy of 90, for having crafted an immensely atmospheric and very adult world that was strictly for die-hard pen and paper fans. Andrew Wright contended that Torment offered a huge and extremely complicated adventure, with a radically new and intriguing style of character development that was light years ahead of other RPGs, and made Baldur's Gate look like a soap opera. However, Wright also criticised the game for its long load times, the lack of multiplayer options, and for potentially alienating some players with its dark and unfamiliar fantasy setting. PC Gamer UK were also more negative than their American peers, with Jason Weston awarding Planescape 86% and characterising it as an engaging blend of Baldur's Gate and Fallout 2 that would simultaneously enthrall and repulse. Weston praised Torment as another great illustration of how Interplay were almost single-handedly reviving Western role-playing games, but complained that it was also less epic and less polished than Baldur's Gate, suffering from performance issues and light on much-needed improvements to the Infinity engine. Online reviews of Planescape Torment were also mostly positive, with the Adrenaline Vault giving the game 5 stars and asserting it had raised the bar past Baldur's Gate and set new standards in storyline, character progression, conversation, and interaction. GameSpot gave the game 9 out of 10 and praised it as a fascinating game that begged to be played more than once. And Daily Radar rated Planescape a direct hit, dubbing it the heroine of CRPGs and saying it was a privilege to have experienced its writing. But even these reviewers had some complaints, with the A-Vault saying that Planescape's manual was one of the worst they'd ever seen for a CRPG, GameSpot critical of the bad pathfinding, low resolution, and awkward interface, and Daily Radar arguing that the Thief class was useless, the fetch quests aggravating, and the game's strong narrative far less impactful after the first playthrough. A notable outlier to the positive reviews was Eurogamer, who described Planescape as a huge, addictive, good-looking, and refreshingly adult RPG, but had a number of serious reservations and only awarded the game 7 out of 10. John Bye argued that the tedious, frustrating, and simplistic combat was a major step backwards from Baldur's Gate, disliked the premise and gameplay implications of the immortal protagonist, felt that the leveling was poorly paced, and observed that experience gain was too heavily skewed towards dialogue and NPC interaction. But he was most critical of the game's bugginess, marking down numerous broken quests, repeated crashes, and a severe memory leak, stating that this level of quality control was inexcusable for a full-priced product. International reviews of Planescape were of a similar nature to English ones, impressed by its writing and originality, but disappointed by bugs and sometimes critical of its gameplay mechanics. France's Joystick gave Torment 91% and their Megastar Award for being a groundbreaking CRPG with an unparalleled storyline and the visual panache of Final Fantasy. But the magazine also felt Torment had fallen short of Baldur's Gate, conceding that though in some ways, such as visuals and role-playing, Planescape had outdone its progenitor, it also lacked the epic scope and scale, intense combat, and customizable party AI of BioWare's game, being further soured by technical problems and an embarrassingly unhelpful manual. Italy's PC Zeta also lamented that Torment was not quite the revolutionary title they had hoped it would be, conferring a score of 90% for its spectacular effects, novel setting, and strong writing, but stopping short of the magazine's highest award. Reviewer Daniel Della Fiore felt that though a splendid representation of the genre, Planescape was also limited by its engine and did not represent a real step forward for CRPGs. Germany's PC Player concurred, rating Planescape at only 89%, though praising it as an intelligent and unique role-playing game that went above and beyond Baldur's Gate, adding that in its inventiveness, Torment owed more to Fallout than to AD&D. The two co-authors of the review differed on certain points, with Roland Osternet calling Torment one of the best RPGs of the 20th century, whereas Udo Hoffmann felt the opening sections were tedious and the game's production values somewhat wanting. The two were also split on the game's tone, with Osternet characterising it as pleasantly morbid, but Hoffmann favouring Baldur's Gate's traditional fantasy approach over Torment's lust for the macabre. Across the Oder-Neisse, Poland's Reset were much more appreciative of the game, giving Planescape 95% and claiming that Black Isle had cooked up an explosive combination that would blow CRPG fans off their feet. Raving of its deep role-playing, clever writing, and beautiful world, the magazine were adamant that Planescape had earned a place of honour besides legendary titles like Betrayal at Krondor and Fallout. Reset's only criticism was that the game's extensive use of Sigilian cant made it impenetrable to those not well versed in vulgar English, meaning that most Polish role-playing fans would have to wait for a localization, a complaint that was echoed by a number of non-English publications. In the wake of these positive reviews, PC Powerplay declared Torment the Ultima of the new millennium, and the title was soon inundated with industry awards, from Game of the Year to Greatest CRPG of all time, establishing itself as a benchmark in writing against which many future CRPGs would be measured. The game's success helped catapult lead designer Chris Avallone to gaming stardom, whilst other members of the team have credited it as kickstarting their careers in the industry. In the years following its release, Torment has earned itself a place on numerous historical top 100 lists, ranging from professional publications such as Game Informer and PC Gamer to CRPG fan sites like RPG Codex. In a 2006 poll hosted by Game Developers magazine, the game was ranked by industry readers as the second most groundbreaking RPG of all time, behind only Interplay's Fallout. And in Matt Barton's History of Computer Role-Playing Games, Planescape is characterized as the ideal CRPG for gamers who enjoy wit and wisdom as much as they do hacking and slashing. A digital release of Torment was made available on Good Old Games in 2010, whilst 2017 saw the release of Beamdog Software's Planescape Torment Enhanced Edition, a remaster of the original on Beamdog's Infinity Next engine. That same year, In Exile Entertainment launched Torment Tides of Numenera, an isometric turn-based CRPG written by Colin McComb, which was marketed as a spiritual sequel to the 1999 game. As of 2023, the original version of Planescape Torment is no longer available on digital storefronts, but is bundled with purchases of Beamdog's Enhanced Edition on Good Old Games. Although Planescape is hardly an obscure title, there are many facets to it that deserve more attention, such as its conception and development, how it compares to the other Infinity Engine AD&D games, and its place in the history of CRPGs. In this video, we'll look at how Planescape Torment originally came about, then see how it plays, its art and sound design, and finally its writing and role-playing options. Check the timestamps below and skip to the part of the video that interests you, or keep watching to learn about how Planescape was brought from the tabletop to the home computer. With all that said, let's take our first step on the pathway through the planes.
And there was like 3 other D&D. There was like 10 projects, and there was 50 people in the division. So like you can do the math. There's not many people working on it. I mean, there was one Planescape game that had one person working on it. It's like, well, how is this all going to get done? And so
I remember everybody was talking about Sigil and just sort of the City of Doors and all this Lady of Pain stuff, and I was like, what in the heck is this all about? Like, I don't get it. It sounds very bizarre to me. It's like, I was like, what kind of world is this? D&D? It's like spaceship, it sounds. And when we started, I don't think most of the team knew much about it, except for Chris and a few other people that were like core designers. But a lot of us were just like, whatever, we get to make monsters, who cares? We just started working on it, and we thought, well, okay, let's have some fun with this,
Where to begin the story of Planescape Torment? That depends to some extent on whether fans credit its appeal more to the original setting or to the people behind the game. A convenient nexus for both factors is Interplay Entertainment, and the licensing deal they struck in 1994 with Dungeons & Dragons owners TSR. The agreement allowed for Interplay to produce AD&D titles set in 2 campaign settings, Ed Greenwood's Forgotten Realms and Zeb Cook's Planescape. The deal soon prompted a shake-up at Interplay, with a new division formed under Marco Green that would be dubbed the TSR or AD&D department, though was later reorganised and adopted the Dragonplay branding. This group would focus on exploiting the AD&D license both internally and in cooperation with Interplay's affiliates and third-party studios. Not everyone considered the deal a matter of significance. According to Interplay CEO Brian Fargo, some rival publishers mocked the company for investing too heavily in a small and shrinking market. RPGs were risky, potentially expensive, difficult to make, and even when successful did not generate anything close to the profits enjoyed by mainstream titles. As Orphogram's chairman Bruno Bonnell put it to Fargo, the Dungeons & Dragons license, nicheware for nerds, you'll never learn. Indeed, Dungeons & Dragons itself was in decline, with TSR going through a period of financial turmoil and looking for potential buyers. According to Fargo, there was a brief moment in which Interplay almost managed to purchase TSR outright, but was unable to secure the agreement of their main investor, and the company were eventually purchased by Magic the Gathering publisher Wizards of the Coast. Still, if Interplay were relegated to courting the nicheware and nerd audience, many of whom were Interplay staff themselves, then the Forgotten Realms setting, at least, would aid in that. Although relatively young, having been purchased from Ed Greenwood in 1985, it was an immediately familiar and accessible high fantasy world that could easily host any number of stories. It was also promoted by TSR as the new core setting for AD&D, the company having severely damaged its relationship with the creators of Dragonlance and Greyhawk, which had previously been their most popular settings. Besides, Interplay had no intention of retaining the license solely for CRPGs. A variety of projects utilising the setting entered production at Interplay and their partners, ranging from strategy games to dungeon crawlers, action RPGs, and even board game adaptations. Some of these, such as Tachyon Studios' Blood and Magic, had not actually been intended as AD&D titles when they originally entered development. Instead, they were to be so-called hybridized AD&D titles, utilising the setting but only loosely interpreting the actual rule set. But whilst the Forgotten Realms lent themselves to any number of high fantasy games, the value of the Planescape license was perhaps not quite so obvious. Planescape was a far more recent invention, published the very same year Interplay and TSR had struck the licensing deal. It was a deliberately exotic and outlandish setting in comparison to TSR's usual output, built around the power of belief and the exploration of the heavens, hells, and alternate realms of Dungeons & Dragons that other campaign books had barely touched upon. It was not the first extra-dimensional setting attempted by TSR. 1989's Spelljammer, for example, allowed players to sail through space on wooden ships, visiting the world of Dragonlance on one expedition, or of Greyhawks on the next, menaced by the likes of spacefaring pirates and fleets of Illithid slavers. But Spelljammer had not enjoyed the success TSR had hoped for, a major reason as they saw it being the lack of a central port of call to ground the setting. Without some sort of home base to anchor players, parties would simply use the premise of the Spelljammers as a convenient means of commuting between different campaign settings, ignoring the unique appeal of spacefaring life. Spelljammer thus became a tool to get players from one TSR product to another, rather than a campaign in its own right. Planescape was to resolve this issue by featuring a central hub around which, figuratively speaking, the rest of the universe would revolve. Although players might venture to elemental planes or the worlds of lore and chaos, explore the depths of hell or the realms of the divine, they would start and finish their quest in the city of Sigil, a multi-planar metropolis with interdimensional doorways that could lead anywhere in the cosmos. Sigil would be the focus of the setting, with the other realms still important but peripheral to the city of doors. The lead designer on Planescape was Zeb Cook, who would credit the inspiration for the setting to a variety of influences, from Italian surrealism to the underworld of Elizabethan England. But a rather more mundane factor would also make its mark on Planescape, a business competitor. In 1986, an upstart company named White Wolf Publishing had entered the tabletop gaming market, with their biggest success being 1991's Vampire the Masquerade. This moody and sometimes philosophical setting appealed to players on a number of levels, receiving critical acclaim and, more importantly, remarkable commercial success, catapulting White Wolf past many established rivals. By the mid-90s, White Wolf were widely viewed as the number 2 in the RPG market, behind only TSR themselves. The success of Vampire was partly attributed to 2 particular features. First of all, the clans system, which encouraged players to identify with one of the many distinct bloodlines that constituted vampiredom, and secondly, the use of metaplots, long-running narratives that would evolve over the course of rulebook supplements, novels, and new editions. TSR took particular stock of the first, and a central feature of Planescape was to be Sigil's now iconic factions. Described by Cook as philosophers with clubs, each faction represented a distinct amalgam of philosophy, politics, temperament, character, and craft. The Doomguard, for example, revel in the inevitable entropic decay of the multiverse, and believe that attempting to avert or accelerate this process is a violation of the natural order. The Harmonium, on the other hand, idealize conformity and order, and have set themselves up as Sigil's police force in pursuit of their utopian goals. Each of the factions represented the importance of beliefs, belief in generalities like law versus chaos, but also in more specific shades of religious and political philosophies, such as differing perspectives on egocentrism or charity. These factions would not infrequently clash with one another, but refrained from outright war for fear of the Lady of Pain, the inscrutable, merciless, and supremely powerful entity that kept the gods out of Sigil and kept Sigil from destroying itself. Planescape was shipped in August 1994 to rave reviews from tabletop critics, who were mostly delighted by its unconventional premise, unique writing style, and perhaps equally as important, its pages upon pages of full-colour interior illustrations by artist Tony Diterlizzi. Some, including Zeb Cook himself, did however concede that the setting's attraction came more from its ideas rather than its functionality as a tabletop role-playing game. Internally, Planescape's designers, who, like the majority of TSR staff, did not have access to precise sales figures, were under the impression that the campaign had not only been a critical hit but also enjoyed healthy commercial success. Despite this, Cook would depart TSR soon after Planescape's release, hired away by former Dungeons & Dragons luminary Lawrence Schick. Various staff would take over from him, including but not limited to Monty Cook, Colin McComb, and husband and wife team Ray and Valerie Valles. From 1995 onwards, these designers would continue expanding the campaign setting through further supplements and sourcebooks, with a focus on developing the metaplots of the Planescape setting, such as the mysteries of the Lady of Pain, the progression of the multiplanar demonic blood war, and the interfactional rivalry of Sigil. The company would even produce a collectible card game, Blood Wars, using the setting. And once Interplay penned their deal with TSR, they too appeared to have plenty ideas for new products utilizing the license, promising that, as with Forgotten Realms, they intended to use Planescape for not only CRPGs, but also strategy, simulation, and action games. Precisely how many Planescape titles were ever in development at Interplay is uncertain, even to former staff, as it was not uncommon for projects to be worked on by merely 1 or 2 people before entering pre-production, and even within the AD&D division, one team might be completely unaware of what another were working on. However, by 1995, numerous Forgotten Realms titles had entered development, either in-house or external, whereas there was little sign of Planescape games making any progress. Still, there was no shortage of people with ideas for a Planescape game, whether they were familiar with the setting or not. One such person was a young tabletop role-playing fan named Chris Avalone, already a contributor to RPG company Hero, Hero Games, who applied for a job at Interplay's AD&D division in early 1995. Avallone was eventually interviewed by division head Marco Green, who asked him how he would make a Planescape game. Avallone, who later admitted that he had no experience with Planescape up to that point, suggested a game that opened with the player's death and then followed the events thereafter. By this point in his life, Avallone had already built up a list of pet peeves that he felt permeated fantasy stories, as well as RPGs on both the tabletop and the home computer, and was keen to explore alternative approaches. He likened this early concept to a jigsaw, with the player awakening in a mortuary and attempting to reassemble the circumstances that led up to their death. But it would be some time before Avallone had the opportunity to translate this idea to a real game. After being hired on at Interplay, he worked on a number of different projects, including the Star Trek space sim Starfleet Academy, the Forgotten Realms action RPG Descent to Undermountain, and various cancelled AD&D titles. But he nevertheless continued conceptualizing ideas for his anti-RPG over the course of the next 2 years. A second Interplay employee who might have a few ideas for a Planescape game turned out to be Zeb Cook himself. When Cook had left TSR in 1994, he had initially gone to work with several other tabletop gaming veterans at multimedia studio Magnet Interactive, but moved to Interplay in 1995. Cook was to create a Planescape CRPG loosely modelled on Interplay's Stonekeep, a first-person dungeon crawler that had been in development since around 1989 and was finally scheduled for release the year Avallone and Cook joined the company. Cook's game, later dubbed Planescape PC, was to be single-player and less wordy than might be expected of a Planescape game, though nevertheless leaned more towards role-playing than Stonekeep had. But like Avallone, Cook was initially involved in assisting on various other Interplay projects, such as Conquest of the New World and Blood and Magic, prior to formally starting development on Planescape PC. And far from Interplay's California headquarters, another project was taking shape that would play a major role in the development of a Planescape game. Canadian studio BioWare were working on a massively multiplayer fantasy RPG, Battleground Infinity, which would utilise their custom-built DirectX-based Infinity engine. BioWare approached Interplay about backing the project, liaising primarily through Interplay producer Fergus Urquhart, and after some revisions and back and forth between the two companies, by 1996 it was agreed that Interplay would help the Canadian studio develop a Forgotten Realms CRPG utilising the engine. That engine would be the source of both profit and contention for the two companies. At the time, the Infinity engine was an impressive technological achievement, and BioWare's founders believed they could earn a tidy sum by licensing it out to other companies. Interplay's rivals, including wizardry developers Surtech, had already shown interest. Due to Fergus Urquhart's faith in the Canadian team, Interplay would be the first publisher to benefit from the engine, eventually utilising it for multiple internally developed titles. But according to Urquhart, BioWare were not especially subtle in their attempts to court the attention of other publishers. All the same, Interplay had the opportunity to make use of the engine, and thanks to an internal reorganisation at the company, Urquhart himself was now in a prime position to make that happen. For that same year, Interplay had reformed the Dragonplay division to focus solely on developing role-playing games, and it was Fergus Urquhart who was chosen to head what would come to be known as Black Isle Studios.
Dead producer walking!
Though the founding of Black Isle would not be formally announced for another 2 years, Urquhart was now responsible for overseeing multiple RPGs in development at or on behalf of Interplay. These would include Zeb Cook's first-person Planescape title, as well as an unknown, externally developed Planescape game, which Urquhart states just sort of died. But a second TSR veteran would soon be joining Cook at Interplay and commence work on yet another Planescape title. By 1996, TSR's financial problems were no secret to its staff, and some had begun looking, or were encouraged to look, for employment elsewhere. Colin McComb, one of the Planescape designers who had taken over from Cook, was just such a case. McComb was put in touch with Fergus Urquhart by another TSR employee, and was hired onto the nascent Black Isle division. McComb has admitted that one reason he was taken on was precisely because of his relationship with TSR staff and the Planescape setting, which Interplay likely hoped would help smooth over any disputes between the two companies regarding content and Planescape lore. But Interplay also had a very specific task in mind for McComb, to head development on what was informally referred to as Planescape PSX. When McComb joined Interplay, an early design document for the title had already been drawn up, with its central premise being Planescape in King's Field. The King's Field series was a PlayStation-exclusive action RPG developed by From Software, the first game released in Japan in 1994, but not seeing release in the West until King's Field 2 the year after. McComb was directed to design a game that would be very similar to, but not directly copying, From Software's title. Yet McComb had never actually played the game he was supposed to be using as the basis for a Planescape project, and was thus assigned to a room with a PlayStation and a copy of the game, and asked to revise the original design document. McComb's project, like King's Field, was aimed at the console market, and thus oriented towards action rather than lengthy stat sheets or role-playing. Interplay had made numerous attempts to break into the console market throughout the 90s, most notably in purchasing Dave Perry's Shiny Entertainment. As though the company had seen success in the PC market, this was, in the words of Brian Fargo, a case of being the tallest midget in the room. By the mid to late 90s, most of Interplay's competitors had achieved breakout success with at least one console franchise in their portfolio, a goal that continued to elude the Californian publisher. According to McComb, Interplay's original vision for Planescape PSX seems to have been of a quintessentially 90s dark fantasy experience, which McComb described as a hack and slash that was edgy, brash, snarky without being thoughtful, and not identical to but on the same spectrum as Daikatana. McComb felt this approach missed the point of Planescape, and reworked the design document to try and communicate the depth and immensity of the campaign setting. He looked at improving the enemy diversity, including adding entities that were too powerful to confront directly, as well as increasing the number of NPCs and designing more non-combat challenges, such as puzzles that involved navigating philosophical arguments between creatures of order and chaos. Planescape PSX involved the player creating their own character, who was a young recruit in either the paramilitary Harmonium or Mercy Killer factions, agents of order and justice on Sigil's streets. The broad outline of the plot was that this recruit would be drafted to help put down a riot in the city's slums, but would be separated from his companions and forced to fight through a series of burning tenement buildings. Towards the end of this sequence, they would stumble across evidence that the uprising was being orchestrated by persons unknown, leading them to Sigil's lower ward and what appeared to be a shadowy criminal enterprise. The recruit would then be directed by his superiors to hunt down the leaders of this organization, heading to the so-called gate town of Ribcage, a city of demonic half-breeds that sat atop a portal to the hell plane of Beator. Here, the player would learn that there were even greater powers behind the conspiracy, leading them on a journey through the planes, progressing from lower Beator all the way up through the hells and into the angelic realm of Celestia. From September 1996 onwards, McComb was thus occupied with the development of this King's Field-esque action RPG. This meant that in late 96, there were now 2, or depending on the source, 3 Planescape projects running inside Interplay. Zeb Cook's Planescape PC, Colin McComb's Planescape PSX, and possibly Chris Avalone's game. There are conflicting accounts from both written sources and former Black Isle staff as to the precise status of Avalone's project at this time. Fergus Urquhart has stated in some interviews that he put Avalone to work on a Planescape title in early 1997, whilst McComb stated that, to the best of his recollection, when he joined Interplay in September 1996, both Avalone and Cook's game had already been worked on for some time. And according to both Planescape dev diaries and statements by McComb and Cook, Avalone had approached them at the same time as they were working on their games in order to get feedback on his Planescape project. Regardless of the exact details of the timeline, at some point, likely mid to late 1996, Urquhart had given someone a clear directive: make a Planescape game, use the Infinity engine, set it in Sigil, and visit at least a couple of other planes. Urquhart has stated that the Infinity engine seemed particularly suited to a Planescape CRPG because, most obviously, it was already a semi-complete engine, but more specifically because it facilitated controlling a party, it supported pre-rendered backgrounds, especially important for a game set in Sigil, and because BioWare's internal tools for the engine made it fairly easy to create dialogue trees and manipulate large amounts of data. But beyond this outline, CRPG, Planescape, Sigil, and some planes, virtually everything else about the project was up to the team, and as Urquhart noted, what they created turned out to be completely different to what he had envisioned. Initially, the Planescape Infinity Engine team consisted only of lead designer Chris Avallone, coming off Descent to Undermountain, programmer Dan Spitzley, who came on after finishing work on Dragon Dice, and artist Tim Donnelly, formerly of toy company Mattel. By the end of 1996, Avallone already had a strong, well-defined vision for the project, which ran with the idea he had originally pitched to Marco Green when he first joined Interplay, an RPG that starts with the game over screen and continued from there. Avallone's vision of a CRPG that was in some ways a subversion of traditional CRPGs was enthusiastically adopted by the other leads, who began building on Avallone's do's and don'ts with their own list of role-playing tropes that they felt deserved a new spin. A running joke was that any mention of elves, dwarves, or magic swords would earn Avallone's eternal wrath. Instead, fantasy favourites would undergo a reversal. Rats were to be apex predators. Chaos was to be orderly. Knowledge more important than character stats. Devils could be trusted, angels could not. Instead of battling hordes of ravenous zombies, players were to sympathise with the dead, and the hero was to fight their own past selves. Tim Donnelly has admitted that, like Avallone himself, many on the Planescape team had little to no familiarity with the setting prior to starting the project. For them, the appeal of the project was not necessarily the setting itself, but the fact it was an opportunity to do something radically different, in art, in design, and in storytelling. The Planescape setting was viewed by TSR as unconventional and more open to interpretation than traditional high fantasy campaigns, and the license holders were not especially strict about Interplay having to follow the tabletop rules, nor of being too closely wedded to Planescape canon. The team's intent for the game was strongly influenced by the desire to flaunt established conventions of fantasy, tabletop role-playing, and CRPGs in general. Thus, as the as-yet unnamed Black Isle division waved farewell to 96 and greeted 1997, the Planescape license was finally being utilised, and for 3 completely different games. But only one of those would live to see the coming summer.
I had no clue what I was doing, so it was probably good that that got canceled and the team rolled into the Torment team.
Most sources give early to mid-1997 as the date at which Avallone's Infinity Engine project formally entered development. The game's final vision document, an edited version of which was provided to the site RPG Watch in 2007, had been iterated on for some time, years if one counts Avallone's original concept, and was mostly faithful to the final product. At this stage, the project's official title was Planescape Last Rites, a name that the team believed perfectly encapsulated its central themes of death and rebirth, and presented as a violent, irreverent, and breathtakingly beautiful CRPG set at the crossroads of the universe. The vision statement outlined many of the game's key features: the Planescape setting, the BioWare Forgotten Realms CRPG engine, as it was called at the time, and its appeal as a brutal, amusingly eccentric, and cliché-breaking power fantasy. The central conceit of Last Rites was the concept of the game itself being the character generator, highlighting the importance of the amnesiac protagonist not as an established character in the world, but as the player's alter ego, with the two uncovering the Planescape world together and eventually learning their true identity, both as protagonist and as player. In later interviews, Avallone credited this idea to 3 particular inspirations. The first, from a practical point of view, was that it justified easing the player into the Planescape setting as an outsider, with the game's first companion, Mort, conceived as a talking encyclopedia to introduce the specifics of the universe in bite-sized chunks. The second inspiration was sci-fi and fantasy author Roger Zelazny, and his use of an amnesiac protagonist in the Chronicles of Amber series, although in a later interview Colin McComb has suggested that author Gene Wolfe was also an influence. The third muse for the protagonist's character arc was an abandoned tabletop adventure that Avallone had been working on in his college days. This campaign was to be set on a derelict spacecraft, and opened with the various players awakening with no memory of who they were, what they were doing there, or why they were the only survivors on the vessel. The purpose of the game was for the party to explore the ship for clues as to their identity, and what had happened on the ship prior to their awakening. Avallone thought it would be interesting for the players to not only learn who their character characters had been, but also explore how the actions they had taken since losing their memories had made them into completely different people. In Last Rites, there was only to be a single player, but the idea of them forming their character through their actions, rather than in accordance with their past deeds or a pre-written character sheet, remained the central theme. Last Rites was to be an unequivocally player-centric experience, in which everything in the world revolved around them and their actions. As the team put it, it's all about you, you, you. Among other features the vision statement highlighted were the technical innovations of the Infinity Engine, narrative and NPC reactivity, advanced party AI that could act independently of the player's wishes, and, most importantly, tons of babes. Although the Planescape setting was described as more adult and more hardcore than traditional high fantasy, this was presented more in the context of being darker, sexier, wilder, and edgier than typical fantasy fare, rather than to impress upon the audience its philosophical elements. It's clear that that audience was, indirectly, meant to include license holders TSR and Wizards of the Coast, as the Vision doc details how Last Rites would act as a gateway for players to both future Planescape games and also to TSR's wider catalogue of tabletop products. The team played up both the depth of the game's role-playing options and the almost infinite possibilities of Planescape's multiverse, yet they were also keen to emphasise that Last Rites would be a highly accessible game, in the sense that the player's immortality obviated the need for hand-holding or nannying the player, and that it would feature none of the tedious micromanagement of more traditional CRPGs. At roughly the same time as Last Rites began development, Urquhart cancelled Zeb Cook and Colin McComb's Planescape titles. McComb's game was scrapped entirely, whilst Cook's team agreed that their project would be converted into one of numerous attempts to develop a sequel to Stonekeep, albeit, according to Cook, on the condition that they were under no obligation whatsoever to imitate the original game in design or background lore. Urquhart's explanation for the move was fairly straightforward. Interplay had a long history of funding too many one- or two-man projects that never went anywhere, and continuing this trend with the Planescape games was too risky and inefficient. McComb's project, for example, initially consisted of just himself and one programmer, and had it been greenlit for production, would have had to balloon into a team of 20 to 30 people. Urquhart has stated that at the time, Avalon's Infinity Engine project seemed the most prudent option, since it had a clearly defined vision and, critically, was to be built upon an already semi-complete engine, rather than one that needed to be coded from scratch, as with Cook or McComb's games. On the other hand, in a 2021 interview with Shane Stacks, Zeb Cook implied that the decision to pare the Planescape games down from 3 to 1 was because Interplay had re-evaluated the value of the Planescape license. Cook suggests that Interplay didn't want to pay TSR royalties for 3 different products, and had determined that they were only obligated to develop one Planescape title in order to fulfill their side of the contract. Another former Interplay employee partially backed Cook's interpretation of the move, suggesting that Interplay had initially overestimated the value of the Planescape license, and sometime after acquiring the rights had reconsidered its importance to the company's future plans. A second source further speculated that Interplay had never actually intended to fund development of more than one Planescape game, and that Cook, McComb, and Avalon were unwittingly competing with one another for that position. Both this source and Cook have implied that the decision to cut the other Planescape games was not made by Urquhart at all, but forced upon him by Interplay's upper management. Whatever the truth, Cook's game would be drawn into the yawning maelstrom that was Stonekeep 2's development, a journey from which it would never return, whilst McComb was reassigned to Last Rites as designer, lore expert, and unofficially as Chris Avalon's second-in-command. This point in early 1997 saw the team expand significantly, and was also the point at which other key figures were assigned to the helm of Last Rites development. The first of these, initially against their will, was German CRPG icon Guido Henkel, who joined Interplay in May 1997. Henkel had earned fame in the early to mid-90s for his role in Die Norland trilogy, better known in the English-speaking market as the Realms of Arcania series. The Arcania games were licensed adaptations of the tabletop role-playing setting Das Schwarze Auge, or The Dark Eye, and were open-world, party-based CRPGs with a blobber-like first-person view that would transition into an isometric perspective for combat encounters. They were, in Henkel's words, consciously designed to be non-linear, heavy on exploration, and as close as possible to the pen and paper rules upon which they were based, based, fashioned from the ground up to appeal to hardcore role-playing fans. This had resulted in a polarizing reception from fans and critics, with a niche of players, particularly in Europe, delighted by their complexity and faithfulness to the tabletop game, but also causing many reviewers to criticize them as boring or unreasonably difficult to get into. After working on the Arcania games, Henkel moved from Germany to America to be with his fiancée, and was intent on joining Interplay's strategy division, not go back to working on RPGs. But due to his background with the Arcania games, Henkel was poached by Urquhart's department and assigned to Last Rites as producer. Despite Henkel's original interest in strategy, he was intrigued by the prospect of working on Avalon's game. To Henkel, who had by that point made 5 traditional fantasy games in a row and become somewhat jaded with CRPGs, Last Rites seemed the perfect antidote, an RPG that broke all the rules in settings, visuals, and design. In one interview, he characterized his role on the project as a shepherd, herding the team in the right direction, and, more controversially, shielding them from interference by Interplay. But his role was also an opportunity to correct the mistakes he had made on the Arcania series. Henkel felt that the Arcania games had been too large, too open, and too hardcore, and that this had contributed to their niche appeal. On Last Rites, Henkel encouraged the team to take a more focused, intimate, and player-driven approach that brought content to the player rather than force the player to hunt down content themselves. In one interview, Henkel contrasted this design with that of more traditional CRPGs, including his own games, which he felt had too much filler content and were ultimately unsatisfying to mainstream audiences. "We are not," he insisted in a later interview, "making a virtual dollhouse," contrasting his view of CRPGs with that of Richard Garriott and the Ultima series. In general, Henkel endorsed the original design document and team vision statement prepared by the Last Rites leads, but did have reservations about some elements of the game's proposed tone. The team's emphasis on Last Rites' level of violence, both inflicted upon others and endured by the protagonist, seemed to Henkel rather gratuitous, and he lobbied for this to be toned down in the final product. But Henkel's second would be line producer Kenneth Lee, a veteran of several Interplay projects who came from a very different background and perspective to his German colleague. Lee was a self-professed anime and console gaming nut, and a fervent enthusiast of Japanese role-playing games, in particular Squaresoft's Final Fantasy series. Lee was so dedicated to the series he purchased an imported console and played the original Japanese releases rather than wait several months for the Western localizations. Although Lee's role was primarily as producer, like Henkel he was also directly involved in the game's development, in his case taking a major part in designing the spells. In later interviews, Chris Avallone has sought to clarify the extent to which Japanese role-playing games inspired Planescape, stating that their influence was mostly limited to the spell graphics and companion weapon designs. However, other members of the team, such as designer Scott Warner, have argued that JRPGs and Japanese media did have a significant effect on various elements of Planescape's writing and design, even if not on Avallone himself. By the time McComb, Henkel, and the rest of the team had joined Last Rites, the Planescape project was supposedly ready to enter full production. The game's vision, as outlined in the design doc, had been more or less greenlit by Black Isle and Interplay without substantial changes, though this did not mean everything that designers had hoped to include would make it in. Among some of the unusual ideas considered at the time were a text parser, which enabled players to type out questions and keywords rather than selecting preset dialogue options, and an attempt by Henkel to implement a hyperlink system into the dialogue, by which clicking on keywords would bring up a Planescape encyclopedia. A slightly more ambitious feature that was considered was a unique conversation system for interacting with Sigil's mysterious Daebus. In Planescape lore, these strange creatures could only communicate in symbols, which the amnesiac protagonist would not have been able to understand. According to Henkel, the team had originally intended to create a special interface that functioned as a conversational mini-game of sorts, with the player attempting to translate the symbols into comprehensible text. Henkel states that the team dropped this idea due to requiring too much work for too little gain, and for potentially being frustrating for players. Unsurprisingly, the team also had to rein in the scope of the campaign somewhat. Avalon and McComb have both stated that there were originally plans to incorporate all 15 of Sigil's factions, and visit more planes than in the final game, with Avalon citing cut visits to the heavenly realm of Celestia, the chaotic plane of Limbo, and more expansive plans for the Outlands, Carceri, and Beator. The team did, however, make a conscious decision not to emphasize certain aspects of the Planescape universe, in particular the influence of the gods, or powers, and also resigned themselves to the fact that the tabletop game's use of belief was too complicated to implement properly. Some changes to the script also occurred at this early stage. The team had considered using some established Planescape characters as party members, with Avalon citing the specific example of Kylie the Tout, a leather-clad flame-haired tiefling thief mentioned in the 1996 supplement Faces of Sigil. It was eventually decided that the writers would have more freedom using only original characters, especially considering some of the unpleasant situations their cast would endure, and existing Planescape figures were relegated to non-joinable NPCs. But a far more significant cut, one that Avalon particularly regretted, came about due to the project's attempts to immerse players in the Planescape world through its graphical fidelity. Key features of Last Rites' visual direction were its zoomed-in view, larger sprites, improved animations, and more detailed character and creature models. On the one hand, this meant the game's visuals were a significant improvement over those of BioWare's Infinity Engine game, which was still in development. But it soon became clear that sacrifices would have to be made in other areas to accommodate this. For one, the game's tighter perspective meant ranged combat was now highly impractical, with combatants attacking each other from far out of camera range, or, if limited to the viewpoint, too close to each other to be effective. A related issue, one that had implications for gameplay, graphics, and role-playing, was that creating the art assets for this level of quality was resource-intensive and time-consuming. Although the Last Rites team, for much of development, were not remarkably small, they were still not as well staffed as more important Interplay projects, nor even as the Forgotten Realms game, which consisted of BioWare Corp and of several Black Isle employees supporting them. According to Avalon and Henkel, the team's original intention for Last Rites was that players would be able to customize the game's protagonist to a considerable degree, at the very least in being able to choose either a male or female avatar, and also in dictating their appearance. In the Last Rites vision statement, the team point out that BioWare's engine already supported highly customizable character sprites, and promised that this would also be a feature in Black Isle's game. But it eventually became clear to the team that matching BioWare's level of customization with larger, more detailed sprites with more animations was simply not feasible, and scaled back their plans. The most obvious victim of this was the protagonist, who could only be male, could not be customized, could not wear armor since this would have to be reflected with new animations, and was limited to specific weapon types. But this limitation would also spur the team to approach the game's companions in a different way to BioWare. Black Isle had always intended to make the player's party feel more memorable and unique in their writing and design, but there was now an irresistible incentive to make their fighting style distinct from that of the player and of each other. Since it was simply too much work to create animations for every different character using every different combination of weapons and armor, the team took a cue from the Final Fantasy games and canonized the idea that each party member fought in a particular way, with a particular type of weapon. The Githzerai Dakon, for example, would only use magic and his Zerth Blade, which became an inseparable part of his character and backstory, whilst the renegade succubus Fall from Grace refused to use weapons at all, again in accordance with her background. The characters sometimes developed due to real life or practical considerations rather than purely artistic ones was also true in other ways. This certainly applied to the character of Fall from Grace, who was shaped to some extent by the release of Blizzard's Diablo in Christmas 1996. Just as at many other developers, including BioWare, David Brevik's action RPG was for several weeks a death knell to productivity at Black Isle, with staff hooked on the single-player campaign from start to finish. This soon became an unbearable irritant to Chris Avallone, who was attempting to focus on writing and was eventually given his own office away from the team's anarchic gaming sessions. One of Planescape's dungeons, the self-parodic Modron Maze, was partially informed by exasperation with the Last Rites team's Diablo addiction. One element Avallone found found especially bothersome about Diablo was the presence of the succubi, bare-chested, sadomasochistic demonic sexpots who populated the game's final levels. According to Avalon, the constant sound of the succubi's breathy grunting and screams of pain as the player cut them down was at first merely irritating, and eventually intensely creepy and unpleasant. Thus, as with so many other aspects of Planescape, his game's succubus would be the polar opposite to that of other RPGs, and instead be chaste, motherly, polite, and pleasant. But the game, or rather the franchise that would most severely impact the Last Rites team's productivity, was not Diablo, but Interplay's own Fallout, something that would come as a surprise to everyone at Interplay, not least the Fallout team themselves. Tim Kane's post-apocalyptic CRPG had for most of its development been considered a B-tier game, perhaps even a vanity project for Kane and his team, and had on multiple occasions been at risk of cancellation, so as to move the team onto more important endeavours like Descent to Undermountain. Kane has insisted on multiple occasions that this lack of oversight was a key factor in Fallout's success. Yet in early 1997, Interplay managers were becoming frustrated at the fact that team members were passing on paid overtime on their own projects so as to help contribute to Kane's game. After numerous complaints, Brian Fargo eventually took a personal interest, and in spring 1997 asked for a half-finished build to take home. Fargo was hooked, and Interplay's attitude towards Fallout took a turn for the positive. Suddenly, the Fallout team were inundated with extra help, including staff being pulled from other projects to help complete Fallout. Yet the game was still many months from completion, and Planescape's development was slowed whilst many of the team helped whip Fallout into a shippable state. It was not the last time Interplay's sudden interest in Kane's game would impact Planescape, for they also hastily greenlit a sequel, which once more meant reassigning developers from other projects to help out. But Planescape, Last Rites, nevertheless steamed into full production in 1997. According to several sources, Interplay mostly left the team to their own devices for the first year and a half of development. Technically speaking, Fergus Urquhart was overseeing the project, but at that time was far too busy with BioWare's game and with several other titles to be able to take a personal interest in Planescape. Moreover, according to Avalon and others, Last Rites was viewed as less important than projects like Stonekeep 2, which was using Interplay's own IP, and senior management were too distracted by Eric DeMilt's larger and better funded production to pay attention to the Last Rites team. Avalon has drawn parallels with Fallout's development, which was also initially ignored by Interplay's seniors due to the focus on other games, though how long this situation lasted is a matter of debate. Another factor in Planescape's development was the youth and energy of a team willing to work long hours to realise their dreams. Guido Henkel observed that, with a handful of exceptions, most of the team were young, passionate, and intent on shaking up all the conventions of CRPGs. In some interviews, Henkel has credited Avalon's leading role in Planescape, particularly in writing, but has also tried to emphasise the degree to which Last Rites was a collaborative endeavour, with different members of the team often mixed together in the same room, constantly sharing ideas with one another. Tim Donnelly has also credited much of Planescape's success to the team sharing ideas freely and with little in the way of egotism or territorial disputes, stating that if a team member's idea was subject to critique, at least from their peers, then they would usually try to change it. Part of the reason the Last Rites team were able to implement so many of their ideas, or to reassess and adjust existing material without too much fuss, was due to BioWare's Infinity engine. Programmer Dan Spitzley stated that, as one of the first people at Black Isle to properly inspect the engine, it was immediately clear to him that BioWare had specifically coded it to minimize roadblocks to artists and designers. That meant large amounts of content could be inserted into the game without needing to go through the programmers first, a feature that allowed for the remarkable size and scope of what was to become Baldur's Gate's campaign, and would be similarly beneficial to Black Isle. Still, even after entering full production, cuts had to be made to elements promised in the final design document, plus revisions to content that it originally seemed guaranteed for inclusion. The game's title, for example, was dropped after internal discussions. Some sources, including Dev Diaries, state that this was due to the existence of another game with the same name, but according to Guido Henkel, there was also some concern over the religious connotations of Last Rites. Resurrection and Requiem were also suggested, but again were already trademarked. Frustrated, the team discussed titles that bore no resemblance to real words, and came up with Planescape Mungoth, which was almost immediately scrapped. An alternative title that was almost settled on was Planescape Doomguard, for which several logos were produced, but this was felt to be too similar to a certain popular first-person shooter, and besides had no relevance to the game's narrative. Eventually, Planescape Torment would become the game's final title, though according to Black Isle marketing head Greg Big Tuna Peterson, TSR and Wizards of the Coast initially disliked the name, feeling it had negative connotations for the brand. How much Planescape's license holders intruded on Torment's development is debated, but based on most accounts was minimal. Firstly, the Planescape setting was regarded by TSR as more fluid and adult than the better-known Forgotten Realms. Secondly, Colin McComb was in regular contact with his former colleagues, and as a veteran writer and designer had by that point developed a sixth sense for any content that might conflict with TSR's infamous code of ethics. And thirdly, by the latter half of Torment's development, Wizards of the Coast had revised TSR's code to be far less restrictive, meaning that Black Isle had more freedom than BioWare did on their game. Though there were visits from the license holder, and content was sometimes inspected by Zeb Cook, most accounts claim no or very few changes were suggested. Cook, in fact, has stated in an interview with Shane Stacks that he consciously refrained from making suggestions to the Torment team, speculating that they would not have appreciated his interference and would likely have ignored him anyway. Avalone nevertheless remembers a visiting Monty Cook raising the issue of whether Torment would faithfully represent Sigil's diversity, and that there was some discomfort over aspects of Fall from Grace, causing some undefined content involving the exploration of her attitude towards sex to be removed from the game. Tim Donnelly, in an interview with the podcast Video Games and the Bible, has also stated that at some point a revision to the game's existing art assets took place, which involved censoring some of the more extreme gore, as well as the removal of anything resembling a cross or crucifix, though who mandated this and why is unknown. According to Donnelly, religious iconography was not the only aspect of Planescape's art direction that prompted internal discussion at Interplay. Donnelly claims that within Black Isle, some outside the team viewed Planescape's art as, to quote Donnelly, wacky and ugh. At one point, Fergus Urquhart approached Donnelly and informed him that there was concern within the department that Torment's visuals were not up to the standards expected of a Black Isle product. But over at BioWare, it seems some were of the opposite opinion. Around 6 months into development, Donnelly, Avalone Spitzley and a few others were suddenly flown up to Canada, which Donnelly characterized as a freezing hell, to formally demonstrate what they'd achieved with the Infinity engine. Donnelly was particularly nervous about showing off their unfinished build, but when BioWare head Ray Muzaika saw the footage, he rounded on his team, demanding to know why BioWare's game didn't look as good. Of course, once again, this didn't mean that the Torment team's apparent mastery of the engine allowed them to incorporate everything they'd included in the final vision document. One curious mechanic that was cut even after greenlighting was smell. Changing the scent of a character was meant to be a distinct mechanic, allowing them to pass certain creatures unmolested or mark them for attack, but this was deemed unworkable. Also removed were several of the more sophisticated talking companion items, which according to Tim Donnelly simply couldn't be realised properly because BioWare had never envisioned such bizarre scenarios. Though the Infinity engine was well suited to creating an RPG, particularly one, as Dan Spitzley saw it, that could just as easily handle dialogue and interaction as it could tactical combat, the version Black Isle were working from was not entirely finished. Black Isle would sometimes find that the engine was missing important features. The spell system, for example, was not yet finalised, and the programmers would have to add these features themselves. Not uncommonly, the team would fix or expand upon some part of the Infinity engine, only to find BioWare had already dealt with the issue in an updated build. The engine used for Planescape was therefore quite distinct from that used for BioWare's game, which was in some ways a boon, as it permitted the Planescape team to achieve things BioWare could not. But it would also cause problems for Black Isle in later years, when staff who'd worked on the Planescape engine were transferred to projects using different builds. But But those other projects were far from anyone's mind in summer 1998, when Interplay finally revealed their top-secret Planescape project to the world. Top secret was a slight exaggeration, as the game had already been demoed to select journalists, but to Planescape fans it was the end to a worryingly long period of silence from the company. In the 4 years since word had gotten out about the AD&D licensing deal, there had been virtually no news whatsoever on the Planescape front. A Planescape RTS mentioned by Computer Gaming World in 1994 was never heard from again, and over the next few years, requests for comment from Interplay staff were met with little more than vague assurances that something was being worked on behind the scenes. In March 1995, Stonekeep's Chris Taylor mentioned 2 Planescape projects in development, and a year later GameSpot's Deslock revealed he was aware of at least one CRPG being made for the setting. This was little comfort to Planescape fans who, at that point in time, had seen little evidence of Interplay's dedication to AD&D role-playing games. And Planescape fans weren't the only role-playing enthusiasts unhappy with how Interplay were using the license. All of the Forgotten Realms games that had actually made it to release, Dragon Dice, Blood and Magic, and eventually Descent to Undermountain, were met with disinterest or outright hostility, either for their general quality or for straying too far from the tabletop game. Unaware of Guido Henkel's views on the matter, one newsgroup poster complained that it seemed Germany was the only country still producing real CRPGs. Chris Taylor defended Interplay, noting that alongside the upcoming GURPS Fallout, Interplay was set to release an AD&D adventure RPG. After yet another wave of recriminations over the word adventure, BioWare's Ray Muzaika jumped in to reassure fans that their upcoming Forgotten Realms title was absolutely not an adventure game, and Interplay were thereafter very careful in their usage of the slur. Yet well into 1997 and even early 98, what the publisher was doing with the Planescape license remained a mystery. Interplay eventually let slip that a Planescape Infinity Engine RPG was in the works, but further details were not forthcoming, and few journalists bothered to even ask about the topic. Naturally, that changed when Torment was unveiled to the general public, with Interplay inviting the press to take part in a demo screening of the first big project coming out of Black Isle Studios. Technically speaking, Fallout 2 and Baldur's Gate were also Black Isle products, but the former had not been heavily marketed as such, whilst the latter, though deliberately marketed as a Black Isle production, was mostly a BioWare game, and many in the press were aware of this. Planescape Torment had no such baggage. In a PR event, Fergus Urquhart positioned the game as unequivocally a Black Isle title from start to finish, the inheritor of Interplay's proven track record for excellence in role-playing games, at least those Urquhart chose to mention, and the first of a new breed of CRPGs. Initially announced as planned for a spring 1999 release, perhaps the most famous item in Torment's marketing campaign was a montage of stunning pre-rendered clips of the various people and places of Sigil and the Outer Planes. Who created the montage isn't entirely clear. Some sources credit environmental artist Aaron Myers, others Tim Donnelly, others Eric Campanella, though it's known the footage was originally shown internally to drum up support for the game at Interplay, and is likely the product of several different team members. One of the most important contributions to the trailer was its moody and evocative music, the product of composer Brian Williams. Originally put in touch with Black Isle by Colin McComb, Williams had become known for industrial or dark ambient music, on which he was usually credited as Lustmord, but was promoted by Interplay for his collaborations on Hollywood movies. Williams was tapped as the sole composer on Torment, and aside from the trailer theme, 2 unfinished samples of his score, a faction theme and a battle track, were uploaded to the Planescape website. In later interviews, Williams states that Interplay had initially loved his work, and that composing for Planescape had started as a very enjoyable experience, but that their relationship would later undergo a sudden and radical transformation. In marketing Torment, Interplay stuck fairly closely to the themes of the original design document, stressing the originality of the Planescape setting, how different Torment would be from traditional CRPGs, and how much freedom the team had to deviate from the AD&D tabletop rules. But the team often took a multi-pronged approach in how they characterized Planescape's divergence from the norm. On the one hand, Torment was described as a vast and almost incomprehensible universe of uniqueness and exoticism. At the same time, Black Isle insisted the amnesiac protagonist and Mort would make the setting much more digestible, and that players would enjoy going into the setting without pre-existing knowledge of the Planescape universe. And yet, Interplay also unleashed an avalanche of background lore on the press and players, with lengthy primers on the City of Doors, the Outer Planes, the factions, races, and peculiar vernacular of Sigil's inhabitants, and even recommended players visit various official and fan-made Planescape sites, such as Mimir.net, in order to brush up on Torment's setting. In many cases, it was Zeb Cook or Colin McComb that would be interacting with the press on these topics, with Guido Henkel usually explaining other elements of the game. In fact, some previews misidentified Cook or McComb as the creators or lead designers on Planescape Torment. Cook himself has stated that he had very little input on the game, whilst McComb had often tried to credit Avalon's contributions without prompting. Although as lead designer and lead writer, Avalon did do a number of interviews and answer questions on the Planescape forums, in 1998 he was not an especially well-known figure, having only contributed significantly to Starfleet Academy, the as-yet unreleased Fallout 2, and the memory-hold Descent to Undermountain. In some marketing, Avalon was often promoted after Guido Henkel and Colin McComb, and occasionally even below some of the team's audio staff, such as Charles Deenan or David Farmer. In early coverage, it was therefore often up to McComb or Cook to explain the game's background lore, and previews of the game were unusually detailed in their summarizations of the Planescape universe, something that the occasional journalist, online and off, suggested could be to the game's detriment. PCXL pointed out that the strange and disturbing setting might not be to everyone's taste, and some commentators noted that though traditional high fantasy worlds might make for an easy target of mockery, within their niche they tended to do better than less conventional, more avant-garde settings. But there was another challenge for the team originating from the Planescape setting, one entirely beyond their control. When Colin McComb had left TSR in 1996, the Planescape tabletop team had been in the very early stages of laying the groundwork for a major shake-up of the lore. Though McComb had been unaware of it at the time, various meta-plots detailed in Planescape's supplemental material were leading up to a cataclysmic event detailed in the 1998 adventure Faction War. This story involved numerous long-running plot threads, and culminated in an all-out war between the factions for control of Sigil, as well as an attempt to usurp the Lady of Pain. At the end of this adventure, several factions were destroyed, disbanded, or merged with others, and fled the city, with the remainder outlawed. The authors of Faction War, Monty Cook and Ray Valles, insist that they had been given the impression by TSR that the adventure was meant to be a reboot of the Planescape setting, and were already conceptualizing future plans for the franchise. Besides, it was not the first time the game's story had been overtaken by the tabletop writers. A common query directed at the team was whether Torment was meant as an adaptation of 1996's Pages of Pain, which also featured an amnesiac protagonist in the Planescape universe. Avalon denied any link, saying these similarities were purely coincidental. Even so, the release of Faction War meant that the same year Planescape Torment was announced, its background lore was made conspicuously outdated. The Torment team dismissed the problem as trivial. The game's timeline was hastily revised so as to take place 5 years before the events of the tabletop lore, and in any case, the core appeal of the Planescape setting remained. Of course, it was not only the tabletop world that was in motion at this time. Though Torment had been conceived during a dark period for role-playing games, when CRPGs seemed in danger of going the way of the adventure genre, by the late 90s there were many other exciting projects in development. At industry events like Gen Con and E3, Planescape competed for attention with numerous other high-profile RPGs. One was Kenneth Lee's great love, the Final Fantasy series, which was gearing up for its 8th installment, but Western developers were once again invigorated to try their luck. TSR's old enemy, White Wolf Publishing, were one of those indirectly throwing their hat in the ring thanks to a Vampire the Masquerade CRPG. Developed by Nihilistic Software, VTM Redemption promised a 3D world, a gripping, story-driven single-player campaign, and most intriguingly, a full set of modding tools for players to create and run their own adventures. Beyond this, there were also numerous action RPGs, full 3D CRPGs, and, as naysayers would call them, hybridized role-playing games. There was a consensus across most of these offerings that traditional CRPGs were simply not a viable option in the wider market. Nor, argued some, should they be, since technological innovations offered the opportunity for new design philosophies. As Deus Ex lead Warren Spector put it at the time, stat-driven games are carryovers from paper gaming. What we need to be doing is creating our own unique approaches. The bottom line is that role-playing should be about playing a role, not about juggling numbers on a spreadsheet. The Torment team do not seem to have been unanimously in fear of any one particular rival, but individual team members did express concern about various competitors. The fully 3D Ultima Ascension, which despite a tarnished brand name was still a force to be reckoned with, was mentioned as one threat. The cutting-edge System Shock 2 was another. That Torment was still relegated to 2 dimensions, and a 640x480 resolution did not go unnoticed, but at the time the Infinity Engine's painterly pre-rendered backgrounds were still considered impressive, and Interplay frequently showcased Torment's improved spell effects and larger creature sprites to try and show that it was no budget production. Also cited on the horizon was Tom Hall's JRPG-inspired Anachronox, which pained Chris Avallone for an unexpected reason. Avallone was upset not because he considered Ion Storm's game a direct threat to Torment, but because it released too late for Avallone to crib several ideas that he felt would have worked well in Planescape. And one more title often mentioned in previews of Torment was Dreamforge's 1998 adventure Sanitarium. Avallone was mortified to learn of this other game sharing Torment's amnesiac lead, and was concerned that the press would accuse Torment of copycatting. This scenario didn't quite materialise, though the comparison was made by a few journalists, with one describing Torment as Baldur's Gate crossed with Dreamforge's game. The gaming press were eventually given the opportunity to play pre-release demos of Planescape, such as a 1999 build that included the opening mortuary section, portions of Sigil's Hive, and the interior of the interdimensional siege tower. Most of these reviews were broadly positive, praising the interactivity, visuals, and unique setting, though occasionally criticising the limited voice acting and pathfinding issues. However, one notable exception was Computer Gaming World's Elliot Chen, who in public comments and a GameSpot preview gave Torment a slightly more lukewarm reception. Although Chen acknowledged that Torment seemed like it could be, quote, a good RPG, he was concerned as to whether Black Isle would be able to do justice to the Planescape setting. Chen complained that the creatures he encountered in the demo were rather mundane, that the game's attempts at humour could backfire, and that the character of Mort seemed more like a tour guide than a worthwhile companion. The preview concluded on a mixed note, observing that Planescape could be a better game than Baldur's Gate, but that players would have to wait and see. The tone of Chen's coverage seems to have upset the Torment team, and prompted a flurry of emails between Chen and some of the developers. Chen would later admit that, at the time, the demo had left him with low expectations for the game. In fact, he said, it had convinced him that Interplay had screwed up the Planescape license. But as with Fallout's creators, the Torment team didn't limit themselves to interacting with journalists. On the official Torment website, designed by Interplay webmaster Josh Sawyer, the artists, designers, and producers would take turns updating the official Torment dev diary. The content of these posts varied wildly, ranging from sneak peeks at Torment from the Black Isle marketing team, to musings on programming by Guido Henkel, and sometimes random mini-essays on various topics that occupied the minds of Planescape's developers, such as a lengthy post by Dan Spitzley on relative strengths and weaknesses of CRPG versus JRPG design. Black Isle would also run a Torment fan site contest, sponsored web chats for gaming sites, and the usual promotional campaigns, as well as interact with fans on the Torment developer forums. The Planescape team were generally open and relatively unguarded in their interactions with forum posters, though did occasionally stretch the truth regarding certain elements of Torment that had been subject to streamlining, claiming intentional design in cases that they later admitted were the result of technical limitations and an insufficient budget. The team also appeared jovial and friendly with one another, and played up the collaborative work environment, the talents of their peers, and the freedom they were afforded by both the Planescape setting and their superiors years at Interplay. But the image of Planescape's development as freewheeling, boundary-breaking, and artistically nigh unfettered by interference from management was not entirely accurate, at least in its final months of development.
But my involvement at that point was not huge for a while because, Fallout was going on, and then Fallout 2 and Baldur's Gate and all this other kind of stuff.
Back in mid-1998, Interplay, which had not turned an annual profit in years, was finally ready to go public on the stock exchange, and according to Guido Henkel, the move marked a significant change in how the company treated the Planescape project. Henkel claims that from then onwards, he was put under substantial pressure and near constant interference from Interplay, and found himself simultaneously criticised from above due to the game repeatedly falling behind schedule, whilst resented by those below him for having to implement unpopular changes demanded by upper management. But 1998 was also the year Black Isle was shaken by the departure of three key figures: Fallout creators Tim Kaine, Leonard Boyarsky, and Jason Anderson. The Troika were frustrated by disputes with Interplay over both the original Fallout and its sequel, and quit Black Isle to form their own development studio. This, once again, eventually caused staff to be pulled from other projects, including Torment. In some cases, these disruptions were temporary, but in other cases resulted in employees being forced to pull double duty on both Planescape and Fallout 2 until the latter's release in December 98. For Avalone, the experience was not entirely negative, as he cites the experience he gained working on Fallout 2 as helpful to how Planescape tackled reactivity, but admits the workload was exhausting. On top of the extra work on other projects, the Torment team had more than enough unfinished work on their own game. Unofficially, Last Rites went through several projected release dates, but by the time of Torment's formal announcement, it was scheduled for release in spring 1999. That target would slip several times, first to summer, a target Colin McComb insisted that short of apocalyptic disaster it couldn't possibly miss, and then to fall. Chris Avallone has admitted that Torment had been a risky project for Interplay. As Brian Fargo would put it in another interview, there was always a balance in running a studio between being commercial, being creative, and having your creative people be happy and having them do things that are interesting to them. I was willing to take creative risks from time to time in order to allow those things to happen. Planescape Torment was clearly one of those. Planescape had been a risk when it originally entered development, and by 1999 it was both risky and, as Avalone conceded, very late, with important work still not complete. Moreover, it was starting to impact the scheduling of other Black Isle projects. In 1999, Interplay announced a second internal Infinity Engine game, the party-driven AD&D dungeon crawler Icewind Dale. It was assumed that developing Icewind Dale would be a relatively speedy and low-risk affair, with production to commence in summer of 99, and shunted out the door by either Christmas or early 2000. Yet, when August rolled around, the majority of its intended team were still stuck working on Planescape, and the Forgotten Realms game would be critically understaffed for the next 6 months. Thus, just as Fallout 2's troubles had affected Planescape, so would Planescape's problems impact other games. Somewhat like the original Fallout before it, Planescape had begun with limited oversight from Interplay, but in the months approaching release, the company took a renewed interest in why the game was progressing as it was, and how it was being run. Guido Henkel has reiterated several times that as the conduit between Black Isle's management and Torment's creatives, he was forced to make difficult decisions in defiance of both sides. This situation, he claims, led to him being privately labelled as the villain of Planescape's development by rank-and-file team members, who were unaware of the influence of those above Henkel. The final year of Planescape's development was thus a grueling one for Avalone, Henkel, and Team Torment. Overworked, attention divided between multiple projects, and subject to increased interference from Interplay. It was around mid-1999, with BioWare's Baldur's Gate well out the door, that Fergus Urquhart was able to devote more of his attention to Planescape's development. Playing through an unfinished build, Urquhart was unhappy with certain aspects of the game, in particular the combat and sluggish leveling. In a later interview with Matt Barton, Urquhart described the game's combat as, quote, really not good when he came onto the project, and took a personal interest in trying to salvage what he felt was a serious deficiency in its design. Avallone would also later admit that he and the team had been too invested in the game's writing and interactivity, and simply not paid enough attention to working out the combat mechanics. At this late stage of development, Black Isle also paid more attention to focus testing of the game, which sometimes threw up unexpected issues. In a particularly notorious instance mentioned by Henkel and Avallone, over half of the focus group either missed the character of Mort entirely or couldn't figure out how to click on him, and spent their entire allotted playtime roaming around the mortuary before growing frustrated and giving up. Subjecting Torment to different perspectives also highlighted how the game's writing and premise were not always taken as they were originally intended. Some focus testers believed that Mort, with his brash and outgoing personality, seemed more suited to the role of protagonist than the seemingly morose, nameless one. The results of these trials prompted changes to the game, including modifications to the interface, graphics, and dialogue. These last months of crunch on Planescape would also see a final round of cuts made to content that was partially implemented, but not in a state that seemed likely to be fixed before the release date. Among the casualties of Torment's final stretch were a number of NPCs, various weapons and items, and a few side quests. In one case, an entire area, the brothel basement, was removed, but later reinserted minus the unfinished content, as the designers didn't want the artist's work to go to waste. Chris Avallone has remarked that he particularly regrets the removal of a side quest from the Modron Maze, where the dungeon's antagonist would kidnap what it classed as the party's damsels. This quest, like several other pieces of cut content from later that year, had already been semi-completed, with the NPC dialogue recorded prior to its removal.
This is quite exciting. I've never been kidnapped before.
The Planescape team have, in public, generally resorted to dark humour or adopted a stoic attitude to their experiences during Torment's most difficult period of development. Tim Donnelly has described the team as living on a diet of 2 litres of Mountain Dew a day, whilst Colin McComb has often joked about his time spent sleeping on the floor of the team office, which resulted in staff unwittingly using McComb's head as an impromptu doorstop. Most of the team have also denied having engaged in any genuinely serious arguments with each other. Avallone has admitted that the game's word count did result in an uncomfortable talk with Brian Fargo, who wanted to impress upon Avallone the ballooning localization costs. Torment's wordiness may have been played up for its marketing, but internally was a severe headache for Interplay, and almost resulted in the complete removal of all non-scripted inter-party banter. In a 2012 interview with Bertie Purchase of Eurogamer, Colin McComb only recalls a single major dispute, apparently over the game's interface design, which led to a loud argument between Avallone, McComb, and Henkel outside Interplay headquarters. However, in more recent years, Avallone and Henkel at least have been more candid about personal and professional issues they may have had with one another, and how these affected development. In some German interviews, for example, Henkel has complained that Avallone and McComb were too disorganised and inefficient in their work on Torment. For his part, Avallone stated that he had taken a dislike to Henkel within days of his arrival in 1997, and that the relationship only grew more contentious over time. Among the many points on which the two differed was how the game should be marketed. Henkel, who according to Avallone got along very well with Black Isle's marketing department, was part of the group that had conceived the game's unusual box art, which was to depict the Nameless One and the city of Sigil. By Henkel's account, the group hit a major snag when the model playing the game's protagonist abruptly cancelled to take a better paid job. Henkel claims that due to Black Isle having booked a Hollywood special effects artist, they were unable to simply reschedule, and thus an unknown person identified Henkel himself as a possible replacement. Henkel claims he was uncomfortable with this as he disliked being made the face of the game, but acceded due to the lack of timely alternatives. Avallone, however, has said that this was a move Henkel himself had, in Avallone's words, orchestrated without telling anyone. Regardless of the truth in this matter, both direct and implied statements by Avallone and Henkel indicate that their relationship was an extremely poor one.
So what was it like working with Chris Avallone? You should probably ask, how was it like working with the entire team? Because the fascinating thing...
According to Avalone, this would eventually reach the point that he could no longer deal with Henkel and decided to leave the Torment team to go work for Westwood Studios. Although by the late 90s already best known for the Command & Conquer series, Westwood had been involved in developing or publishing plenty of fantasy and role-playing games, from the classic Eye of the Beholder series in 1993 to various other AD&D properties. By 1998, Westwood had multiple fantasy games under their belt, and also briefly worked with wizardry designer D.W. Bradley, who was looking for a new publisher for his pet project, at that time known as Swords and Sorcery. Avalone states that he applied, interviewed, and was accepted to Westwood, and was fully intent on leaving Black Isle and Team Torment. Avalone was eventually persuaded to stay, the main reason for this, according to Avalone, being intervention by Stonekeep 2 artist Chad Moore. In the end, it was Henkel, not Avalone, who would abruptly quit the project in July 1999, allegedly due to disputes with Black Isle's management. Henkel went on to work as a producer on BioWare's Neverwinter Nights, before temporarily retiring from the industry. Henkel has stated that it was his experience on Planescape that led to his lengthy absence from the world of CRPGs, not only due to the unpleasantness of his job as producer, but also because he felt game development had strayed too far from its roots, with creators compartmentalized into specific roles rather than able to exert creative influence on the product as a whole. With Henkel gone, Kenneth Lee was promoted to lead producer and shepherded the Torment team from summer 99 onwards. But Henkel was not the last surprise departure from the team. Barely a month out from its intended release date of December 1999, Planescape shed its composer. Brian Williams left Torment and was replaced by Fallout composer Mark Morgan, who was apparently given approximately 2 to 3 weeks to complete a new soundtrack for the game. Black Isle were cagey about the reasons for this, but implied creative differences were at play. Audio director Charles Deenan, for example, publicly stated that he did not want to go into specifics for legal reasons, but that Williams' work was unsuited to the game, calling it repetitive. Colin McComb, who had originally introduced Williams to the team, was clearly unhappy, stating that he should probably just stay quiet on the issue. In later years, McComb averred that he had opposed dropping Williams, but that the decision had been made above his head. Williams was for many years unwilling to discuss the event in depth, saying only that it was not a pleasant experience for him and citing the loss of the game's original producer, presumably Guido Henkel, as the turning point in his relationship with Interplay. Henkel would later imply that internal politics at Interplay were the reason for the sudden change. In 2001, Williams also mentioned corporate politics as a factor, and Interplay's sudden demand for a, quote, John Williams direction. The composer gave more details in the 2021 interview, stating that after several months of work he had been close to finishing the soundtrack, and then, within the space of a week, Interplay, quote, fucked me over, leaving Williams with an hour's worth of music and no compensation. Mark Morgan would eventually manage to complete most of the score before Planescape's release, with some tracks provided by longtime Interplay collaborator Richard Band. Most of this drama occurred behind the scenes, but there were yet more troubles to come that could not be brushed under the carpet. Torment's final and absolutely non-negotiable release date was December 2nd, 1999, yet around a week out from launch, online sources reported that Black Isle had been subjected to both a server crash and the unsalvageable corruption of Torment's source code. Black Isle, it's claimed, had no recourse but to revert to an earlier build and push the game's ship date to December 10th. In a later retrospective, Scott Warner gives a different explanation, admitting that the story was only half true. The source code had been corrupted, but Black Isle actually had more recent backups, and lied to upper management about it in order to secure a few more weeks of development. Weeks he stated were essential to the finished product. The game would meet its new December 10th target in most regions, in spite of an episode involving the QA department and a jar of peanut butter, but there was one last debacle happening behind the scenes that would sour Planescape's release. When Baldur's Gate was released at the tail end of 1998, a complaint in some regions was that the game's CDs were shipped in poor quality sleeves that could result in damage to their contents. Interplay had promised that the error would not be repeated, and yet, to Chris Avalone's dismay, the same mistake was made with Planescape Torment, which in some cases was also packaged in a way that damaged the discs.
my god, there was a bug I didn't catch. Like, all those things kind of eat out of you a little bit, but then it's smoothed out a bit, like when we get a good fan reaction back for someone who really enjoyed themselves with the game. They were like, you know what, at least someone was entertained and enjoyed themselves despite those things that I see, and that's the important thing.
Despite these issues, by mid-December of '99, Planescape Torment was officially out in the wild. Tim Donnelly has noted that at the time, both developers and publishers would potentially have to wait several nerve-wracking months for print reviews from the biggest and most influential gaming magazines. What Black Isle did have were launch reviews from sites like Daily Radar, GameSpot, buzz from online commentators, and feedback from fellow developers, all of which was highly positive. In updates from studios as diverse as Unreal developers Epic Games to Ultima Online's Origin systems, designers raved about Planescape Torment. Guido Henkel, who had left the industry by this point, emailed Daily Radar to say how pleased he was by the game's reception, and how proud he was of the team. Black Isle enjoyed successive waves of positive coverage from December 1999 all the way through to mid-2000, with plenty of high-scoring reviews and various awards appended to Interplay's marketing materials. It wasn't long before some publications speculated that a sequel was on the way. Both Poland's Reset and Australia's PC Power Play were convinced that the game's positive buzz guaranteed a follow-up, and in the lead-up to E3 2000, several magazines speculated that a second Planescape game would be announced, with one magazine erroneously reporting the existence of a Torment 2. In the lead-up to Torment's release and the weeks following its launch, Black Isle had given off mixed signals regarding a sequel to Torment. Rank-and-file members of the team, as well as Avalon and McComb, were relatively open about ideas they felt could be explored in a second Planescape game, with Dave Maldonado and others discussing topics like multiplayer support, more interplanar travel, and expanded role-playing and customization options. Guido Henkel, prior to his departure, struck a very different note, insisting that there were, at that time, absolutely no plans to produce a sequel, and in fact argued that such a move would be entirely in opposition to the spirit that had animated Torment's development. In Henkel's mind, Torment was about breaking the rules and doing something completely new, not creating yet another franchise to be milked dry with endless sequels. But artistic concerns were of course secondary to financial realities at Interplay. It was sales data, not critical consensus, that dictated whether Torment would receive a sequel. It seems that as early as January 2000, Interplay had already decided that the Planescape franchise should be put to rest, as Kenneth Lee announced that Black Isle had no plans to create a follow-up title nor any expansion packs. There's some debate over both how well Planescape sold and why it didn't receive a sequel. From 2000 onwards, Torment has almost invariably been referred to as having underperformed or been a commercial disappointment. Fergus Urquhart has frequently denied this, stating that Torment had sold much better than is assumed, and did turn a profit by itself. Chris Avalone has disputed this somewhat, saying that his understanding is that Torment was not a failure, but also not successful enough to make a sequel a worthwhile investment for Interplay. For many years it was believed that Torment had sold slightly better than Interplay's Fallout, and many questioned why the success of the latter had led to the immediate greenlighting of a sequel, whereas Planescape was abandoned. However, Brian Fargo later clarified that Fallout, which was owned entirely by Interplay, sold around 600,000 copies, whereas Torment, which involved royalty payments, only sold 400,000, and indicated that a number of those were in sales or long after release. At the very least, all those involved agree that Planescape Torment achieved nowhere near the commercial success of the original Baldur's Gate, let alone its sequel. Avalone has opined that Torment's appeal was limited by several factors, in particular its dark, unconventional, and unfamiliar setting, its box art and marketing, which further emphasized its strangeness and alienating tone, its over-reliance on text, and its slow opening sections. However, Urquhart has insisted that Black Isle were in fact still intent on producing a Planescape 2, as its strong critical reception and reasonably strong sales made the move a no-brainer. Urquhart has stated in various interviews that the leading cause of Torment's abandonment was not Interplay or Black Isle's upper management, but Team Torment themselves. The majority of Planescape's development team were not interested in producing yet another licensed AD&D product. Their enthusiasm for Torment was driven by the fact that they were doing something completely new and completely different to anything that had come before, and they wanted their next project to capture the same feeling. Avalon himself had earlier brainstormed 2 canonical follow-ups to Planescape, both of which focused on its supporting cast rather than the original protagonist. The first idea, Pariah, would have revolved around the character of Dakon, who was to investigate the origins of the war between the Githzerai and Githyanki races, as well as their prospects for unification, and would also have featured the return of several party members from Torment. The second idea, which Avalon particularly favoured, was called Lost Souls, and was, loosely speaking, a companion tale to Torment, set before, during, and after the events of the Nameless One's adventure, but from the perspective of other characters, in particular the companions he had travelled with prior to Torment's opening. However, Avalon never formally submitted either of these concepts, stating that, like the rest of the team, he was at the time uncomfortable with the idea of a sequel, and, in his words, dragging a rake through the first game. Torment had been an incredible achievement, but it was time to move on to something new. Thus, Planescape Torment was to be the one, and to date the only, officially licensed game set in Zeb Cook's Planescape universe. In fact, it was, officially speaking, the last commercial inner thing to be set in that universe for another 20 years. When Monty Cook and Ray Velez had released Faction Wars in 1998, they believed it to be the groundwork for a reboot of the setting. In reality, it was to be Planescape's epitaph. The fact was, for all its positive buzz, the Planescape franchise had never been a particularly successful product line for TSR. Although its designers believed it had sold well enough, the truth was that it probably hadn't made the company any money at all. When Wizards of the Coast purchased TSR in 1997, they had senior staff audit the company, as well as analyse the causes of the dire financial state they were in by that point. Wizards concluded that, along with various other issues, there were 2 critical problems with TSR's AD&D product line. First, the beautiful artwork and packaging so central to the appeal of products like Planescape was so expensive that TSR were practically losing money on each copy printed and sold. Secondly, TSR's insistence on expanding their product line, the strategy that resulted in beloved products like Dark Sun, Spelljammer, Planescape and others, was causing the company to cannibalize its own fan base. Wizards determined that fans who bought items in one product line were not buying any of TSR's other offerings. At best, for example, they would be brought in by Planescape, and then only buy Planescape products. But more often than not, they were already purchasing one product line, and would then stop purchasing that product line when TSR debuted a more interesting one. TSR had already begun dropping weaker performers, and Wizards accelerated this, jettisoning Planescape and all of TSR's other AD&D campaigns bar 2, the Forgotten Realms and, for a time, Dragonlance. Therefore, after Faction War, Torment's 1999 release was the last major entry in the Planescape franchise for some time thereafter. Only one other official product, a novelization of Planescape by Ray and Valerie Velez, would follow Torment. Though Colin McComb had spoken highly of the book's early drafts, it ran into the same problems as plagued other Infinity Engine novelizations. Like the Baldur's Gate novelization by TSR's Philip Athens, the Velezes were provided an incomplete script for Planescape and given an extremely short deadline, resulting in a rushed and inaccurate story that garnered mostly negative reviews from fans. Not the most auspicious end to the Planescape setting. Back within Interplay, the next frontier for Team Torment was to be a new secret project. Almost all the key players from Planescape's development, with the notable exception of a thoroughly burnt out Avalon, took part in this endeavour, and made it clear they considered this new production, which they quickly clarified was neither a new Fallout nor a new Baldur's Gate, to be the spiritual successor to Torment. The new project, Torn, was therefore from the team's perspective the closest thing to a successor to Torment, as it had expanded on role-playing and gameplay mechanics they had either experimented with or regretted not exploring in Planescape. Torn was set in an original dark fantasy world, meaning owned entirely by Black Isle, with familiar fantasy tropes given an interesting twist. The game was to utilise quasi-real-time combat, classless character progression, a strong emphasis on reactivity, and support both single-player and multiplayer functionality. The game entered development in 2000 and was officially announced in 2001, but blundered through numerous technical and production difficulties, in particular relating to its use of the LithTech engine, and was cancelled in July 2001, apparently to the immense relief of the team. Some of Torment's developers would end up working on Icewind Dale 2 soon afterwards, though Interplay was on its last legs by this point, and Black Isle was effectively dissolved by the end of 2003. A great number of those who had worked on Planescape and Torn, including Dave Maldonado, Tim Donnelly, and many more, would find their way to Obsidian Entertainment, founded by Chris Avallone, Fergus Urquhart, and several other Black Isle veterans. Over the course of the following decade, Obsidian Entertainment, and another studio made up of Interplay refugees, Brian Fargo's In Exile, both made attempts to secure the Planescape license in pursuance of developing a sequel to Torment, though were rebuffed by Wizards of the Coast under disputed circumstances. Fargo eventually partnered with former Planescape designer Monty Cook to secure the rights for a CRPG set in Cook's Numenera setting. Announced in 2013 under the title Torment Tides of Numenera, the game would feature the return of Colin McComb as lead writer, and several other Planescape veterans in leading roles, including lead designer Adam Hine, lead artist Aaron Myers, and composer Mark Morgan. Chris Avallone would also contribute to some of the game's writing. Numenera was released in 2017, the same year as a remastered version of Planescape Torment by Beamdog Software. Chris Avallone was directly involved as a consultant on the enhanced edition, approving any revisions and helping proofread the game's dialogue. Not too long after, in 2022, Wizards of the Coast announced their intention to revive the Planescape campaign setting for Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, and in 2023 announced Planescape Adventures in the Multiverse, the first of a series of source books slated for release in October of the same year. In reporting on the announcement, few in the press failed to mention the importance of Planescape Torment in the history of the franchise. The relaunch of the Planescape setting, nearly 30 years after its original debut, thus seems a fitting time to revisit a title that was an important milestone in its history, and perhaps an even more important milestone in the history of CRPGs. So let's boot up the original Planescape Torment, and see how its gameplay and design work as both an Infinity Engine title and as an AD&D game. Like Baldur's Gate before it, Torment's mechanics are based on the AD&D 2nd edition tabletop rules. The most important building blocks of all characters in the game, including the protagonist, are thus their stats and class. Stats include strength, dexterity, constitution, intelligence, wisdom, and charisma, which has in Baldur's Gate influenced combat, dealing with NPCs, and occasionally interaction with the environment or items. And again, most regular characters in the game belong to one of numerous classes: fighters, mages, thieves, clerics, and so forth. But Torment immediately deviates from Baldur's Gate upon starting character creation, as whereas in BioWare's game the player would create their own character by choosing their race, gender, stats, class, alignment, and various cosmetic options, in Planescape the protagonist is automatically set to a human male fighter of 3rd level and neutral alignment, the Nameless One. At this stage, the only choices are to distribute stat points, not roll for them, and begin the game. Planescape is unusual in that the protagonist does not start at level 1, as in most AD&D adventures, but is, according to the developers, a being of somewhere around 25th level that has been stripped of all their powers, and will slowly regain most of them over the course of the game. These stats do, however, still have a similar effect on gameplay as in Baldur's Gate. Putting points into strength, constitution, and dexterity will ensure the protagonist is a powerful warrior, but will also limit their options later on in the game. Regardless of their choices here, the game opens with the hero awakening on a mortuary slab with no memory of their past life, and being greeted by a floating skull. Introducing himself as a sentient magical encyclopedia by the name of Mort, the skull lays out the dilemma facing the two not quite dead men. Mort explains that the two are in the city of Sigil, specifically in the depths of a building controlled by one of Sigil's 15 powerful factions, the Dustmen. This faction believe that life is an illusion and that the purpose of existence is to reach a state of what they call true death, a philosophy that would mark the deathless man out as an abomination to be destroyed. Mort recommends the two escape the mortuary and reach the streets of Sigil, either by brute force or by trickery, and he joins up with the protagonist as their first companion. Thus begins the game proper. Planescape's controls are more or less the same as those of Baldur's Gate, a point-and-click, icon-driven interface that lets the player order the party to move around, interact with NPCs and points of interest, or pick up items from the floor. Similarly, the player can access a character screen that shows all their relevant stats, an inventory that can be used to equip weapons and items, and spellbooks for priests or mages, which are of no use at this time. Planescape also features a journal, albeit a greatly expanded version of the one used in Baldur's Gate, including a diary, a quest log, an encyclopedia, and a bestiary of friends and foes. The other, rather more obvious difference between the two games is the UI. Baldur's Gate's iconic U-shaped interface, with a combat log and basic actions at the bottom, character portraits on the right, and other options on the left, is no more. Instead, there's only a single bar at the bottom of the screen, with the combat and text log removed entirely, and most of the buttons that were positioned on the left or right of the screen now crammed into an oval in the bottom right. Moreover, instead of using the on-screen interface, players can now click the right mouse button to summon a so-called two-click radial menu, which lets them pick actions, quick slots, spells, special abilities, and so on. Despite this overhaul, the basics of these actions remain the same as in Baldur's Gate. Returning to the task at hand, by rummaging through containers, some of which can be forced open, the Nameless One can find some weapons and consumables, like knives or knuckle dusters. But unlike Baldur's Gate, both the Nameless One and his companions are subject to much more specialization in terms of what gear they can use. The hero, at least as a fighter, can use the widest range of weapons, clubs, axes, maces, hammers and such, but is unable to wear conventional armor. Mort, as a floating skull, can only use his teeth, but like the Nameless One, is a semi-undead creature and can make use of certain corpse-related items, such as embalming fluid. Further on in the campaign, the hero will encounter other party members who can only use a single weapon or armor type, or even no weapons or armor at all. With some steel or dent-in bared, it's time to go looking for an escape route. Mort suggests cutting down some of the nearby zombies and searching their bodies for a key. Combat in Torment is again more or less the same as that of Baldur's Gate, a real-time, round-based system that can be paused at any time. The player will probably notice, however, that their avatar will slowly regenerate hit points after taking damage. As Mort had guessed, this ability extends into death, as even if the player is reduced to 0 hit points, he will simply revive at a nearby point of safety. In most cases, this will be the mortuary slab upon which he first awoke. The Nameless One is indeed deathless and can recover from any wound, though as he'll later discover, there are a handful of beings in Sigil and beyond with the power to undo this. After finding the key and leaving the room, the duo will have mostly free reign of this floor of the mortuary. It's no longer necessary to attack the zombies, and the only NPCs on this level are either friendly or apathetic. Talking to sentient beings will help give the Nameless One a better sense of who and what can be found in the mortuary, whilst chatting with the zombies can reveal items hidden on or in their person. Notes and journals found lying around can also give further clues as to the story or finding extra loot, whilst a few items can be utilised in minor side quests. One of these quests lets the player permanently increase their hit points, another helps convince a spy from a rival faction to disguise the hero as one of the zombie workers. This could be of particular use in the next level of the mortuary, which is heavily populated by regular dustmen. Most of these will be immediately suspicious of a walking corpse and his floating companion, and choosing the wrong option will trigger an alarm, causing most of the mortuary's inhabitants to turn hostile. It's on this floor that the player will begin to get a sense of the other ways in which Planescape differs from Baldur's Gate. Though the Forgotten Realms game did sometimes make stat, class, race, alignment, or more commonly reputation checks, usually for quest rewards, these are much more impactful in Planescape. When dealing with the Dustman, for example, a player's charisma or dexterity can make persuasion or stealthy murder viable options, whilst those players who took the time to speak to NPCs on previous floors may be able to trick the guards, to leave them be, or even aid them by referencing knowledge they acquired from their friendlier fellows. This continues down onto the ground floor, where the guards are bolstered by hulking armoured skeletons, who can easily slay the Nameless One and Mort at their current levels. With stolen Dustman robes, a silver tongue, or dropping the right names, the hero can sneak past without incident, whilst players who put points into intelligence can safely unravel the enchantments holding the skeletons together. However, likely unbeknownst to the player at this time, their choices in dealing with the Dustman are already being recorded by a higher power. Although the Nameless One's alignment begins at true neutral, this is not set for the rest of the game. Many of the player's choices will contribute points towards either a lawful or chaotic rating, as well as potentially shift them towards good or evil. These apply not only to what the player does, but the ideas he espouses in conversation with others. For example, by lying, being disingenuous, breaking vows, or even expressing skepticism towards order in both a practical and philosophical sense, the player will gain chaos points. By keeping promises, discouraging anarchy, and upholding the laws, whether those of Sigil or otherwise, they will be awarded lawful points. Although at this early stage of the game the player's alignment is unlikely to undergo a major shift, their actions are monitored throughout the rest of their adventure, and there are numerous forces that will react according to either their alignment in general, and in some cases to specific choices they've made up to that point. But as the player soon discovers, it's also their actions prior to starting the game that will influence their journey. Within the mortuary, the player can come face to face with a ghostly figure who seems to know something of the player's past. By interrogating the spirit, the player can not only learn clues as to their objective and escaping their current predicament, but also experience vivid memories of their past life, or lives, which will often grant them bonus experience points. The spirit also helps the hero recover an important power related to their party. Though Mort and the other companions the hero will encounter, or re-encounter, on their adventure do not share the Nameless One's immortality, they are spiritually linked to him, and unless killed and removed from the party, or separated by some other means, they can always be revived from death. Eventually, the player will find some means of escaping to the city slums, and find themselves free to explore Sigil's Hive district. This is where the game opens up significantly, allowing the player to wander freely around several city maps and their interiors, take on quests, and, broadly, seek out clues as to how they came to be deposited in the mortuary. In-game, Sigil is divided into roughly 6 or 7 major city locations, plus some smaller transitionary areas like the Alley of Dangerous Angles, though at this stage 2 of the largest areas, the Lower Ward and the Clerk's Ward, are not yet accessible. Though limited to Sigil's Hive for now, there's a substantial amount of content for the player to experience, including a few quests that can take them into small dungeon-like areas, such as a desecrated mausoleum. The player will also quickly learn that Sigil is a dangerous place for those who don't know what they're doing. Even in the city slums, there are a variety of dangerous situations a wanderer could stumble into, from roving thugs to a demon-trapped puzzle box to a wandering, foul-tempered Abishai. But the greatest danger of all at this stage of the game is the city's mysterious ruler, the Lady of Pain. Though the Hive is a mostly lawless area of Sigil, causing significant destruction, assaulting the Lady's servitile Dabus, or challenging the Lady directly will result in drawing her attention. The Lady is one of a tiny number of threats encountered by the player that can permanently end their quest, teleporting them away to a fiendish puzzle plane for their first transgression, and simply destroying them for their second. However, so long as the player avoids the attention of the Lady, they should be able to survive, in a manner of speaking, anything the Hive throws at them, reviving back in the depths of the mortuary. By the time the player has encountered some of these dangers, they should also have achieved their first level up. Though the Nameless One begins the game as a conventional 3rd level fighter, each time he levels up he will not only gain the usual benefits accorded to 2nd edition fighters, but will also receive extra stat points. Using these points, the player can permanently increase his original strength, dexterity, intelligence, and so on, meaning that over the course of the game he could potentially reach the maximum possible value of 25 in one or more of these stats. This benefit could also be used by the player to turn the hero from a good fighter into an exceptional one, but it could also be used to improve those statistics that are more relevant to other classes. The latter is important because, unlike in Baldur's Gate, Planescape's protagonist does not adhere to the conventions of AD&D's 2nd edition's class limitations. Rather than following the typical rule of having a fixed class, a fixed multi-class, or the ability to dual class at a higher level, the protagonist can actually change class freely, to either a thief or mage and back, so long as he can find an NPC willing to teach him. Although the game encourages class switching according to the player's desires, there is some benefit to sticking to a single class for the duration of the player's adventure. Once again, since the player does not not follow the standard rules for classes, Planescape differs slightly from Baldur's Gate in how it deals with weapon proficiencies and specialization. At levels 7 and 14, the player will gain specialization bonuses according to the class they are at that level, and will gain a double bonus if they are the same class both times. Similarly, rather than picking proficiencies at the start of the game and then adding points at level up, the player must find one of various weapon experts located around Sigil, who will train them in weapon proficiencies according to how many proficiency points they have acquired up to that point. The highest level of proficiency for double specialized fighters who want to put 5 points into a single weapon type can only be learned from a specific NPC. Which class the player chooses to play as depends on their personal choice, but will likely be influenced by whatever stat points they chose at the start of the game, as putting sufficient points into stats the player neglected during character creation can take some time, potentially all the way up to the end game. As with Baldur's Gate, the player's party could potentially be made up of all the key classes: fighters, mages, thieves, and clerics. However, unlike Baldur's Gate, there is only a tiny pool of potential companions to draw from, 7 across the entire game, and aside from Mort, only one of them can be recruited at this time. That second companion is the Githzerai Dakon, who can be found in a nearby tavern and will offer to join your quest. Whereas Mort was a straightforward brawler, Dakon is a multi-classed fighter mage who wields a unique sword and can cast not only regular spells, but also some special magic unique to his teachings. The player can also learn many things from Dakon that he could not from the Talking Skull, such as more repressed memories or the benefit of studying Dakon's unique philosophy. For the early game, the player is therefore slightly limited in his pool of potential class roles. Mort is a fighter, Dakon a fighter mage, and the hero either a fighter, mage, or thief. At this stage, there are no thief or cleric companions available. Party members do, however, have other benefits beyond their class role. Another way in which Dakon differs from Mort is that he's able to converse with the Daebus, which is particularly useful when encountering the rogue Daebus Fel. By talking to Fel, the player learns that he can adorn his flesh with tattoos of power, which can also give them stat buffs, improve their armor class, or grant a few other bonuses. Fel's parlor will also periodically be updated with new tattoos as the player progresses through the game. On the whole, the structure and makeup of Sigil's slums will be familiar to anyone who's played a CRPG before. There are gangs of thugs who can be fought for gold and experience, plenty of NPCs with side quests and small errands, various merchants and specialized shops, 2 taverns, and some spots for the party to rest so they can restore hit points, special abilities, and spells. Of course, there will also be plenty of loot, such as new weapons and accessories, restoratives, spell scrolls, and consumables that temporarily buff the player's base stats, which could be of use when interacting with specific NPCs. Another mechanic of sorts introduced in the Hive is the faction system. Sigil is technically home to 15 different factions, all of which are mentioned or appear in the game to varying degrees, but only 5 or 6 are a significant presence during the protagonist's adventure, and only a handful can actually be joined. The player's motivations for joining a faction could be philosophical, or could be out of necessity and self-interest. Later in the game, the player will encounter companions who are themselves already members of a faction, which can occasionally be of use, but for now there are only really 2 major factions open to the player. One is the Chaos Men, who will welcome a player with sufficiently high Chaos rating without too much fuss. The other is, ironically, the Dust Men, who will admit the player on the condition of a lengthy quest chain, and being careful what they say to them. One link in this chain, however, involves a character not present in the Hive. Thus, whether as part of joining the Dustmen or due to having finished their business in the Hive, the player will need to advance the main story by making their way through Ragpicker's Square and down into the Trash Warrens. Although a significant amount of Planescape is made up of large, mostly open quest hubs with a mix of many different kinds of content, there are several sequences in which the player is pushed down a more linear, usually combat-centric path, temporarily discouraged from visiting or even completely locked out of Sigil proper. The Trash Warrens and beyond are the first of these. The Warrens, for example, are one of many areas of Planescape that are loosely analogous to Baldur's Gate's dungeons. They are typically very combat-heavy and lighter on NPC interaction or other mechanics, though this varies from case to case. Some dungeon-like areas have a fairly linear main path, but also feature some optional content and side areas, or do not include as many mandatory combat encounters. Once the player is through the Trash Warrens, they'll arrive at a new hub-like area, the Buried Village. Here the player can find several useful NPCs, such as the King of Rags, Marta the Seamstress, a couple of merchants, and a number of side quests. The King of Rags is critical to the protagonist's quest to uncover their identity, and sends the party down into the Weeping Stone Catacombs. The catacombs are loosely speaking part quest hub, part dungeon complex. Although there are a large number of combat encounters here, there are also many optional side areas, some of which do not need to be visited as part of either Farad's quest nor the main storyline in general. The player's ultimate destination in this section of the game is the area known as the Drowned Nations, but they're likely to encounter a number of other quests in the process of reaching it. For example, one sub-area of the catacombs is ruled by many as one, the collective consciousness of the cranium rats that swarm the dungeons. Another is the domain of the Dead Nations, a commonwealth of sentient undead. Both sides could be allies or enemies to the player depending on their actions and abilities. Unsurprisingly, the catacombs are also home to various side areas that might house valuable artifacts or items. One of these is a mysterious, heavily trapped tomb complex that appears to have some connection to the protagonists themselves. Another is a bloody morass of dismembered corpses, where the hero can find, of all things, one of their own arms, heavily mutilated but still potentially of use to fell the tattooist. Aside from advancing the main quest, leveling up and looting items, the player can also learn a very useful skill in the catacombs: Stories Bones Tell. This ability not only lets the player converse more easily with the sentient undead, but also try to communicate with those even further along the path to oblivion, such as corpses lying around catacombs, or perhaps those half-dead creatures the hero encountered earlier in their travels. Whatever the player's actions in the catacombs, they'll eventually fulfill Farad's request, who will direct them back to Sigil and the previously inaccessible Alley of Lingering Sighs. Accompanying them will be Anna, a streetwise thief who, like Morton Dakon, has some uses beyond her class. The next section of the game is quite linear, requiring the party to make their way through a tenement building of particularly crazed Chaos Men, and then navigate the half-abandoned Alley of Sighs, though again can be tackled slightly differently depending on the player's abilities. After passing these obstacles, the second half of Sigil is open to the player. These two areas, the Lower Ward and the Clerk's Ward, are similar to the Hive in that they feature many sub-areas and a fair mix of content, but are far more densely packed with NPCs and puzzles than the Hive. Although the party may still find themselves drawn into battle, particularly if they don't watch their words around the roving squads of Harmonium enforcers, combat is a far smaller part of questing in the wards. The player continues seeking answers as to the source of their condition for the main quest, but in pursuing this goal will likely visit a number of important locations and factions in the wards, such as the Titanic Foundry of the Godsmen, the headquarters of the Society of Sensates, and the home of the wise and unfathomably powerful Master of Skulls. Some of these locations are critical to the main plot, others to side quests, and others just good sources of gear, gold, and experience. In the Curiosity Shop of the Clerk's Ward, for example, the party will find a half-demon merchant who is as happy to trade in slaves as she is powerful magical artifacts. In the crypts of Undersigil are packs of powerful experience-rich monsters. In the Sensorium Halls are strange sensory stones, which could potentially help restore more of the hero's repressed memories. And in the Tailors, there are upgraded outfits for either Anna or the second female party member found in the game. This second companion is the reformed succubus Fall from Grace, who runs the brothel of intellectual lusts in the Clerk's Ward. Fall from Grace has a number of useful abilities, being both a cleric and a demonic Tanari, but again also has value for her insights into various situations and occasionally her relationship with other NPCs. By this point, the player may also start to witness some degree of tension between different party members, which, though for now not as serious as inter-party conflict in Baldur's Gate, can affect the player's relationship with different party members depending on how they deal with these problems. These interactions are not solely a source of conflict, though, as new party members can also reveal information about the player or their existing companions, providing further dialogue options and opportunities for reward. At this point in the game, the player is also able to recruit the 5th and 6th of Torment's 7 potential companions. One, Ignis the Fire Mage, again fills a specific niche in the party, but for players specialising in magecraft has some other uses too. The other, the rogue Modron Nordum, is notable for being one of the few ranged combat specialists in the game, and utilises particularly unusual gear, including several variants of crossbow bolts. Nordum is also one of the most difficult companions to acquire, as he's stranded deep in the most difficult section of the massive extra-dimensional Modron maze. Should the party gain access to it, they'll be able to generate 3 semi-randomised dungeon layouts of progressive difficulty, with the hardest home to both Nordum and an archetypal evil wizard with unique powers. A final mechanic that will likely become evident at this point in the game is the intrusion introduction of shadow creatures. Shadows could technically be encountered earlier in the game, but will become more noticeable at this stage, spawning during nighttime or at set scripted points to hunt the player down. Initially more of a nuisance than anything else to the player, especially if travelling in a party, they can become increasingly dangerous over the course of the adventure. Although the wards contain several hours of self-contained content, some quests will send the player back to the Hive, which can now be accessed via fast travel at area transitions, or even back to the Buried Village and the Weeping Stone Catacombs. These areas, all combined, constitute perhaps 70% of the game in terms of raw content. Eventually, the player will learn that continuing their investigations into their immortality will require travelling beyond Sigil. This marks a temporary point of no return for the party, as well as a shift back to a much more rigid, linear, and combat-focused adventure. The player will be warned that upon leaving Sigil, they will not be able to return for a significant amount of time. The areas following the City of Doors can be influenced by what the player did in or took from Sigil, and can themselves influence subsequent areas. But they're otherwise quite distinct and separate from one another, one area cut off by progression to the next, and as a whole totally inaccessible to the player once they return to Sigil later on. The party will first be teleported to a small dungeon-like area, and from there to another quest hub, roughly the size and content of 2 areas of the Hive combined. Every location from this point onwards is either a dungeon or a small pseudo-hub-like area with a strong focus on combat. The combat itself will be more demanding than that of earlier areas, not only due to the player's higher level, but because they are assumed to by now have a full party of 5 or 6. Enemies in these areas thus tend to come in large packs, hit hard, and may have a few special resistances or immunities, like shrugging off magic or slashing damage. Due to their linearity, the party may also sometimes find it difficult to reach convenient spots to rest and recuperate. Though there are side quests present in these areas, they usually involve side passages or minor backtracking rather than the quasi-hub-like structure of the Buried Village and Catacombs. The party may also encounter the occasional merchant to unload loot. Despite their focus on combat and story progression, these areas do house one more notable piece of optional content, the game's final companion. Valor is a powerful warrior whose undying devotion to justice can make them a unique weapon against otherwise immortal foes, but is also the most dangerous threat to inter-party relations, and potentially the hero themselves. The player must be very careful in interacting with the Mercy Killer, as he is capable of looking deep into the player's soul and judging their guilt or innocence in various matters, not necessarily a trial an immortal, ageless amnesiac would wish to subject themselves to. Valor also has no qualms about turning his gaze towards other members of the party, and an insufficiently wise, charismatic, or quick-witted protagonist will not be able to prevent violence from breaking out. These risks do come with potential rewards beyond Valor's combat skills, however, as the hero can access further memories arising from his previous association with Valor, and a sufficiently goodly and lawful character can earn permanent bonuses from their interactions with the Spirit of Justice. The player's lengthy jaunt across the plains will eventually come to its conclusion, and they'll be deposited back in Sigil. Assuming they were thorough in their exploration of the city prior to their departure, there are still a few possible ends to be tied up arising from events in the Outer Planes. Under Sigil, for example, now has a chance to spawn more dangerous foes, who have a small chance of dropping exceptionally rare and powerful items. This is also, however, their last opportunity to experience Sigil before the endgame. The final area of the game is primarily a trial of the player, rather than the party's abilities, and is thus influenced by the protagonist's current stats and skills, which items they carry on their person, their current alignment, and in general what information they have gleaned about themselves and their adversary over the course of the game. Depending on the player's combat skills, this final location may involve either a significant amount of combat or a fair bit of time spent evading enemies, but at least one battle is mandatory, as is a lengthy discussion with several NPCs that could result in more battles, or could result in enormous benefits for the player, potentially boosting their experience level dramatically. At the end of this sequence, the player will finally meet the source of their misery, and engage in a fateful battle that could just as easily test their mind, body, or soul.
Well, it's appropriate then that my first question before we get into introductions and things like that is, Chris Avallone, lead designer of Planescape Torment, was it really that good?
I thought it was a good interactive narrative experience. I don't know if it was necessarily the best role-playing game that it could have been.
Looking at how Torment was advertised, you can't help but notice that looming large was the presence of Baldur's Gate, the game to which Black Isle owed Torment's engine, and perhaps its very existence. For the Torment team, this relationship was more one of convenience than direct inspiration, in having a mostly completed engine set up and ready for use. Had BioWare signed the Infinity engine with Westwood or Surtech, as was being negotiated at the time, we may well have gotten Planescape PSX or Planescape Stonekeep instead. The Torment team were not trying to create a spin-off or semi-sequel to Baldur's Gate, just use it as a framework for their own ideas. But the final product can't be viewed without reference to BioWare's game, as it not only provided the engine, but also most of the basic mechanics utilised in Planescape, and was received by critics and consumers at the time as a continuation of the, as Interplay put it, Baldur's Gate engine franchise, or as we see it now, the Infinity engine series. The most significant difference between the two titles is that when Baldur's Gate entered development, its original goal, according to BioWare, was as a spiritual successor to SSI's classic gold box games, specifically Pools of Radiance and its numerous sequels and offshoots. Turn-based, tactical, party-driven, and meant to faithfully adapt the rules of the tabletop game, those older titles were supposed to be tabletop AD&D adventures in computerized form. Although BioWare's original intent was subverted somewhat by the contemporaneous influence of real-time strategy games and the opportunities afforded by increasing production values, part of the core of Baldur's Gate was nevertheless parties, role-playing, exploration, and tactical combat. Role-playing can mean different things to different people. To some gold box fans, this refers to adhering to the tabletop rules, but to some fans of the Black Isle and BioWare era, it was more in the sense of player choice, reactivity, and immersion. Despite sharing the same engine as Baldur's Gate, Planescape was, to my knowledge, never intent on achieving anything remotely similar to the gold box experience. Fergus Urquhart has said what he envisioned when he set the last Rites project in motion was nothing like what it ended up as, but I don't think he's ever elaborated on that. Perhaps he thought Planescape would be, well, Baldur's Gate in the planes, with some minor twist on the base game in mechanics or tone, though the 97 design doc at least indicates that if Planescape shared anything with Baldur's Gate, it was its interest in role-playing, but in the BioWarean sense, and in the party, but as interesting and lifelike characters, not in the context of AD&D parties or gameplay mechanics. The other vision points, to be beautiful, to be a power fantasy, to break cliches and so forth, have limited applicability to the gold box games or Baldur's Gate. There are some things in the vision document we'll talk about later on in the video, but in terms of hitting its design goals, how did Last Rites do? It's a tough question since many of these are too vague to be worth trying to evaluate, but there are definitely specific gameplay points the designers wanted to cover. Reactivity is one, but we'll come back to that in the story and role-playing section, where it's arguably more relevant. Information-driven quests is a pretty clear one, and certainly something we can look at. A living world with specific reference to routines and the world developing independently of the player is another worth considering, as is forcing the player to fend for themselves, advanced artificial intelligence that gives party members real quirks, breaking conventions, and letting the player choose their own playstyle. But I don't think any of these can really be used as a leading reference point for comparing the team's vision with the reality of the final product. Which one of these earned Planescape its place of pride in CRPG history? Well, none of them, really. In fact, one or two almost seem to directly contradict what Guido Henkel was saying in interviews prior to the game's release. It's not all that controversial to say that Planescape is remembered for its writing, not its gameplay, even if there's overlap in certain areas. Chris Avallone has admitted as much, as has Dan Spitzley, as has Fergus Urquhart, and Guido Henkel has gone so far as to say it probably doesn't even matter whether the game's shortcomings had been addressed or not, as the appeal of Planescape is overwhelmingly in its depth, by which we know he meant not its combat. No review of Torment can fail to mention that this aspect of the game is widely considered its weakest. Chris Avallone has directed or designed a number of CRPGs, but fairly or not, he's undoubtedly better known for his storytelling, and not so much his grasp of combat mechanics.
Kick the wolf, Virgil. Kick the wolf. Anyway, I think that is going to end this session of playthrough for today.
A common refrain is that Planescape Torment is worth playing for its writing and not for its combat, but that at the same time its weak combat is merely a triviality. Adam Hines stated in one retrospective that Torment's combat was merely, quote, tacked on because it was expected in an RPG. End quote. He's certainly not the only member of the development team to claim that Torment's combat is there not because the team wanted it in there, but simply because combat was expected of a CRPG. It's not a particularly surprising revelation. Had Torment been marketed as an adventure game, or perhaps in modern parlance, a narrative RPG, its sales would probably have been considerably worse. Speaking for myself, I certainly wouldn't have bought that kind of game back in '99. Some have gone so far as to argue that Torment would have been better had it been designed as a real adventure game, or an interactive narrative with virtually no combat at all. Which is fine, but the fact remains that's not what it is. Matt Barton describes Planescape as more than just a hack and slash. And that statement is 95% true. It is more than just a hack and slash. But it is nevertheless still a hack and slash. Whatever the circumstances behind it, Torment is a combat-heavy game, and combat is frequently hoisted on the player without alternative options, unless one counts running away a lot. Some sections of the game, particularly after the player leaves Sigil, are just very shallow dungeon crawls, little different to lazier parts of Baldur's Gate or Icewind Dale, but minus the tactical combat, trap hunting, or interesting loot. As a mandatory but unwelcome part of gameplay, combat could certainly be worse. I mean, it could be turn-based, or even, God forgive me, a blobber. Or would that be worse? An alternative perspective on Torment is that its combat is indeed abominable, but also that this shortcoming is the direct result of either the Infinity engine, with its routing in real-time with pause gameplay, or of using the AD&D mechanics. The former argument is directly related to the combat mechanics. The latter, however, is a broader criticism of not only combat, but also of the system itself, class roles, stat-driven systems, and character progression. Some opponents of the Infinity engine suggest Planescape's combat would have been far better for using a more faithful turn-based adaptation of the AD&D rules, whereas other critics bemoan the use of AD&D in the first place. I think both complaints are undermined by a closer look at the game's development, and the problems arising thereof. It's important to keep in mind two key admissions by Torment's designers. Firstly, Henkel's statement that the team tried to back away from the typical CRPG focus on combat, and that he encouraged the team in their attempts to incorporate more adventure game-esque elements. Second, Avalon's admission, as we heard earlier on, that the team simply didn't pay all that much attention to combat in the first place. These statements are not that surprising to anyone who's played Torment, but they are a little odd in light of the 97 Vision statement. Although the document doesn't talk about tactical combat or anything like that, it does frequently reference violence, weapons, and the spells. Still, what you notice about these references is that they center on how weird, destructive, and gory the combat would be, not on mechanics or anything like that. It seems reasonable to speculate that Team Torment were banking on the inherent wackiness of tearing out your eyes and throwing them at people, or ripping off an arm and using it as a club, as well as the overall production values, to make Last Rites combat entertaining. Henkel mentioned that, as producer, he discouraged what he felt was the gratuitous violence of the design doc, and we know from Donnelly that the gore was toned down a little at some point in development, probably later on than the Henkel incident. It does therefore line up that the Torment team paid little attention to the actual combat mechanics and focused instead on the distraction of using your own severed limbs as weapons, or the glorious spectacle of the spell effects. When the former was removed or sidelined, the latter wasn't enough to stand on its own. What's important about Henkel and Avalon's admissions is that they show that whether Torment was real-time with pause or turn-based, AD&D or otherwise, really doesn't matter in the slightest. The team simply didn't put much work into the combat mechanics in the first place, so there's pretty much no combat system that would have improved Torment. Combat wasn't a priority during development, and I think most would agree the consequences of that are clear. Still, it's worth considering what exactly is wrong with Torment's combat as it stands in the final product. It was using Baldur's Gate's system, a game that earned accolades for its tactical combat. So what went wrong? Well, remember again that for the bulk of its development, Torment was being made alongside Baldur's Gate, not on top of it. In fact, I think when Torment entered development, Baldur's Gate was still called Forgotten Realms or Iron Throne or something. Recall that the spell system, for example, was not yet fully incorporated into the Infinity engine, and was coded for Torment by Black Isle themselves. It's possible the Torment team couldn't really use Baldur's Gate's combat, as it stands in in the final product at least, as a reference point until late 97 or early 98, when BioWare's game shipped and Fergus Urquhart took a greater role in development. If you look at Baldur's Gate and Torment side by side, the problem of the latter is, to a very limited degree, small differences in the basic mechanics, but to a far greater extent in encounter design and how it intersects with character progression and party composition. Baldur's Gate opens with a character of any class at level 1, but assuming the player is roughly following the standard path, they will soon gain a thief, and perhaps within an hour or two of playtime be joined by a multi-classed fighter thief and a mage. Not too long after that, they'll fill out their party with a fighter and a druid. And even if the player wandered off in a random direction at the start of the game, there are enough companions scattered around Baldur's Gate, at 20-something if I recall, that they'll bumble into a few sooner or later. So within, let's say, an hour or two of booting up Baldur's Gate, there's a fair chance the player is running with a full party of 6, probably with a good range of class roles, fighters, thieves, and various spellcasters. Now compare that to Torment. The player starts as a fighter, is joined by another fighter, granted one with a single special ability, and will spend quite a bit of time with a party of 2 fighters. Eventually, they should find a low-level fighter mage, and perhaps class switch the protagonist to a mage or thief. They then spend several hours of playtime, including many combat-oriented sequences, with this small, low-level, and likely fighter-centric party. It's not until much later that they gain a 4th party member, a thief, and perhaps a couple of hours after that finally have the opportunity to grab a cleric and a mage, though that's assuming they even know where to go. So for a great chunk of Torment's early to mid-game, they're playing with a reduced and probably hamstrung party, lacking important roles like a cleric. There is some merit to criticisms of Infinity Engine and computerized AD&D combat in this case. Even Baldur's Gate was designed around rounded and well-balanced parties, not a single hero or an extra companion or two. In Baldur's Gate there was a great variety of enemies to encounter, from swarms of low-level critters vulnerable to area of effect spells and morale breaks, to single hulking ogres, to solo spellcasters, to enemy parties. There was also a critical role to play for healers, mages, and thieves, both in combat and out. In Torment, enemy packs are overwhelmingly handfuls of identical hand-to-hand fighters like thugs, ghouls, guardsmen, and later on demonic fauna with, at best, some special resistances. The concept of the cranium rats, whose spellcasting abilities are dependent on strength of numbers, is an interesting idea but doesn't translate to remarkably different gameplay. And specific class roles are not as critical to party composition as in Baldur's Gate or Icewind Dale. The importance of spellcasters, healers, or thieves is markedly lower in Torment. In combat, dispelling magic, protective spells, and backstabbing are all pretty redundant. And out of combat, the Nameless One is immune to poisons, regenerates, and can resurrect companions himself, leaving lockpicking as the only major important class skill, and only where the Nameless One isn't a high-strength fighter who can break open locks with a crowbar, or a very patient mage with knock. But these problems are also exacerbated by differences between BioWare and Black Isle's games in the basics of combat. In Baldur's Gate, fighters and to a much lesser extent spellcasters had a range of options available to them. Different weapon types, two-handed versus sword and board, ranged versus melee and the like. The limitations of Torment's art budget and closer camera meant that party members in Torment were limited to pretty much one role in combat. As mentioned earlier, Avalon has cited the Final Fantasy games as a model for the team's workaround, the idea of party members specializing in specific weapons. Debating the merits of this approach is a whole other topic, but merely comparing, say, the contemporaneous Final Fantasy VII to Planescape Torment, you see cracks in this strategy. Firstly, whilst Final Fantasy also introduced party members at a fairly slow pace, there was still more scope for customization than in Torment. The difference between close combat and ranged party members was more relevant, for example, and the materia system also meant that individual characters could be assigned specific roles beyond the basics of healing and fighting. We might even concede a point to turn-based critics in noting that the quasi-turn-based active time battle system meant individual actions had more weight, so a party member could also be assigned responsibility for item usage when they had nothing else to do in that battle. As the game progressed, other interesting factors came into play, such as the steal or enemy skill abilities, which also added a twist to encounters. And later, more complicated combinations of materia meant that despite the apparent simplicity of battles, players could tweak their party composition in quite creative ways. Critics of AD&D might argue that Torment was hobbled by class restrictions here, but I don't think that's accurate. accurate. They made a cursory effort at giving otherwise straightforward classes special abilities, and there was nothing in the rules preventing them from giving individual party members more varied options. The problem was, again, a lack of time, effort, and resources assigned to this challenge. It's not until very late in the adventure, when the party is almost assuredly made up of 6 characters with some magic functionality, that encounter design becomes a bit more complicated. But even at this point, many hours into the game, it struggles to match early to mid-game encounters in Baldur's Gate, and again relies too heavily on massed close combat specialists with not enough magic using enemies. Even when the party do battle spellcasters, they don't seem as dangerous or tactically layered as in the first Baldur's Gate, let alone the second. Partly this is probably due to the fact that casting times are much shorter in Planescape, so there's less opportunity for random disruption, but it also seems that both crowd control and defensive spells are not as effective in Torment. Spells like Invisibility, Mirror Image, Sleep, Monster Summon, and Horror could be game-changing in Baldur's Gate, whereas in Planescape enemy spellcasters are mostly glass cannon types. Could this simplicity be a deliberate choice, arising from the fact, as per the Vision document, that the player's control over their party was supposed to be subject to certain limitations? The 97 paper repeatedly mentions character-specific AI causing them to act independently in ways that might not be in the player's interest, like going berserk and randomly charging a racial enemy, or waiting until the hero was at 25% health and then stabbing them in the back. That's certainly an interesting alternative to the Gold Box or Baldur's Gate approach, and one other games have attempted with mixed success, but there's not much evidence of this in Planescape unless one counts terrible pathfinding. There's no bumping feature found in later Infinity Engine games, party members forgetting your commands, and just generally lacking the advanced party scripting present in Baldur's Gate. It probably became obvious pretty early on that this advanced artificial intelligence was not going to live up to the Vision doc, and I doubt hobbling combat was an intentional design choice at any point. As Fergus Urquhart has said, by 1999, Black Isle knew that combat was not one of Planescape's strengths, and tried to improve it whilst likely hoping the improved animations and spell effects would paper over this shortcoming. Based on contemporary reviews, they were only at best partially successful in this, and the problem has only become worse over time. I don't think there's a single retrospective out there telling people to play Torment for its combat. We thus have a significant portion of Torment's gameplay widely considered, at worst, an albatross, and at best, an irrelevance. To what degree does that intrude on Torment's dialogue and adventure-oriented gameplay? Putting aside the specific pros and cons of combat, the general pacing and balance of combat versus, let's say, interactive adventure gaming is awkward. Torment's opening, the Mortuary, is unusually dense in alternative approaches to hack and slash compared to the rest of the game. There is not one, but 2 different disguises, a mechanic that, off the top of my head, is never used again in the adventure, both with unique art assets for the protagonist. There are skill checks for both mentally and physically primed heroes. There are investigative elements in learning information from friendly NPCs that can be used when approached by guards. There is a special application for certain items, such as the crowbar being especially effective at forcing containers, or the Tome of Bone and Ash being used to dismantle giant skeletons. Nowhere else in the game is this amount of interactive content present. At best, a couple of areas have 1 or 2 alternatives, and there is some variety to quest outcomes. I think there's probably a couple of reasons for this. One is that the Mortuary was originally designed as a standalone demo area, not necessarily part of the main game, and thus was meant to represent as wide a range of options as possible from across the entire campaign. Second, Chris Avallone has implied in a couple of streams that the Mortuary was a victim of over-iteration. That is to say, because the area was one of the earliest areas created, and playtested for so long, the designers quickly got bored and believed they had to keep adding some new spin to keep it interesting, forgetting that for the player this would be the first time they encountered that content. The 3 floors of the Mortuary are thus packed with interactions and unique mechanics that are not particularly necessary regardless of the player's character build, and not really representative of the options available to the player in other sequences of the game. The first open part of Planescape, the Hive, is certainly a bit lighter on different mechanics compared to the Mortuary, though features a roughly equal balance between NPC interaction and fighting. Whether that balance is a positive thing depends on the player. For example, when Planescape's demo build was sent out in '99, some previews complained that the Hive was too heavy on fetch quests. Yet in the final game, these maps were also criticised for their abundance of respawning thugs that randomly go hostile and interfere with the player's exploration. Fetch quests were already a criticism of RPGs in the late 90s, and a number of tasks given by the residents of the Hive do two seem to fall into this category. One, for the mage trainer, is quite self-referential about this. All the same, for many, the strength of Torment's gameplay is its sometimes adventure-esque side quests, which in some cases involve several different stages spread out across multiple areas and NPCs. It's around the middle of the game, when the player gains access to the lower and clerks wards, that these can get particularly heavy. There's often a tremendous emphasis on dialogue in these. In the Brothel of Intellectual Lusts, for example, the player could potentially spend an hour doing nothing but talking to NPCs. When you are forced to leave, it's not to go off on a quest per se, but to search the ward for some other item or NPC and return to the brothel again. There is no combat to this sequence, no puzzles really, despite it ostensibly centering around an investigation, no environmental interaction unless you count talking to a transmogrified sex offender. But for a good number of players, sections like this are by far the highlight of Torment. They're an opportunity to immerse oneself in the writing and world building of Planescape, to learn about the fascinating lives of artificial men and women, quarrelling lovers and exotic cultures. These players are quite pleased by the fact that for potentially several hours of game time, the Nameless One might not raise his weapon at all. The Sensates Hall, in particular the Sensoriums, are another very good example of the gameplay typical of Torment's midpoint. There are lecturers and philosophers who can be heckled or interrogated, and several dozen sensory stones that disgorge paragraph upon paragraph of prose, and on rare occasions something practical. It would be unfair to argue that these elements are completely disconnected from the gameplay, as they are integrated into the game's core mechanics. Charisma, wisdom, or intelligence might affect responses to NPCs, or the hero's ability to make important observations, whilst the player class, their strength or dexterity, inventory checks and such can also influence things. And there are clear benefits to the player, experience points, items and the like, as rewards for engaging with them. But it's undeniable they constitute a very different and perhaps less interactive form of gameplay than combat. The brothel, for example, is mostly talking to person A, who tells you to talk to person B and C, who might tell you to talk to D, who then reveals new information about A, opening up a new dialogue option. The sensory stones involve clicking the stone, clicking through the paragraphs of text, and maybe, if you're lucky, clicking an unexpected option related to a specific memory. And the skill checks are also mostly automatic. Whilst not specifically labelled as such, you can often tell an extra option is the result of your higher mental stats, for example. The extent to which skill checks should involve player agency is a difficult question. I would certainly prefer to formulate an argument or solve a riddle myself, but this could conflict with the idea of stat-based gameplay versus skill-based gameplay in CRPGs. What's the point of making an intelligent character if I can make a stupid one and figure out the answer anyway? But the net result is that though Planescape's non-combat gameplay is perceived through the lens of an adventure game, it doesn't have the interactivity of an adventure game. Where the player comes in is, at best, in possibly figuring out that a particular NPC or previously unexplored area might have a newfound relevance, without being told so by the game. So technically speaking, this is all gameplay, but any engagement on the player's part comes mostly from whether they're interested in reading more text, which, in fairness, a lot of people who enjoyed Planescape are. But it doesn't involve a lot of participation from the player, they're led around by the nose. The original Vision doc talked about information-driven quests, which I suppose is true in that, well, there's a lot of information to read, and advancing quests often relies on first acquiring information from another source. But the sense in which it's written in the Vision doc of information as currency, as the player being careful with what he reveals, in bartering for information the opposite side wants, is underplayed. It's used in a relatively inconsequential manner in a handful of quests, and is only a genuinely serious concern in a short section towards the end of the game involving demons and devils. I appreciate it's there at all, but it's not used extensively enough to redeem the otherwise cavalier attitude to information as currency displayed throughout the rest of the game's interactions. In most cases, an NPC gives you information, you dutifully head back to a previous NPC and pick the new dialogue option for a reward. Again, you're not actively thinking about how to wield this information, you just pass it along like a baton runner because the game says so. It was interesting to read Avalone, McComb and Henkel mention two of Torment's proposed but never greenlit features: the text parser and the Dabus translation minigame. Both of these would have made Torment's non-combat mechanics more interactive, the first forcing players to think about what they wanted to ask, and the second as a more conventional, gamified system. As indie CRPG darling Jeff Vogel pointed out the year after Planescape's release, a computer game should aspire to be more than a book with pretty animated pictures, adding that Planescape was, in that sense, quote, Still the same old thing, still going through the motions of someone else's story. I don't want to see your movie, I want to make my own. In the Vision doc, there was a lot of talk about the player being able to play the way they wanted, to shape the game to fit their playstyle, but Planescape feels like a game designed around players who want to read a lot of text, click on every object, and exhaust every dialogue option, and it punishes players who don't. The sensory stones are painfully boring to anyone who isn't taken by the writing, yet there's a strong incentive to go through each and every one of them, since you never know if there's some reward within. The same is true of the dialogue. Whether you care about an NPC's life story or not, the average player will quickly learn that picking through all the options could trigger a new quest, a repressed memory, or some other benefit. Planescape's implementation of experience gained through dialogue quickly became a bit of a running joke, in particular the notorious 1 million XP for a dialogue option near the endgame. Thus, the wards section of Planescape can be one of its greatest strengths, or bring the game to a screeching halt depending on the player. Some comments by developers indicate that they do regret not having balanced certain parts of the game more thoroughly in terms of mixing dialogue or fetch quests with combat. I think Dave Maldonado, who designed I believe most of the Clerk's Ward, has pointed this out. I do wonder exactly how the wards ended up so skewed in the first place. One possibility is that they expected players to revisit the Weeping Catacombs after reaching the ward, as several quests, one forced on you immediately, do relate to items and locations back down there, but a thorough player will already have obtained everything they need from the catacombs in their first visit, so it strikes me as either unlikely or ill-judged this would break up the non-combat sequences when you got to the Clerk's Ward. Alternatively, one might speculate that the Modron maze was meant to be tackled in between some of the ward content, since the loot earned within would help pay for the many expensive quest-related items bought from the Curiosity Shop. But the maze was also described as a secret area in old Black Isle posts, and a new player might never even access it during their playthrough. Similarly, the Under-Sigil map, which is simply a dumping ground for copy-pasted packs of monsters, might have had a similar purpose. The problem is that, first of all, from what I've read, this area was only added because Kenneth Lee thought it would be cool to have a Final Fantasy-esque mega dungeon somewhere, not because it was originally incorporated into the game's pacing. Secondly, it's not actually all that important to the wards. Off the top of my head, and I could be wrong, there are no quests that involve going down there, and the loot isn't all that great either unless you revisit it in the endgame and get a lucky drop. So I'm not sure how conscious Black Isle were of the fact that many players could be ploughing through literally hours of dialogue and jogging across the wards without a single fight. Surely these areas were play-tested. I think either Dave Maldonado or Adam Hine did later admit they should have interspersed more dialogue-heavy parts of Planescape with battles. But again, we have to keep in mind that doing so would have actually made the game worse for some players, who didn't like the combat and preferred the parts of the game that minimized it. This is one of the reasons that the post-wards pacing of Planescape is also heavily criticized, albeit often for the opposite reasons. Cursed and Beyond aren't as unbalanced in combat and adventure content as the wards, but do lean heavily enough on the former that they can feel like the flip side of the karmic coin. If you complained about the lack of combat in the wards, here's several hours of pseudo-dungeon crawling shoved down your throat. It doesn't help that, as mentioned before, Planescape's encounter design never really evolves past the trash warrens. From Cursed onwards, packs of melee enemies with no special abilities except magic or weapon resistances. Although staggered with NPCs and important revelations in the story, the latter half or late game of Planescape is quite linear and very much hack and slash. I've read different explanations of this from various members of the team. Not too long after release, some comments from developers explained that this was intentional, that the design of Planescape's second half was meant to reflect the trajectory of the narrative, to propel players through a series of short but exciting crescendo events and into the finale. However, in later interviews, such as Avalon's Beamdog stream and elsewhere, it was admitted that the Torment team had lavished considerable attention on the parts of the game set in Sigil, but as a consequence neglected or streamlined the plane hopping sections that came afterwards. Avalon's explanation seems more plausible based on the final product. These areas seem emptier and less meticulously designed than the wards, yet still take up a considerable amount of the game's length, and don't seem like they were intentionally paced this way. Scott Warner has also stated that several areas of Cursed only made it into the game thanks to the extra 3 weeks of development the team gained in November 1999, after lying to Interplay about the server crash. This skewed pacing means that Planescape punishes Baldur's Gate fans, hack and slash fans, adventure fans, and story fans all at once. A game featuring extended periods of tedious tedious, text-bloated fetch quests, alongside mindless, shallow, and linear dungeon crawling sequences. Adam Hine, Colin McComb, and several other members of the team have stated that Cursed would ideally have been a larger city-scale location with a proper balance of fighting and dialogue, and McComb wishes that Beator had featured abyssal politics instead of just battles, and perhaps in the vein of his original idea for the Hells in Planescape PSX. Of course, Torment's design doc had more specific goals than just the broad concepts of combat and role-playing. The most obvious was the idea that Avalon first pitched to Marco Green, the idea of flipping CRPG conventions on their head by making dying part of the core gameplay mechanics. Avalon has said that the team's aim here, besides the inherent novelty value, was to solve the problem of reloading in CRPGs, to remove gamified features that encouraged the player to lose or consciously reverse all the progress they had made, of which dying and reloading was the most overt case. This key design point survived all the way from Avalon's original interview in '95 to the release of Torment in December '99, and was reiterated continuously in marketing and press coverage. Unfortunately, I don't think it ended up being as revolutionary or interesting as was originally intended, and for many reasons. Firstly, the concept of dying as a mechanic that is beneficial to the player was wildly exaggerated. Going from memory, there's maybe one relatively short puzzle in Torment where you have to die to progress, and the game tells you to do so anyway. This might have been a delightful novel twist at the time. I honestly don't recall how I originally felt about it, but in the end it's just a gimmick. Similarly, you can break your own neck, earn a reward by letting a jaded hedonist murder you, or ask someone to disembowel you and look for loot. But these are all preset, unique dialogue options, not a real gameplay mechanic. What is, however, is the player's immortality in general. Death appears to inflict no penalties on the player, at worst teleporting them a few loading screens away, and in some cases respawning you in literally the exact same area. The most difficult enemy in the entire game can be beaten by, figuratively speaking, smashing your own skull into a brick wall enough times that the wall breaks. But is this such an improvement over simply reloading the game? Players reload not just because they hit a game over, but also because they feel they could have done better, achieved a better outcome in a conversation, won a fight without wasting all their health potions, or saved themselves some time after wandering too far in the wrong direction. Making the player immortal doesn't really affect any of those. I frequently found myself reloading in Planescape simply because I was lazy, and would rather start a fight from the beginning than respawn at the mortuary and run all the way back to where I died. How lenient a game should be on the player in this context is a long-running debate in CRPGs and elsewhere. Some advocate fixed save points because it forces the player to approach, say, danger or resource management in a different way to how they would if they knew they could rely on quick loads. Immortality could, for example, be used to encourage the player to live with the consequences of their decisions. One of my favourite parts of strategy games, for example, is when something disastrous happens, like losing a decisive battle and the consequences of that ripple outwards, changing the campaign in unexpected but exciting ways. I think I blathered on about this in another video, but it's still relevant here because the problem is that that sort of experience relies on emergent gameplay. Wait, come back, it's not a buzzword. On the emergent possibilities of failure generating new and interesting opportunities for gameplay. The Vision Doc's reference to a living world, with routines and such, is a fairly rudimentary manifestation of this, but even that feature seems to have been scaled back from its original intent. Sigil certainly does not develop independently of the player, and it's vanishingly rare for the player to return to a previously visited area and witness significant changes. This is especially disappointing when the player finally returns to the city after visiting the other realms. Immortality doesn't work in Planescape because in that context, Planescape is an almost completely linear experience. Though the Vision Doc and marketing promised that dying would result in alternative outcomes to situations, that's very rarely the case in Torment because each time it does happen, an NPC acknowledging that they'd killed you just a few hours ago, for example, it needs to be consciously designed from scratch. There's really no reason not to just reload, just as I would in any other CRPG. Now, Avalon has admitted that this broad goal, removing the player's incentive to reload, also fell short for other reasons, citing, for example, the fact that the hero and their companions still utilize randomized hit point gains upon leveling up, encouraging reloading until you get the best roll. Some critics will again point to the AD&D rules as the perpetrator here, but I'm skeptical. It was repeatedly stated Black Isle had plenty of leeway on Torment's mechanics, and I sincerely doubt randomized hit point point gain was the one thing TSR or Wizards of the Coast mandated remain in place. Nobody stopped Black Isle from adding magic chocolates or replaceable body parts, again features that seem unconventional but don't actually deviate in the slightest from standard CRPG mechanics. So I think from a tonal or narrative perspective, the hero's immortality is certainly important, but as a gameplay mechanic I don't think it was all that consequential, and the general goal to disincentivize reloading was also not really achieved. So, to recap, Torment was marketed to not only Infinity Engine fans drawn in by Baldur's Gate, an epic, sprawling adventure driven by tactical combat, but at the same time as an utterly alien, plane-hopping power fantasy that defied conventions. When it was released, what players got was one half of the wordiest adventure game ever made, and one half of a hack-and-slash dungeon crawl without the traps, loot, or good combat. This really should, by all rights, have been a crippling or even catastrophic release for Black Isle, a warning to future designers not to stretch your ambitions too thinly across different playstyles. But in actuality, that's not what happened. As Guido Henkel pointed out, the game's writing alone made Torment's negatives a near irrelevance for many fans. Besides, although it's almost universally agreed that Torment's combat isn't very good, that hardly makes it an anomaly in the annals of classic CRPGs. Games like Baldur's Gate and the Gold Box series are actually somewhat unusual for making tactical combat a major attraction. This is certainly not the case with many other CRPGs, including those also based on the AD&D rule set. It was often the sense of progression, the character building, the interactivity, the exploration, or some other element that made many CRPGs popular within their niche. And Diablo's appeal as an accessible action RPG was enough of a novelty that it almost instantly spawned a new subgenre. Plenty of people disliked Torment's combat, but not enough that it ruined the whole game. But we should also keep in mind that word I mentioned earlier, niche. It's easy to forget in the whirlwind of critical success that followed Planescape and in its eventual immortalization that Planescape commercially only did okay.
Planescape Torment, when it launched, did not sell incredibly well.
A game's sales figures aren't just some abstraction, they represent how many people actually bought and played Planescape in the first place, and despite being cited as an influence by many other developers, Planescape's role as a model for future CRPGs has to be viewed in this context. As Guido Henkel noted, one of the games cited as having saved Western role-playing games in the late 90s was Diablo, a claim that might prompt howls of derision from some, but the fact is Diablo sold well and other developers would copy it for many years afterwards. Diablo clones were a distinct and healthy subgenre for a while. There's no such thing as a Planescape clone. Nor, it seems, did Torment's designers want to see such an outcome. But it's an important reminder of the limits of the game's reach, considering that the game was made on a fair budget and was meant to be enjoyed by a wider audience than it did. It's instructive to go back in time and revisit Dan Spitzley's July 1999 dev post on the Torment website, where he talks about the merits of PC RPGs versus console RPGs, by which he broadly meant CRPGs versus JRPGs. Spitzley covered a lot of the main pros and cons: exploration versus curated linearity, character generation versus preset cast, tabletop world building versus cinematic storytelling, and so on. That post was a reflection of insecurities in the CRPG community at the time, the concern that traditional PC role-playing games and tabletop-inspired design was being supplanted by the more accessible, and by that point clearly more lucrative model being pioneered by Japanese studios. A few Western studios even tried their hand at copying that model. Unsurprisingly, Torment was quite frequently compared to a JRPG at the time of release, both positively and for many years after, in unflattering internet memes. But if Spitzley were to write that post today, I wouldn't be surprised if the JRPG received a narier mention. In an earlier dev post he made in April of that year, he had pondered the issue of whether CRPGs were capable of achieving real mainstream success. One point he raised was the very problem that we've talked about here, that of combat. Spitzley argued that the seemingly indissoluble relationship between CRPGs and combat merited re-examination, that conflict and character progression could be represented in other ways, such as diplomatic or rhetorical contests. Spitzley was proven somewhat oracular popular in his prediction, because 20 years later, a common criticism flung at Planescape is not that it's too close to a JRPG, but to a role-playing visual novel, in the vein of Disco Elysium or Josh Sawyer's Penitent. CRPGs of the latter type seem to represent a convergence of solutions to two major challenges from Torment. Criticisms of Torment's dialogue-driven, adventure-style gameplay as uninteractive or divorced from the gameplay were addressed, in theory, by adopting the Spitzlerian approach, integrating role-playing gameplay mechanics into the dialogue. Similarly, criticisms of Planescape's combat as constituting mere ceremonial obeisance to conventional CRPG design were addressed, by removing combat. But this again comes back to Spitzley's concerns as to the mainstream penetration of CRPGs and the issue of sales figures. Whilst the role-playing visual novel sort of game could appeal to a different audience to conventional CRPGs, it should also be taken into account that both Disco Elysium and Penitent were fairly modest productions. Not indie games in that sense, but still quite limited in scope compared to Torment. Although exact figures are sketchy, a figure of around $2 million was given for Torment's development, before marketing, a project that encompassed many salaried coders, artists and designers, Hollywood audio techs and such. One of the reasons Planescape was compared to JRPGs was because it tried to mimic the potentially ruinous production costs of a game like Final Fantasy VII on a relatively modest budget. But role-playing visual novels jettisoned elements of Torment not just because they wanted to, but because they had to. Trying to make an all-rounder like Planescape Torment would be an expensive proposition today. At the time, the debate over CRPG versus JRPG was predicated on the belief that whichever direction was taken, both approaches would be expansive, epic, and to various extents financially well supported, with good storytelling, good writing, large game worlds, and good combat. But modern tensions over CRPGs becoming visual novels occur in the context of CRPGs being chopped up and distributed across even narrower niches in design. For one game to be almost exclusively about tactical combat, another focused only on narrative reactivity, and so forth. So to say that Disco Elysium or Penitent represent the evolution of Planescape is not quite accurate. Rather, they burrowed further into the adventure or dialogue-driven aspects of CRPGs at the expense of the rest. A fairer citation would be Torment's own self-proclaimed spiritual successor, Tides of Numenera, which feels like a response to many of the criticisms we've mentioned so far. Like Planescape, the reasonably well-budgeted Numenera seems very focused on its writing, but tries to approach combat and the crucial combat dialogue balance in a different way, rather than to sideline one or the other. Tide's solution to this was in part similar to the Spitzlerite model, to integrate non-combat, or more precisely non-violent interaction more closely into the gameplay and character mechanics. But it also reduced the amount of mandatory combat encounters and consolidated the nearly endless packs of copy-pasted enemies from Planescape into fewer but more decisive battles. This would, in theory, please both critics of the mere presence of combat in Planescape, but also those who merely took issue with the mechanics and encounter design. The approach received a mixed response. Some actually preferred the more straightforward, palate-cleansing real-time hack-and-slash of Planescape, and found Numenera's turn-based combat monotonous, but we won't get into the details here. Wait for my Tides of Numenera retrospective in, approximately 14 years. The important point is that Numenera gives us a glimpse into alternatives to the Planescape conundrum that don't involve chopping it up entirely and merely refining one or two specific parts of the experience. We'll end our analysis of Planescape's gameplay on that note, an ambitious attempt to incorporate multiple conflicting attractions of role-playing games, and one that certainly didn't end in disaster, but did suffer enough shortcomings that CRPG designers are still wrestling with the same problems today. Besides, one area that's not considered a shortcoming on Black Isle's part is the artistic and technological craftsmanship they displayed in Torment. When the Planescape campaign setting hit shelves in 1994, the role of its cover art and illustrations can hardly be overstated. But Torment was to go beyond this, to let players explore the streets and spires of Sigil, to watch its people go about their business and hear the hammering of the Dabus, the chant of the Dustman, and the music of the plains. So let's move on to the next part of the video, and show some appreciation for the unsung heroes of Torment's lasting appeal, the artists and audio maestros who brought it to life.
Plane, concordant opposition. Location, Sigil. Ward, Clerks.
The original Planescape sourcebooks, as well as the supplements that followed over the subsequent 4 years, were worked on by several artists, but the best known works were done by cover artist Rob Ruppel and interior illustrator Tony Diterlizzi. Ruppel's covers give a fantastic sense of what Colin McComb calls the scale and immensity of the Planescape setting, but crucially also its exotic and alien tone. Diterlizzi's paintings, which are for whatever reason more immediately identified with Planescape, certainly communicate the exotic, but I think have the opposite effect to Ruppel's covers, humanizing rather than alienating. If Ruppel's covers draw you into the setting by communicating how terrifyingly expansive and unknowable it is, Diterlizzi's illustrations then root you by, ironically, making it seem more approachable. Vignettes of Sigil's daily life, of merchants and pickpockets, guardsmen and planar travellers. Diterlizzi is cited as one of his influences fantasy artist Brian Froud, who is best known for bringing to life folk tales and the Fae, most famously as conceptual designer on 80s fantasy classics The Dark Crystal and Labyrinth. However, when originally conceiving the look of Planescape, Diterlizzi was asked by creator Zeb Cook to infuse his illustrations with the style of Final Fantasy illustrator Yoshitaka Amano. The influence of Froud is certainly present in Diterlizzi's Planescape illustrations, which capture an endless menagerie of both obscure and familiar races from the Dungeons & Dragons settings. Although Diterlizzi has described the fairy tale figures that inspired him as twiggy, creepy, skinny things, strange creatures from the folktale paintings of Alan Lee or Arthur Rackham, in Planescape these creatures seem not mundane, but at home in the labyrinthine alleys and unfathomable architecture of the City of Doors. Diterlizzi's early work for TSR received a polarizing reception because, as he pointed out, it did not follow the convention of featuring the toned and heavily muscled aspirational physiques favoured by Frank Frazetta enthusiasts. Instead, his subjects could be skinny, fat, pot-bellied, stooped, reedy, squat, or any number of combinations. Many artists and fantasy fans preferred the conventions of classic 70s or 80s fantasy art, of Olympian men and women traced from reference photos or live posing, typically bodybuilders, supermodels, and fitness instructors hired from agencies or local gyms. Diterlizzi was specifically chosen to do Planescape's illustrations because his unconventional fantasy style was considered a good fit for an unconventional setting, and the influence of Yoshitaka Amano's watercolour paintings lent the art a striking and simultaneously elfin theme. But we see this jumble of exotic peoples as frequently haggling with street vendors or nursing a hangover as we do them posing for battle or traversing the elemental planes. We get a feel for Sigil's inhabitants as weirdly identifiable, the sense of them as normal folks, albeit hooved or horned, living in an abnormal universe. In a 1995 interview, Diterlizzi stated that the Planescape world, or Sigil at least, was meant to look off-key and worn, with gothic but rusty cathedral-like architecture, and humanoids that looked not quite normal. In some early posts from Black Isle staff, it was stated that it might be possible Diterlizzi would do some illustrations exclusively for Planescape Torment's manual or packaging. Though this didn't come to pass, his work was passed on to the Torment team to help establish the game's visual style, and during the marketing campaign, Interplay had permission from TSR to promote the game using some of his existing illustrations. Planescape, at first glance, is not entirely in keeping with either Ruppel or Diterlizzi's visual style. I mentioned earlier there was some debate within the team over Torment's box art, which Chris Avallone would later cite as one of the causes of the game's limited commercial success. Avallone has argued that the vibrant blue-on-orange headshot of Guido Henkel as the Nameless One was certainly attention-grabbing and unconventional, as it was intended to be by marketing, but was also to the game's detriment. Avallone mentioned in a post on RPG Codex that although he was personally not in favour of the Baldur's Gate box art, continuing with the same style, a simple icon or symbol, would have made sense from a marketing perspective. I suppose possible alternatives in this vein might have been a stylised variant of Planescape artist Dana Knutsen's iconic Lady of Pain logo, or maybe Eric Campanella's symbol of torment. On the other hand, reinforcing this sense of continuity from Baldur's Gate only highlights how unlike Baldur's Gate Avallone's game was. In other sources, Avallone has mentioned that he actually actually preferred how some of the regional publishers outside Interplay handled Torment's marketing, claiming, for example, that the Polish release of Planescape ditched Smurf Henkel and instead used the poster art for Planescape on the box. I wasn't able to find any evidence of this. As far as I can tell, the Polish release shares pretty much the same box art as other regions, though if anyone knows differently, be sure to point that out in the comments. Many years later, Beamdog's enhanced edition of Planescape would follow Avalon's advice and downplayed the original cover art in favour of the Lady of Pain icon. Still, the key art is a small piece of Planescape's aesthetics, a bigger factor being BioWare's Infinity engine, which was suited to isometric 2D backgrounds and sprite work. Although the use of the Baldur's Gate engine was primarily a matter of convenience, various staff on Torment have pointed out the numerous benefits it brought to realising Sigil on home computers. As Avalon noted, when last Rites entered development, fully 3D engines were not yet widespread, especially for CRPGs. 3D acceleration cards were also still not the standard for PC gamers, and at the time many 3D games utilised software rendering. Avalon remarked that Sigil's architecture, bizarre geometry, twisted and curved surfaces and spikes everywhere, was essentially a nightmare scenario for real-time 3D, but was far less challenging with the Infinity engine's scrollable pre-rendered backgrounds. As with Baldur's Gate, Torment's graphics are mostly 3D renders that were converted to 2D for implementation in-game, but before doing any of this, the team obviously had to go through the process of conceptualizing the characters and locations. In an unusual twist, one of Torment's main concept artists, James Lim, was not fluent in English, and Avalon was unable to communicate his ideas to him, meaning that Avalon would initially sketch his ideas himself, then show them to Lim, who would work from these rough drafts. In fact, Avalon made sketches for many elements of Torment before showing them to the professional artists on the team, to the extent that, in the event these illustrations have survived, the entire game could probably be replaced with proto-Avalonite stick figures. The earliest artists to join the Planescape team and stay on for most of development were art lead Tim Donnelly, character designer Eric Campanella, and environmental artist Aaron Meyer, though several other artists have also been credited for their contributions. Tim Donnelly had originally worked at toy company Mattel, and after joining Interplay created the cinematics for BioWare's Shattered Steel. Alongside Dan Spitzley and Chris Avalon, Donnelly was one of the original trio on the Last Rites project, and singled out by Avalon for his leadership in a 2018 post on RPG Codex. Avalon credits him for helping mentor many of the junior artists during the game's development, which was a role it was apparently unusual for art leads to take responsibility for at Black Isle. As with the rest of the Torment team, most of the artists were very young and not especially experienced in comparison to those working on other Black Isle projects, though some, such as early edition Aaron Myers, had been with Interplay for several years. Donnelly has mentioned that Torment was one of the last projects at Black Isle created primarily using 3D modeling and animation software Lightwave, which was famously used for special effects in productions like Babylon 5 and Star Trek Voyager. By the time Donnelly finished on Planescape and moved on to the Icewind Dale team, 3D Studio Max had become the standard for most artists at the company. Interestingly, Eddie Rainwater, who made the famous TSR Dragon opening for Interplay's AD&D games and some of Fallout's iconic talking heads, also contributed an unknown amount of art. Among some of the confirmed work he was responsible for is an early version of the Nameless One, who appears more obviously Frankensteinian, possibly, and I speculate here because this was when the team was still hoping to add some customization options. This version got far enough that it was actually rendered out and converted to sprites, but ended up being replaced by the version we know today. Looking at some archives of his old website, I think Rainwater also did Anna and a few other characters, though the links are dead and I don't know if these were the same models that were used in the final game. Based on the 97 Vision document, by June of that year, Eric Campanella's designs were already being used as the basis for most of the characters, so I assume Rainwater's work was from very early 97. Campanella's journey through Planescape, at least by Tim Donnelly's account, was quite interesting in itself. When he first joined the team, Campanella was a concept artist, and according to Donnelly, some other staff commented negatively on his abilities. Donnelly himself admits that he thought Campanella's art was not that great, squiggly as he described it, and that when Campanella started, the team had difficulty translating his designs to 3D models. Frustrated, Campanella, who apparently had not done any 3D modelling for the team prior to that point, asked to be given a chance to create the models himself. In what Donnelly described as a Rain Man moment, Campanella began churning out masterpieces, modelling and animating 3 to 5 characters a week, which were usually inserted into the game with no or minimal changes. Starting with the nameless one, Campanella went on to do around 130 character models, and Donnelly claims he and the rest of his baffled team ended up opening up the models themselves to try and learn some of Campanella's techniques. But with that anecdote, it's worth returning to something else Donnelly brought up earlier in the video, that during development Torment was not considered up to company standards by some outside the team. Donnelly indicated that some of this was down to the wacky, borderline comical weirdness of Torment's designs, and this will eventually bring us back round to the issue of how well Black Isle captured the style of the tabletop art. Before getting to that question, let's look at how everything came together in-game. Some of the earliest screens for Torment show it using Baldur's Gate's final interface, but that quickly changed to a unique and quite odd design that retained roughly the same dimensions and layout. This would of course evolve into the logless, single-bar radial icon design that was meant to be used in combination with the right-click pop-up menu. According to some previews, even some I think as late as 99, the UI was actually meant to transform over the course of the adventure, reflecting the player's increasing power level, but this must have been scrapped at some point. Based on later interviews, it seems like Torment's interface was a frequent source of contention within the team, and though the exact details are not known, Chris Avallone has said he was unhappy with the final result. So I know I'm not the only one who dislikes Torment's UI, for being an unnecessary departure from Baldur's Gate and just being plain fiddly to use. Whilst it's not ugly in the slightest, and the animated portraits are a nice touch, in functionality it's by no means an upgrade. I think BioWare's interface was already small enough not to distract from the in-game graphics, big enough to be useful, and visually appealing enough to not seem out of place. For me, Planescape's UI, which removed some parts and scattered others all over the place, is less intuitive than the one used in Baldur's Gate, Baldur's Gate 2, and Icewind Dale, and as I said in my old Icewind Dale 2 video, I don't think the little radial buttons are clear enough, and I share the opinion of people that found the pop-up menu both obstructive and less comfortable to navigate. Being forced to use certain items through this rather than the inventory or old quick slot system is doubly grating. Though hotkeys can be assigned, I never really missed them in Baldur's Gate, so they're not that important to me in Planescape. From a player's perspective, it would have made far more sense for the Infinity Engine games to share a continuous interface design, from Baldur's Gate to Torment to Icewind Dale and beyond. In Torment's defense, however, cutting back on the interface was meant to reduce what could have been a more claustrophobic viewport. As we mentioned, although like Baldur's Gate, Torment is meant to be played at 640 by 480, for Planescape everything was made bigger and more zoomed in, which combined with the original interface could have resulted in a very awkward playing experience. The whole point of that move, in bringing the player closer to the action, was to make Torment more immersive and showcase its improved graphics over the other Infinity Engine title. And that early directive from the start of development, about Torment being more zoomed in, more detailed, and more smoothly animated than Baldur's Gate, seems to have been fulfilled. Individual characters are certainly far more striking, memorable, and impressive than those of BioWare's game. Even when physically relegated to the background, random background NPCs stand out better, with townspeople fidgeting with themselves and tieflings idly swishing their tails. Then you have iconic figures like the spiky, hulking harmonium or the patchwork armor of the thugs. Since Torment's NPCs are much more likely to be assigned their own designs instead of recycling customizable base models like in Baldur's Gate, many different types of NPCs can communicate unique characteristics through their animations. The harlots sway their hips, the upperclassmen strut imperiously, the regular thugs hunch down and stalk forward, whilst the bashers heft their giant axes and stride confidently towards their prey. The real beneficiaries of this are the Nameless One and their companions, who all have unique models and unique animations. You can spot Dakon meditating, Mort playing catch with his own jawbone, Ignis writhing in the flames, Fall from Grace posing demurely, and so on. Black Isle were a little too proud of these animations in that some, like those for entering and ending combat, can interrupt your orders, but all the same they're well ahead of Baldur's Baldur's Gate. But there is a downside to this aside from the design limitations we talked about earlier in the video. In recycling the same base models with swappable weapons and armor, Baldur's Gate was able to visually communicate the party's progression from low-level adventurers to the heroes of the Sword Coast. It was great to see your party start off looking like stable boys and apprentices, work their way up to professional sellswords, and finally see them kitted out as mighty wizards and warriors. Another benefit, sometimes overlooked, was the immediate audio-visual feedback of opening your inventory, dragging a piece of gear onto the character's paper doll, and enjoying that tiny positive boost of seeing them wielding a flaming sword or outfitted in cool new armor. Both these elements are missing from Planescape, as the party, though already visually imposing, can never aesthetically reflect their character progression beyond minor changes in the weapon design. Similarly, Planescape's NPCs can be palette swapped, changing a sunburned thug in blue clothes into a grey-skinned one dressed in yellow, but the difference between a low-level enemy and a high-level enemy of the same class can't be represented by variations in arms and armor as it could in Baldur's Gate. Still, there were a couple of upsides to having spent so much time and resources on high-quality character models. The first was that they could be used for Planescape's bestiary, which shows pictures of the original 3D renders in cool poses. I remember back in 99 or 2000 thinking how great it was to be able to bring this up and look at incredibly detailed close-ups of the same sprites you were looking at in-game. It's also impressive that, with a tiny number of exceptions, these close-ups look very much like how you imagined them when seen from the isometric view. This might sound obvious since they are just the original models, but if you've compared similar cases in games using the same technique, you'll often find the original renders feel completely different to the final in-game sprites. It shows, I imagine, that the artists were thinking very carefully about how these models would look from different angles and perspectives when they were making them. The only big gap between render and sprites that struck me was the Harmonium, whose original render looks a little goofy and less imposing than how I pictured them from the isometric view. But a second benefit of having these high-quality models is that they could be used for cinematics. It didn't escape the notice of fans that numerous models from Planescape had first appeared, fully animated, in the original trailer, which, just as a reminder, I believe was a reworking of an earlier internal sizzle reel demoed to the rest of Black Isle, and would continue to be featured in promotional movies all the way up to mid-99. Many of the monsters and side characters from the final game were shown off in this early footage, but by the time of the game's launch were removed. I mentioned earlier in the video that the designer's memories seem to be fuzzy on some details of this trailer. There's some debate, for example, as to whether this giant was ever in the game. In the retail version, there are cut animations and a portrait of a vaguely rock-like enemy, referred to as Ghoul Male Stone Golem in the data files, though this is assumed to just be a cut bodyguard for a character from the tabletop lore. From what I can gather, the team decided to create new cinematics for Torment sometime around early to mid-99. In a dev post from August of that year, Tim Donnelly announced that the team had begun working on creating Torment's cinematics, and that these would be finished within a week, though in later forum posts from other developers it was mentioned that some of these, such as the ending, were not completed until the proverbial last minute of development. As far as I can tell, only a tiny amount of footage from the original Planescape trailer was used in the final product, so I can only assume it was not considered up to 1999 standards, or perhaps would have exceeded the 3 CD limit. It's a real shame because there are some great clips of characters and locations that I think would have looked great if used in-game. There's a fantastic shot of the Lady of Pain floating over the city that I really wish had made it in. Still, the cinematics that did make it into Planescape are good too, showing a number of environments, which Baldur's Gate also did, but improving on BioWare's game by including more close-ups and action scenes of the character models. That said, it might have been more effective if these close-ups were of companions rather than a bunch of random NPCs. I think the only party members that appear in pre-rendered cutscenes are Valor, Ignis, and Anna. Eric Campanella has mentioned that he had originally hoped one of the ending cutscenes would feature some flashbacks to the party, though as mentioned earlier, these movies were rushed to completion near the end of development. There is of course, hypothetically, a third benefit to utilising pre-rendered 3D models, that they can be reused later on when technology has caught up and permitted things to be done in higher resolutions and so on. Unfortunately, as with Baldur's Gate and Icewind Dale, all the original 3D renders for Planescape have been lost, and only the final on-disc 2D assets remain. Perhaps not so affected by the low resolution, though, are Planescape's background renders, which, according to Dan Spitzley, took approximately 40 hours to render out on machines of the day. I think Aaron Myers was responsible for most of the environmental art, and you would assume he had plenty of reference materials to work from thanks to the original sourcebook art. However, Myers said in a later retrospective that the material he received was simply not sufficient to use as a basis for the looks of maps in an isometric game, and considerable time was spent with the leads making hundreds of sketches of Sigil. These would go through several iterations, rendered out by animators, revised by the leads, rendered out again, and so forth, until the team were happy with the final result. Artist Brian Menzer would then go over the maps and make aesthetic adjustments, adding rust, layers of dirt, and other fine detail. Myers and several of the other artists have joked that, when in doubt as to whether they were being true to the tabletop game's art style, they would simply add more spikes. As with the character models, most of the work on the environment was done in Lightwave, which according to Myers had difficulty with lighting effects, so the shadows in Torment were originally ray traced and in his opinion ended up looking too harsh in-game. Despite the maps going through multiple revisions, Avalon has admitted that the team made a lot of basic mistakes common to isometric games, such as making entrances and exits difficult to see, a problem exacerbated by the often unconventional architecture of Sigil. But Sigil's cities were more than lifeless metal and stone, and the team made several additions to Planescape's environments to make them seem more dynamic and lived in. One was what the team dubbed the Rails system, by which random NPCs were spawned at the city map's area transitions and scripted to travel back and forth between them. It's a good way to communicate how populous Sigil is supposed to be, and certainly an improvement on the first Baldur's Gate, where most NPCs just stood around and only a handful of areas had scripted patrols of soldiers, or citizens wandering around. A second way in which Planescape's environments were made more lively was through improvements made to the renderer. When the Planescape team visited BioWare's offices partway through development, one of the features the Canadian studio was especially interested in was Torment's animated backgrounds. Though appearing simple at first glance, they were not an inherent feature of the Infinity engine at the time, and getting them working involved collaboration between both the programmers and the artists. According to Dan Spitzley, the animated backgrounds are essentially just a mix of moving background tiles and layered sprites, but in retrospective, according to Spitzley, were rather inefficient and contributed to Torment using up too much VRAM, increasing the system requirements. It's for reasons like this that Spitzley has characterized the Planescape team's use of the Infinity engine as misusing it in a cool way. Coordination between coders and artists was also crucial to the realization of another very heavily marketed feature of Torment's visuals, that being the spell effects. I'm not sure whether there was a single team member focused primarily on spells, as was the case with the character designs and environments, though artist Chris Wu-Tang Clan Jones, who earned notoriety for trying to insert references to his favourite band all over the game, is credited as the lead spell artist. From reading old dev posts, it seems like the spells were initially outlined by Chris Avalone, then handed to producer Kenneth Lee, with Eric Campanella, Chris Jones, and programmer Rob Holloway being heavily involved in their implementation. The Planescape team were obviously very invested in ensuring low-level spells were impressive in themselves. Magic Missile or Chromatic Orb seem like they're deliberately one-upping BioWare's renditions, but then making high-level spells progressively more spectacular. According to dev posts, the team were particularly proud of Ice Knife, which they spent an unreasonable amount of time playtesting, but as mentioned earlier in the video, the driving force behind Torment's spell design was producer Kenneth Lee. It's obvious that the higher level spells in Torment, especially those unique to the game, were inspired by Lee's beloved Final Fantasy series. According to a couple of different dev posts, Lee would communicate his ideas to the artists by physically acting out the animations, waving his arms, leaping up and down, and mimicking the sound effects. Actually implementing these in-game required some extra coding by Guido Henkel and Rob Holloway, as they involved unusual mechanics like multicasts, as well as rendering effects that could not be reliant on 3D hardware and were not supported in the Infinity engine at that time. The Torment team were unsurprisingly very happy with the final results, as they should be, as even today the awesome effects make acquiring higher level spells even more exciting than they were in Baldur's Gate. In some ways this harks back to Dan Spitzley's point about how JRPGs could incentivize players by dangling their production values in front of them, the reward of a stunning story cinematic or a spectacular summoning animation. On the negative side, this means Torment spells do suffer a little from the same criticisms of Final Fantasy's spells, in that sitting through a pantomime's worth of whooshes and booms isn't as much fun the second time around, especially when the spell in question doesn't end up having much of an effect. Lower level casts like Acts of Torment, for example, are a bit too long for the actual damage they do, and even lengthier animations for the highest level spells are doubly irritating if they conclude in an enemy passing their saving throw. Still, you can't say Torment's spells don't leave an impression, and part of the credit for that has to be given to audio technician David Farmer of Skywalker Sound. Farmer and several other audio staff were actually nabbed from Hollywood, something Interplay, either due to its location or its contacts, was quite well known for in the 90s. Audio departments tend not to gain the recognition that artists or composers in games do, perhaps due to the perception of their work being less creative and more workmanlike, so to speak, or due to the difficulty of attributing audio content to specific individuals. Still, the importance of Interplay's audio experts on the Infinity Engine games can't be overstated, with audio director Charles Deenan heading a large team of internal staff and contractors that worked on the original Baldur's Gate, on Planescape, and later on Icewind Dale. According to Deenan, it was rare for the team to use third-party sound libraries for these games, citing a few cases of weather effects and rats as exceptions, and instead generally created their own effects from unusual sources. Deenan has noted that when working on Baldur's Gate, a more conventional high fantasy setting, 50% of the ambience was recorded at a Renaissance fair, but Planescape required something a bit different. Some of the ambient noise in the mortuary, for example, is actually a distorted recording of technician Al Nelson's teething 10-month-old son. Another loop, the sound of desert crickets, was originally a wailing camel, whilst a violent wind came from the roar of a bear, stretched out and transformed into something faintly otherworldly. The sounds of combat are particularly important to Torment, and undoubtedly helped make the often brainless hack and slash less tedious than it could have been. Many of the individual companions have their own unique attack sounds, and different weapons produce variant audio depending on whether they strike flesh, bone, or armor. I'm not sure whether the combat sounds are as varied as in Baldur's Gate. I feel like there's slightly more repetition in Planescape, but I could be mistaken. Either way, they're very effective at making the player silently celebrate critical strikes on their foes, or cringe at unwelcome blows struck against their companions.
Oh, thanks. How much? Oh, this is what I get for getting how much. That's a feeling.
Interestingly, ambient chatter in the cities, distant arguments, hecklers, and merchants was not handled internally or taken from sound libraries as you might expect of a fantasy game, but handed over to Interplay VA director Chris Borders, who secured the services of a Hollywood Walla group, so named for providing the generic Walla 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 of background chatter for crowd scenes in movies or TV shows. Specific direction could be given for mimicking the kind of noises that would be unique to Sigil, rather than a typical medieval fantasy city. This means you can hear Sigilian cant being used in the chatter, references to cutters and bashers and such, although there is one clip of someone shouting about Toledo steel, which, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't a thing in Planescape. But Borders' most important role was obviously in overseeing the voice talent used for individual characters in Torment.
Say, Anna, does that tail go all the way up?
Oh, aye. Up your bone box to rip out your brains.
Aye, up your bone box and rip out your brains.
According to Guido Henkel, Black Isle had been intent from very early on to secure high-profile Hollywood talent for Planescape. Among some of the names they had attempted to gain the services of were Keitha Sutherland as the Nameless One and Chris Rock as Mort. Naturally, scheduling issues, budgets, and creative license put paid to many of these ideas. All the same, the final voice cast for Torment included many well-known figures, either from the world of voice acting, Hollywood, or elsewhere. TV actor Michael T. Weiss, who at that time had just starred in the NBC show The Pretender, was picked for the Nameless One.
Left yourself exposed, idiot.
Mort was voiced by another native Chicagoan, Rob Paulson.
Fiendling, if that accent was any thicker, you wouldn't be able to breathe.
Dakon would be played by X-Files star Mitch Pileggi.
I have been here before. This time I shall never leave.
Whilst Star Trek regular John Delancey is the voice behind the Angel Trias.
These people, they are betrayers, liars, murderers. They have earned their fate.
Yet another Hollywood star to join the cast was Keith David as Valor, whose bassy delivery is hard to miss.
You have broken your word. You are a liar, a traitor to truth, and an enemy to all honest men.
The rest of the cast were filled out by other regulars from the world of cartoons or video games, such as Jennifer Hale as Fall from Grace, Dan Castanella as Nordum, and of course Tony Jay as the antagonist.
I don't know how you're managing to click on me so many times during our encounter, but it's probably because you're cheating.
One cast member who seems to have gotten on extremely well with the team, especially with Avalon and McComb, was the actress chosen to play the inexplicably Irish Anna of the Shadows.
Fiendling, I have to ask, where did you get that accent?
Accent? What are you on about?
Never mind.
80s pop singer Sheena Easton, a native of Scotland, had once been something of a gossip magnet due to her collaborations with industry icons like the artist formerly known as Prince, but by the late 90s was more focused on her family, corporate appearances, and theatrical work, especially TV shows and voice acting. Based on contemporary comments from Black Isle staff, she seems to have been unusually active in promoting the game, and appeared in several developer chats alongside the Torment team. There also seems to have been a running joke about her relationship with Colin McComb, but I have no idea what this was, and I decided not to ask him about it. You might imagine that Torment's talented cast ensured a strong positive reception from critics, but that's not entirely true. Although Torment's voice work was widely praised, it was also criticised by several different reviewers for being spread out across too much dialogue. Although Torment includes a lot of voice dialogue, this is dwarfed by the amount of text you have to read. You would think that compared to Baldur's Gate, where companions usually had voiced feedback but very little voiced dialogue, this would seem like an improvement. I imagine the negativity stemmed from Baldur's Gate having far less companion dialogue, and thus being less overtly affected by the lack of voice acting. Or possibly because after Baldur's Gate, some reviewers expected a major upgrade and wanted 10 times as much spoken dialogue. I think the central problem is simply the widely acknowledged issue of there being too much text in general, and the game's story feeling, as Computer Gaming World and Next Generation pointed out, less cinematic than some of its rivals. Perhaps an odd criticism to be made in the context of Final Fantasy VII, a comparison reviewers did make, which didn't really feature voice acting at all. But keep in mind Final Fantasy's dialogue was delivered in a more pantomime style, with individual lines emphasised with body language and gestures, and punctuated by events taking place between each line. In essence, Final Fantasy's dialogue was an in-engine cutscene, whereas Torment's was merely prose. We talked quite a bit about the pros and cons of voice acting in the other Infinity Engine videos, so we won't go over them again. Still, even at the time, commentators debated the merits of voicing dialogue in CRPGs, pointing out players could easily become bored and skip to the next line before the actor had finished. When I booted up Torment's spiritual successor, for example, I had to force myself not to skip through the opening monologue, which took about 3 seconds to read, but 15 agonizing seconds to listen to. I can't imagine the horror of some of Planescape's human encyclopedias being voiced. The third critical piece of Torment's production values is naturally the music. According to Charles Deenan, the Infinity Engine games were being made at a time when many developers had shifted away from game composers to quote-unquote real composers from TV and movies. Deenan notes that as the team member usually in charge of hiring audio talent, he often found himself turning away many seasoned composers, arguing that their prolificacy in the world of video game development was rendered meaningless in the late 90s. According to Deenan, they found it difficult to adjust to the fact that though they might once have been in high demand, increased budgets meant that by that point, when applying for work at Interplay, they were competing with Hollywood composers like Mark Snow or Richard Band, against whom their work, in Deenan's words, fell apart. It's difficult to determine whether these expectations played any role in the controversial appointment and sudden last-minute dismissal of Brian Williams, aka Lustmort. Williams was probably best known for his dark industrial music, but in marketing material and dev posts from '99, Interplay and Black Isle were clearly playing up the work he'd done in movies and TV shows. Perhaps there was a clash of expectations between Williams, who'd intended something moody and ambient, and Interplay, who wanted something more, in his words, John Williams minus the fee. Some dev posts by Guido Henkel imply that Williams' work was difficult to adapt to the in-game action, which often required a lot of looping, dynamism, and repetition depending on the situation. To my knowledge, only 3 tracks from Williams' soundtrack made it out into the wild. The first and most complete was the theme for the original Planescape trailer. The second and third, a battle and faction theme, were posted to the Torment website. But it's important to keep in mind that these two were never meant to be incorporated as is into the game. Instead, they were incomplete samples, meant as tasters to give a sense of the general direction of the Planescape soundtrack. If I were just going off the battle track, for example, I could certainly understand Charles Deenan's claim that Williams' work sounded repetitive, but again, that would be unfair to Williams, since these were not supposed to be the final in-game tracks. Exactly how much of Williams' soundtrack, at least an hour of music according to Williams, has filtered through to the public is not clear. Some sources claim bits and pieces were recycled in later Lustmort albums, with Williams himself stating that approximately 10 minutes of work ended up in 2001's Meta Void. In terms of the original soundtrack, anywhere between 60 to 100 minutes of audio spread out across approximately 46 different tracks is the closest to specific numbers I'm aware of, the vast majority of it never having been released. In a 2013 exchange on Twitter, shortly after the announcement of In Exile's Tides of Numenera, one fan attempted to broach the subject of releasing the original soundtrack with Williams. I think it's fair to say that Williams seemed rather dismissive, noting quite fairly that he would have to rework the unused music to make it fit for a formal release, and that there simply wasn't enough interest, as in potential profit, in putting the effort into it when he had more pressing responsibilities. As we saw earlier, in later interviews, Williams has admitted that he dislikes discussing the topic, and I've seen little evidence he wants to revisit his Planescape soundtrack. Despite his initial enthusiasm, by the end of development, the only positive Williams got out of working on Planescape was that he learned to never work with video game companies without a lawyer present, a lesson a few other composers probably wished they'd learned earlier in their careers. Like most people, I'd love to hear Williams' vision for Planescape. Remember, in November '99 it was, according to him, on the verge of completion and included character themes, cutscenes, battle music, factions, practically everything. But at the time of writing, there doesn't seem a lot of hope of that happening. Lustmort would eventually come back to video game composition, and for example was the composer on the recent action-adventure horror Scorn, so think about checking that out if you're curious. Now, I mentioned earlier that Guido Henkel has cited company politics as the reason Williams was dumped, or forced to quit, depending on the source. In the comments section of German podcast Stay Forever, Henkel seems to have made more specific allegations as to why Williams was replaced with Fallout's Mark Morgan, but the claims he makes are potentially quite controversial, and as I'm not a native German speaker, I'd prefer not to repeat them in case the translations were off. Regardless of why he was brought on, Mark Morgan apparently had the unenviable task of producing most of the Planescape Torment soundtrack from scratch within a couple of weeks, which makes the final result all the more remarkable. Being thrown onto a project at the last minute seems to be a running theme for Morgan, who had originally come onto Fallout after the original composer was removed, and then given another extremely tight deadline for Fallout 2. Based on the sources I read, Morgan did almost all the in-game tracks, including the title, character themes, cutscenes, battle music, and most of the locations, whilst Richard Band, one of the few bright spots of the notorious Descent to Undermountain, did the Civic Fest Hall and the Smouldering Corpse Bar. Oddly, though Williams was supposedly booted for not being orchestral or Hollywood enough, Morgan has stated that he was chosen precisely because of the experimental ambient style he had brought to Fallout, noting that Interplay already had composers more skilled than he in conventional movie-style soundtracks. You can certainly hear some of Fallout in Planescape's music, which Morgan suggests may have come from the fact that Interplay sometimes asked him to create tracks that were directly adapted from earlier work he'd done. It was pointed out in an interview with Russia's Game OST, for example, that fragments from his work on the 1997 RTS Netstorm are very similar, sometimes borderline identical, to tracks in Fallout and Planescape. None of that really bothers me personally, and other composers like Jeremy Soule have also been criticised for similar reasons. Although Guido Henkel stated, or seemed to state, that he preferred Brian Williams' dark industrial soundtrack to what Morgan came up with, I think some of Morgan's work on Planescape is fantastic. Though obviously not a traditional fantasy soundtrack, it manages to capture the conflicting themes of Planescape's marketing, which was that the game's tone was simultaneously unconventional, alien, emotional, and epic all at once. The main theme, for example, goes from otherworldly to macabre to heroic to tragically romantic and beyond. You have tracks that are a little closer to dark ambient, like Bones of the Night, and others more epic fantasy, like the cursed battle music. Some, like the limbo-touched Nordum theme, are difficult to describe, bouncing from industrial to orchestral to God knows what. Morgan has said that Planescape's soundtrack was a conscious decision to be more thematic than Fallout, that is, to tell a story, but at the same time to retain its dark ambience. It's a tough balance, especially when trying to encompass the entirety of a character like Ravel, and can occasionally lead to brief moments that sound a bit too comedic or mischievous, undermining the tension. And there are definitely a few more forgettable tracks, which isn't necessarily unintentional in a game soundtrack, but the only pieces I'd say are genuinely bad or inappropriate, like Mort's theme, are never actually played in the final retail game. This does sometimes make Richard Band's music, like the Civic Fest Hall track, sound slightly out of place, but I'm not sure how many people would really notice that when playing. With the three pillars of Torment's production values, art, audio, and music covered, it's worth returning to the question of how well Black Isle mimicked the feel of Planescape as it appeared in the original tabletop game. In terms of the overall scale and scope of Sigil, back at release, Computer Gaming World's Elliot Chen felt Black Isle had exceeded his expectations, but still not quite matched the standards of the original setting. In his view, Sigil was still a little too mundane, not fully communicating the exoticism and mind-boggling diversity of races, species, and power levels inhabiting the setting. Chen had envisioned the Cage as a cosmopolitan crossroads of cosmological forces, a place where, to paraphrase his original preview, your first day was spent stealing treasure from a god, your second fighting devils in the Nine Hells, and on the third day retiring to the upper planes for a picnic. In Torment, too rarely, in his view, did you spot an angel or a demon striding down Sigil's streets, and instead dealt mostly with regular humanoids in funny clothes. I think there are probably a few reasons some may have been disappointed by Torment's depiction of the setting. One is obviously the power of imagination versus digital reality. A game just isn't going to match the image of something you've built up in your head. The other is the isometric view. Whilst the perspective and 2D backgrounds might have been suited to rendering highly detailed environments and Sigil's twisted architecture, they struggled to communicate scale from the perspective of someone actually walking Sigil's streets. You can put a spire in front of the camera to show how tall something is, but that's different to being on the ground level and looking up at it yourself. Fully 3D games of the day had to make a lot of sacrifices to realise their environments, but it sometimes paid off. I'm not suggesting Planescape should have entered production in '97 as a first-person 3D game, but it's interesting to speculate as to what Planescape PSX might have looked like, or Zeb Cook's game, which was apparently also supposed to use a full 3D engine. What artistic and technological approaches would they have tried to depict the Planescape world in 3D? Admittedly, based on evidence from the time, probably a lot of rather convenient fog severely limiting the draw distance. I actually asked a few former Black Isle staff about how far Planescape PSX had progressed, and although Dan Spitzley says he has a vague memory of seeing some proof of concept or mock-ups, Colin McComb doesn't recall any art being produced for it, so Planescape in 3D will have to wait for another day. But a further problem is that 2D or 3D, aping Knudsen, Rupel or Diterlizzi's original art was just not going to be possible. I mean, how were Black Isle to adapt a watercolour illustration, for example, short of making a fully static 2D visual novel? If you compare a scene from Torment to one from the source books, there's a certain level of exaggeration to Torment that goes beyond the original art, and beyond, I think, even Baldur's Gate. Ironically, you could probably blame this precisely on the fact Black Isle were trying to adapt Diterlizzi's artistic style. Both Baldur's Gate and Planescape were pre-rendered 3D models converted to 2D, but whereas Baldur's Gate was based in a very traditional fantasy world, Planescape was trying to copy much wilder designs. In Baldur's Gate, most environments and characters were rooted in medieval fantasy, historical Tudor houses, Norman fortresses, chainmail and plate, Renaissance dresses, and so on. Yet Planescape, the more mature, philosophical and original setting, drew from a much more varied and exotic array of shapes and sources. This looks fine in the tabletop art, but trying to convert this to a game further pushed the already outlandish Planescape designs towards caricature, and resulted in perhaps a more cartoonish art direction than the earthy high fantasy of Baldur's Gate. Visual styles can be a tricky thing. Just look at Wizards' 2023 relaunch of Planescape, for which Diterlizzi reprised his role as artist. There were more than a few fans who felt Diterlizzi himself had failed to recapture the style of his original 1994 illustrations. And when Rob Rupel and other artists drew figures from Planescape, they too were clearly different from Diterlizzi's work. Still, even if perfectly imitating the original art was an impossible goal, I suppose there are very specific elements of Planescape's visuals that artists could focus on. I already mentioned the running joke the team had about just adding spikes to everything, but Diterlizzi's references to worn armour, rust, and vaguely gothic cathedrals seem to be things the Torment team tried to cover as well. Something you could argue Eric Campanella's models didn't capture quite so well are, I guess you'd say, the proportions of characters in Diterlizzi's paintings. Some figures were willowy or sylph-like, some squat but heavily muscled, others reedy-armed but thick-calved, and in general different to the heroic models of traditional TSR art. Campanella's characters look, look, not so much in dress but in figure, more like traditional fantasy characters. The nameless one could pass for Conan in white paint, and most of the thieves and fighters you meet on your adventure are similarly idealized. The Harmonium and thugs look like they're training for a bodybuilding contest, and even weedier characters are all corded muscle. But again, it's unfair to compare the tabletop art to Torment's without taking into account technological factors, like the limitations of 3D modeling, and practical factors, like trying to give each model a distinct silhouette that players can identify in the heat of battle. That's not to say individual artistic sensibilities didn't come into play. In some cases, artists were working from designs that began with Avalon or concept artist James Lim, in others adapting tabletop art, and in others coming up with completely new designs. Eric Campanella, for example, was given complete freedom to design some of the Outlands or Carceri monsters, but also had the opportunity to reinterpret existing art. The Modrons were not new to Planescape, but Campanella initially had difficulty giving them a distinctive look beyond being a walking box, and eventually settled on a Baroque, ornamental design. Campanella has said that some of the iconography unique to the game was the result of a collaborative, iterative process between Avalon and the art team, citing some of the Nameless One's tattoos and the Rune of Anguish as one of his own contributions. He also mentioned that a loose principle that informed his art was that the physicality of his designs should reflect particular emotions or role in the story, that harsh, sharp shapes represented power and danger, whereas rounded objects communicated safety and sensuality. And I don't think anyone can dispute that Torment is rife with forms both rounded and sensual. Torment's female character design evoked a few appreciative comments or titters of mirth at the time, with the rare criticism on Black Isle's message boards, but became slightly more controversial in the decade following release, and today are sometimes referred to as sexist or creepy by some fairly well-known reviewers. I don't think this started solely as a socio-political argument. I remember when I first saw them crop up, complaints regarding the lightly attired, well-endowed woman of Planescape were not of morality, but that it was a rather vulgar depiction of a supposedly mature and philosophical setting. That could be true, but the same criticism could extend to the violence, the unsubtle spell effects, or any other element of the visual style that appealed to the baser senses. Admittedly, it does sometimes clash with how the characters are described, but again, this is true of other minor NPCs, like the sickened inhabitants of the polluted lower ward, and can be attributed to technological limitations and reusing the same models for many different characters. A statuesque feminine figure was the standard design for most women in the game, and this was applied across a lot of different ages, lifestyles, and professions, short of the most extreme examples. Still, the fact remains that Planescape features a lot of attractive, half-dressed women sporting impressively large assets. As to whether this was artistic license or a product of market realities at the time, there's some debate. I've seen it suggested, in light of comments Chris Avallone has made about the game's original Babelicious vision doc, that Interplay executives or their marketing department pushed the team towards a sexier version of the Planescape universe. Whilst that's certainly not implausible, and the pre-Macomb design doc for Planescape PSX might support that viewpoint, I still doubt it based on comments made both at the time and in retrospectives. Eric Campanella, for example, attributed Anna's revealing outfit to both her free spirit and, to quote, "because it appealed to me," adding, "Hey, at least I'm honest." Similarly, in a 2012 Eurogamer podcast, several team leads joked about Campanella's insistence on giving all the female characters large breasts. And more recently, in the retrospective sent to Tides of Numenera backers, Scott Everts recalls the animators being particularly excited to try out innovations in, shall we say, soft body dynamics on the cursed townswoman, resulting in a horrifying rubber banding physics glitch. So whilst it's not insanity to imagine Interplay encouraging sexualized character designs in Torment, I think it more likely just a product of a team of young men working for a market that was also mostly young men. And though it's not exactly faithful to Diterlizzi's art, I think the degree to which the original illustrations depart from conventional fantasy woman is a bit exaggerated. Although Diterlizzi seems proud of how different his art was from what he called Frazetta-inspired artists at TSR, it's not as if the women he drew weren't conventionally attractive, dressed in form-fitting leather or exposing plenty of cleavage. I don't see many, how would you put it today, body-positive Maraliths in Planescape art. Still, I suppose it was somewhat a departure from the prevalence of half-naked warrior women, writhing damsels in distress, or sensual sorceresses with barely parted lips and promise in their eyes. In a 1995 interview with Scry magazine, Diterlizzi joked that during conventions he was often accosted by fans demanding to know why the women he drew were too hippie and not busty enough. In this sense, Eric Campanella was merely acting as an avatar of cosmic balance, writing Diterlizzi's iconoclasm by pulling Planescape back towards the fantasy standard of big-breasted bimbos. And for that, I for one thank him. However one views the merits of Black Isle's vision of Planescape, the last question to consider is which version of the game you should play today. Due to the nuances of the Torment engine, unlike Baldur's Gate, it never received fan ports to later iterations of the Infinity engine, and thus the only distinct versions available to play are the original or Beamdog's later enhanced edition. Torment's initial 1999 retail release, once patched, was re-released a few times, perhaps most notably in a 2001 dual-case double pack, where it was twinned with Gremlin Graphics action RPG Soulbringer. It would eventually vanish from retail stores and became somewhat difficult to find in the mid-2000s, but was re-released in 2010 as a DRM-free digital purchase on Good Old Games. Thus, the patched retail version of the game, physical or otherwise, would remain the standard for many years, but like many other classic Infinity Engine games, was removed from the store after the release of Beamdog's Planescape Torment Enhanced Edition in 2017. As of 2023, the original digital version of Planescape is only available either to those who purchased it prior to removal, or as a free extra to those who purchased the Enhanced Edition on GOG. As to which is best, there are a few things to consider. The original fully patched GOG version of the game should run as is on most people's PCs, as it's automatically bundled with a direct draw patch to deal with the most common compatibility issues. I did a full playthrough for this retrospective and only encountered a single crash. However, the engine does have its quirks. Recording footage was a particular pain in the arse, and even the final official patch from Black Isle left an enormous number of bugs unfixed, in particular relating to broken side quests. For that reason, I do recommend new players install Quinn's PST Fix Pack, often listed as the ultimate Waidu Fix Pack. I did a second playthrough of the game with it and didn't run into a single bug, or at least any I noticed. Now, some people take issue with the purity of this fix pack, as it actually fixes certain issues that were arguably intentional, or remained in the game for so long people consider them inherent to the experience. But these possible downsides pale in comparison to the importance of the overall fixes. Again, I and a great number of many other people enjoyed Planescape long before there were any unofficial patches, but I consider the fix pack pretty much mandatory today. Two other mods often recommended, or sort of a combo mod with two parts, are the widescreen patch and UI mod. As you can see from my footage, Planescape does not support widescreen resolutions and will play pillar boxed at the original 640 by 480. I have no problem playing that way, but the widescreen mod is considered essential by many, whilst the UI mod helps fix text and interface issues that arise from this. If you are going to use it, I would personally not recommend you follow the convention of simply setting the resolution as high as you can. The game was not meant to be played zoomed out so far, but it's up to you. Two other commonly recommended mods are Quinn's Tweak Pack and the Unfinished Business mod. The Tweak Pack is entirely non-essential, but it allows you to make some quality of life changes, like stackable loot or maximize HP gain, that can soften some of the common complaints people have about Planescape, as well as add cheat items, let you rest anywhere, add Eric Campanella's holiday models, and much more. The biggest changes come from the Unfinished Business mod, which is intended to restore content that was cut from Planescape during its rush to release. These range from cut voice lines and companion banter to entire side quests, and once again each part of the mod is optional, so you can have a look at the readme and decide which parts you want to install. Although the mod was made in consultation with several members of the original team, including Chris Avallone, and is of a very high quality, I'm not sure I'd class it as all that important for a first time playthrough. The side quests are not bad, but neither are they especially interesting, and I don't think the restored dialogue or banter components are critical to your enjoyment of the story or anything like that. There are also a couple of components that are more akin to original content rather than actually restoring cut content, which are optional but in my opinion shouldn't have been included in the first place since they'll just confuse new players. There are also instances in which the additions probably should have been implemented in a slightly different way, like the extra comments by Mort in the mortuary, but we'll come back to that issue. There are actually two versions of this mod. The second, Unfinished Business Reloaded, is a much more recent project made on top of the original and includes some more extra content, like restoring the original version of the Bones of Night area. I didn't do a full playthrough with this version, but it seemed to work fine based on what I did play, and it seems to be included over the original Unfinished Business on more recent mod lists, so I assume most people play this updated release these days. Beyond these, there aren't a whole lot of other mods for Planescape Torment. There are some visual tweaks, like swapping out some of the 3D render portraits for concept art or fan art, but nothing all that remarkable that was actually finished. Over the years, most minor mods ended up being folded into the tweak pack or Unfinished Business. So as with all the Infinity Engine games, my general recommendation is to play the original with the fix pack in order to get the best balance of authenticity and convenience. The second option is Beamdog's Planescape Torment Enhanced Edition. In contrast to the other Enhanced Editions, especially the one for Baldur's Gate, PSTEE is, comparatively speaking, a very conservative adaptation of the original game, ported to Beamdog's Infinity Next engine, which is closest to the Baldur's Gate 2 fork of the Infinity engine. Beamdog stated that they intended to minimize changes and stick as faithfully to Torment's retail release as possible, and the EE was marketed as having been made in collaboration with Chris Avallone, who approved any and all changes. In fact, Avallone himself apparently had to push to ask for someone to proofread the original dialogue, which Beamdog were reportedly uncomfortable making any changes to. I'm not sure why this less invasive approach was taken. Maybe because of backlash to new content in earlier enhanced editions, maybe contractual or budget limitations, maybe because Planescape was considered untouchable. Whatever the reason, changes to the original game were kept to a minimum, mostly the usual tweaks to the graphics, interface and controls you'd expect. The game is now widescreen compatible and set to your monitor's resolution, with a zoom function for those who want to move the camera closer or further away. The interface has been re-rendered and slightly redesigned, with a pop-up wheel removed and its functions moved down to the main bar, roughly in line with the other Infinity Engine games. Numerous extra options have been added to the menus, such as max HP on level up, rest until healed, and accessibility options like a tablet interface or double-sized cursors. The engine itself supports many of the features of Baldur's Gate 2 and some added by other EEs, such as bumping to reduce pathfinding frustrations, tab highlighting, and quick looting. The in-game content is basically the original game with most of Quinn's fixes applied, and Beamdog's own corrections, although some elements of the fix pack were deliberately omitted, as according to Beamdog these were not actually bugs but part of the developer's original intentions. Interestingly, Unfinished Business is not integrated into the Enhanced Edition. Beamdog apparently asked for permission to include them, but after an internal discussion decided against it. I don't think they've elaborated on why. I remember that Chris Avallone, for example, had in the past been very positive about the UB mod, but perhaps he changed his mind when consulted by Beamdog, or perhaps there were concerns about how some of the cut content would fit. The Unfinished Business Reloaded mod was eventually ported to the Enhanced Edition and seemed to work fine when I tried it out. Curiously, Beamdog also neglected to include the story mode difficulty of other enhanced editions, which basically makes your party unkillable. You could argue this is slightly pointless in Torment since the protagonist is already immortal, but even on the easiest difficulty, Planescape can still be a bit of a grind for a player who just tries to run through the main quest killing everything without doing a bunch of side content. So it surprises me they didn't retain this option for people who just wanted to experience the story. So, on the whole, PSTEE is a much more conservative and faithful port of the original than those of any of the other Infinity Engine games. Do I recommend it to new players? No, sorry. I actually went into this retrospective intending to say I had nothing against it other than the visuals, as it doesn't feature any of Beamdog's original content, and what small changes it makes to the interface or mechanics are unlikely to upset Torment gameplay purists, since I don't think there is such a thing as a Torment gameplay purist. Although my stance has always been that if the originals run fine for you, there's no reason to play the Enhanced Editions, I did expect to say Torment Enhanced Edition was perhaps the least offensive of the lot, especially for people who are only interested in it for the writing and role-playing, which I think is most people who've heard of Torment. Unfortunately, each time I go into the Enhanced Edition with an open mind, I always seem to run into something that turns me off, and Beamdog have once again lived up to my expectations. For Torment, it started with the pop-up box when you first boot it up, which lets you choose a classic mode or enhanced mode, which is a nice idea, except the classic mode is glitched and looks worse than the original game. Not a great start. Okay, I'll try the enhanced mode, except you can't bring back that original pop-up box and have to go through each option manually to change everything. I couldn't be bothered to look all that up or mess around with the files and just reinstalled the whole thing to give an enhanced edition run a chance. So I did, and the game seemed fine, but then I noticed a very strange chugging when talking to certain NPCs. I double-checked I had a clean install and kept playing, but this issue kept returning. For whatever reason, possibly related to updating the journal, some conversations appear to lag horribly. This doesn't break the game, but it's irritating and unpleasant. And when I wanted to take a break from the game, it would often lock up upon exiting. I did a full run of the game and didn't notice any other serious bugs, emphasis on serious, but the strange lagging and exit lockups came back more than once. There are unfortunately a few other quirks to the Enhanced Edition that I find questionable, like the jagged highlights on containers, or how enemy sprites can be highlighted, but as in the original game you still have to target their base to click them. This was actually something that caught people out in Torment's focused group test back in '99, and it renders the highlights kind of pointless, since a casual player is not going to understand why they can't click on the highlighted part. Another odd feature is that certain items that could be used from the inventory in the original game now have to be used from the quick items slot. The original game was already annoyingly inconsistent about this, but the Enhanced Edition seems to have gone even further. And there are other minor, slightly amateurish things that irk me, like misaligned text or formatting. There are things the Enhanced Edition added that might seem convenient on paper, but aren't quite implemented to the standard you'd expect. And of course there's the usual stuff I complain about in these videos, like the default zoom level, completely at odds with the original intent of Torment, the black outlines, and the general mixed quality of the new or upscaled assets. But the latter points wouldn't have prevented me from giving credit to the Enhanced Edition. It's the fact that there are serious bugs left over in a game that's supposed to be an upgrade from the original. I looked online and found more serious complaints, like the game wiping and resetting entire areas, with stickied threads actually recommending a mod that exists specifically for the purpose of fixing this. But there doesn't seem to be a consensus as to whether this is a Beamdog bug or a modding bug caused by a patch. Still, looking over the Beamdog, GOG and Steam forums, I get the impression other people are still running into bugs, and Beamdog seem to have given up patching Planescape. My understanding is that the last bug-fixing patch, ignoring localization and such, came out in 2017, and promises of future patches were not fulfilled. This is now the third time I've tried to give the Enhanced Editions a fair shake, and the third time I've run into bugs in a very casual main quest run of only a few hours. I've read comments from people on my videos who insist they've had no problems whatsoever with the Enhanced Editions, and I'm sure they're telling the truth, but I have to side with my own personal experience and the not inconsiderable number of complaints I've read about the same issues on forums. All I can do is throw my hands up and say, hey, I gave them a chance. Anyway, whether you stick with the original game or chance the Enhanced Edition, in both cases its appeal for most people is the story. The unconventional and alien backdrop, the mysterious, immortal protagonist, and the eclectic cast caught up in our anti-hero's journey. So let's finish our retrospective by revisiting the many-barbed tale of the Nameless One and his quest to uncover the truth of his tormented past.
You! What is it that brings you here? Have you come to see firsthand the misery you have wrought? Perhaps in death I still hold some shred of use for you, my love.
exactly is the multiverse? The notion of reality is an incomprehensibly vast grouping of planes, of endlessly diverse realms and worlds populated by infinite peoples and powers, yes, but what of its form, its orientation, or its cartography? What exists between the planes? Do the planes float aimlessly upon a sea of primordial amniotic fluid? Do they hang suspended from some crystalline web, tiny worlds gently jangling in the cosmic winds of creation? Or are they planted like seeds and nurtured in some demiurge's garden, arrayed in row upon row and tended to by astral caretakers? Ask the inhabitants of each plane and you would receive as many answers as there are specks of dirt in all the planes combined. But to the residents of Sigil, the multiverse is the Great Wheel, rings within rings of planes, and each plane a universe of its own. The rim of this great wheel is made up of the 16 outer planes, the realms of deities and the divine, the powers, as natives of Sigil call them, who subside on belief, and these are the lands to which all mortal souls will eventually pass. Each of these planes could be of 1,000 worlds or more, but all of these worlds are influenced by the morality or alignment of their parent plane. The arrangement of these 16 planes is not by coincidence, but in accordance with the antithetical principles of good, evil, neutrality, law, and chaos. First, they're grouped by morality, the upper planes of good, the lower planes of evil, and the boundary planes of neutrality, and then positioned according to their attunement with either law or chaos. The upper planes of good, whether lawful, neutral, or chaotic, are all aligned together, and so too are the lower planes of evil, whilst the placement of the boundary planes is dictated by whether they hew closer to law or to chaos. Thus, the 7 heavens of Celestia, ruled by lawful goodness, are positioned opposite the infinite layers of the abyss, where chaotic evil runs rampant. And yet Mechanus, a reality dictated by lawful neutrality, lies opposite the chaotic neutral plane of Limbo, for though the souls of both planes are of neutral alignment, they are diametrically opposed on the principles of anarchy versus order. And even within these 3 groupings, circumjacent planes do not necessarily share commonality of purpose. Though the angels of Arcadia might find cause with those of Elysium, the same is not true of the lower planes. The realms of evil are locked in an eternal battle between the Tenari of the Abyss and the Fiends of Beator, a conflict of chaotic evil versus lawful evil, known for time immemorial as the Blood War. Despite their differences in alignment and morality, all the outer planes are linked, by gates between adjoining planes, and by the Great Road, which runs through all these planes and ultimately unites them. But the outer planes are merely one grouping of the planes of existence, one of 3 rings of the Great Wheel. The inner ring of the wheel is arranged not by morality nor by alignment, but rather according to the elements. The inner planes are the building blocks of matter, dominated by the 6 universes of fire, air, earth, water, positive energy, and negative energy. Where the rings of these elemental universes meet are the para-elemental planes, and where the energy planes overlap, there exist the quasi-elemental planes. Thus, between the planes of air and fire is the para-elemental plane of smoke, and where the plane of air intersects the plane of positive energy, the quasi-elemental plane of lightning can be found. Whereas the outer planes were the realms of angels and demons, the inner planes are home to elementals and elemental spirits, of jinn and efreeti, of mephits and salamanders and invisible stalkers. Like the outer planes, the realms of the inner ring are beyond counting, home to wonders like the City of Brass, built atop the plane of fire, the great dismal delve that burrows into the plane of earth, or the court of ice and steel, falling forever through the plane of air. Yet, the outer planes are no place for most mortals to inhabit before their appointed time, and the inner planes seldom hospitable to creatures of flesh and blood. Most mortals live towards the centre of the Great Wheel, within the prime material plane, a universe housing 1,000,000 crystal spheres, and inside these crystal spheres, the prime worlds. There is no particular rule to determining what constitutes a world of the prime material plane. One world might be a single self-contained continent, one might be a whole planet with its own sun and stars and orbiting moon, another could be an entire galaxy, and another perhaps a collection of pocket realities following their own bizarre cosmological framework. The worlds of Toril, Kryn, and Athas are all located in the prime material plane. These three rings of the Great Wheel, the outer planes, the inner planes, and the prime material plane, are not the entirety of existence, for there are many places between these planes. The ethereal plane that links the material plane to the inner planes, for example, or the astral plane, which connects primes to the outer planes. There are many minor paths between the planes that constitute their own realities, and infinite space, or spaces, between the rings of the Great Wheel. But as exceptional as all these planes may be, there is one more plane that is unique in ways that differentiate it from any other. At the centre of the Great Wheel is no prime world, nor even an inner plane, but the last of the 17 outer planes, a place simultaneously apart from, and yet intrinsically a part of, all the other planes. The Concordant Opposition, also known as the Concordant Domain of the Outlands, or more commonly, the Outlands. Of all the outer planes, the Outlands represent the last of the 9 alignments, that of true neutrality. The Outlands are both plane and pathway, potentially a physical place as a world of the prime material plane might be, but also a transition from each plane to the other. There is a randomness to the Outlands, but not that of the chaotic neutral planes. Instead, there is a malleability to them, a susceptibility to perspective and belief, for they are all the outer planes at once, and yet none of them. In some sense, the Outlands are a virgin plane, at their core untainted by alignment or morality, and thus susceptible to being shaped by any and all. At their extremities, the Outlands are physically linked to every one of the outer planes by portals, or gates, as they're often called, and the closer to these gates, the more the Outlands resembles that plane. Approaching the gate to Arborea, for example, one sees the land grow denser in forest and flora, where barrior gallop by and elves flit between the colossal trunks of moonlit trees. Yet to near Limbo's gate is to witness the land transformed into progressively more absurd combinations of geography and weather, fields of rocks lit by rainbows of light, sunny swamps traversed by corrupted constructs of order. Around each of these planar portals there are the gate towns, the cities and settlements that demarcate the boundary between the Outlands and its neighbouring planes. These gate towns typically reflect the character of those planes. Thus, the gate to Acheron, a plane closely aligned with lawful evil or lawful neutral souls, is guarded by Ridgeus, a permanent military encampment 20,000 strong, where rank is everything, and the ruling class march on the orders of a secret junta of lichified legates. Unlike the gates themselves, these gate towns are not necessarily fixed. For as these towns grow more attuned to the outer planes to which they are linked, they begin to lose their anchoring in Outland and slip towards that other plane. When a gate town becomes almost indistinguishable from the plane to which it is aligned, it is torn from Outland entirely and transported to the other plane. The small town of Fortitude, for example, is violently enthusiastic about entering Arcadia, whilst the sprawling Chaos supposedly slips in and out of Limbo all the time. Yet though this process might seem an inevitable and inexorable one, it is often opposed by the inhabitants or rulers of these towns, and even sometimes by the planar powers on the other side of that gate. Gate towns are valuable precisely for their location in Outland and on the cusp of the other plane, and are not uncommonly meant to facilitate trade between the planes, or even to prevent infiltration from one plane to another, to the benefit of the gate town, the parent plane, or both. Thus, the Lord of Ribcage, which guards the entrance to Beator, is a grasping, evil tyrant more than worthy of the 9 hells. Yet he promotes pockets of goodness and nobility within the town, in order to ensure it remains firmly in Outland and under his personal control. It would be a mistake, however, to think of the Outland's malleability as proof that it is merely a perfectly portioned cake that is equally divided between the other outer planes. These planes only exert such powerful influence at the extreme edges of the Outland, and the greater part of this plane is either unburdened by authority or pockmarked with innumerable independent powers, a characteristic that has earned it the moniker of the Gods' Lands. For though the outer planes are most immediately identified with a specific alignment of devils, demons, or deities, there is no limitation to who might carve out their own little fiefdom in the Outlands. In one part of the Outlands, a traveller might find the Dwarven Mountain, home to the gods of wealth, invention, and exploration. In another, the Court of Light, where the three-faced goddess of the Naga rules. Deep within the earth lie the twin realms of the beholder god Zemnid and that of Ilsensine, deity of Illithid magicry. And beneath the ruins of an elder city sleeps Chronepsis, dragon god of fate. There's no telling what one might stumble across in the Outlands. A hermitage, a lost warband of devils or demons, a river of slime, perhaps even an exiled power or two pondering their next move. But among these endless tracts of virgin land, there is one place in the Godlands that is fit for no power. At the centre of the Outlands, indeed the centre of the Great Wheel and the multiverse as some see it, there is a mountain known as the Great Spire. No magic functions here, and yet somehow, atop this spire, far above the clouds, hovers an immense torus, a great ring of impossible geometry that cannot be reached by any normal means. This ring is Sigil, better known as the City of Doors. Sigil runs all the way along this great floating ring, a city with no definite beginning nor end, merely a perfect loop, approximately 5 miles wide and 20 miles long, a cyclical urban sprawl, a ring of curving alleyways and winding streets, of squat houses and towering spires, of buildings of any and all shapes and sizes. The exact layout and dimensions of the city are a difficult thing to measure for even its most learned inhabitants, for the city is always in the process of refinement and reconstruction, new buildings being torn down or merged into others, an alley suddenly bisecting a manor house, a courtyard atop an old park, a park where a tenement block once stood. If there's one architectural feature that a citizen of Sigil could count on, it was the unknown architect's taste for sharp things. Spikes protruding from gates and windowsills, bladed fences and meshes. Indeed, of what little natural plant life grows in the city, only razorvine thrives. Ivy-like, glossy black leaves that conceal bladed stems, an invasive species of the lower realms that seems particularly suited to Sigil. Still, the city is no pandemoniacal jumble. It can be mapped in the broadest sense of the word, with major locations remaining more or less constant. Just don't count on being able to take the same route every time. Sigil's layout is best divided into 6 wards: Market Ward, Clerk's Ward, Ladies' Ward, Guild's Ward, Lower Ward, and finally the slums of the Hive. Sigil has no entrances or exits in the conventional sense. Were one to climb to the top of the outermost buildings of the ring, they would see no sky nor space, nor even the rest of the Outlands. There would merely be nothing. Neither access to nor egress from Sigil can be achieved in the normal way. Instead, travellers pass through Sigil by means of the city's namesake, its doors. In Sigil, a door means, effectively, an interplanar portal, and can be almost anything even vaguely in accordance with the term. A conventional doorway, a gateway, a window, a wardrobe, even the yawning entrance to a large drain pipe. There are thousands of doors throughout Sigil, some of which lead in and out of the city, and some which transport travellers from one part of the city to another. There are 3 types of these doors in Sigil: permanent, temporary, and shifting, but all doors require a gate key. A portal to the elemental plane of water might require a pearl, whilst getting to Beator might call for a sprig of razorvine, and a traveller might not even know they're carrying said key. Passing under an archway with the right or wrong item in one's possession might transport one to Bitopia, and they'd better hope that portal was a permanent one. There are countless portals active at any one time in Sigil, meaning that the city is, at the very least, permanently connected to all the other major planes, and more than likely most of the minor ones too. Thanks to this unique feature, Sigil is one of the most important interplanar hubs in the multiverse. A cosmopolitan crossroads of worlds and realities, where angels, demons, elementals, and almost all the races of the planes might meet. Estimates of the population of Sigil vary wildly, though most peg the number of permanent residents to be at the lower end well into the tens or hundreds of thousands, and the number of those passing through to be well beyond that. Those born and bred in the City of Doors, or as those of darker humour dub it, the Cage, sometimes call themselves Cagers, but more often reserve labels for those not of the city. To a native of Sigil, those from the outer planes are typically called planars, whilst those who arrive from the prime material plane, such as travellers from Toril or Kryn, are referred to as primes, or less politely, the clueless. The latter name is merely a reflection of the particular difficulty primes face in adjusting to the strange new reality of Sigil. Aside from the novelty of finding themselves in a skyless, sunless city that is at any one time both beneath and above them, those from the material plane are unlikely to have encountered such a diverse menagerie of peoples, from humans of many different worlds to Githzerai, Githyanki, and Barrior, but also a great number of native plane-touched, like Tieflings, Azamar, or Genasi, the offspring of infernal, angelic, or elemental parentage. Yet there are a few features of Sigil that lessen the shock of the unfamiliar. First, though portals could, in theory, exist virtually anywhere, there are spells to disable them. An unchecked interplanar travel is most likely to occur in the worst or least visited areas of Sigil, such as the slums or underground areas. Second, Sigil retains a day and night cycle of sorts thanks to brightening and dimming, known as peak and anti-peak, akin to regular timekeeping. Thirdly, though spellcraft in the planes can be subject to a number of strange rules and is impossible at the centre of the Outlands, it does function normally in Sigil, the only exception being portals to the astral plane. But perhaps most important of all, despite Sigil's interplanar cosmopolitanism, there are those who are nevertheless unwelcome in the city, foremost of these being the powers themselves. Sigil has but one ruler, the mysterious Lady of Pain, and she, or it, brooks no potential rivals. Who or what the lady is, none alive can say. Some believe her a goddess, others a reformed Tanari lord, and one persistent rumour posits that she is merely a puppet controlled by a cabal of sorcerous squirrels. What is known is that she is the all-powerful and unquestioned authority in Sigil, and has been for as long as recorded time. The lady has few laws, but to violate any one of them is to invite being mazed, that is, teleported to a unique labyrinthian pocket plane that few have ever escaped, or to simply be flayed alive. The foremost law is that the lady is not to be challenged in any way. To attack her or her servants, foment rebellion, or attempt to aid invaders is a virtual guarantee of a death sentence. The second is not to harm the city of Sigil itself. The lady has little interest in drunken knifings, assassinations, or other forms of minor bloodshed, but widespread destruction and mass murder, unchecked magic, mass riots, or prolific serial killers will almost certainly draw her ire. Indeed, to attract the lady's attention in the first place is more than likely a de facto violation of her laws. Attempting to worship the lady or merely interact with her in any way whilst she floats down Sigil's streets is a good way to be mazed or torn apart by her blades. Perhaps the most obvious threat to Sigil's stability and the rule of the lady are the gods. Gods of any sort are forbidden to enter Sigil, as are any groups that might be considered intent on conquering the city. An army, for example, or a large body of powerful planar creatures. The lady has the power to open and close planar portals at will, and attempting to interfere with these magics, such as attempting to subvert restrictions on portals to the astral plane, is again considered grounds for mazing or execution. Otherwise, the lady seems to play little role in the day-to-day running of Sigil. There is no apparent logic to her random visits to different parts of the city, and for most cages, she merely exists. A silent, merciless, but otherwise entirely disinterested tyrant and guardian to the City of Doors. Though the Lady of Pain is at the top of Sigil's power structure, there is essentially nothing and no one below her. The only residents of Sigil directly serving the Lady are the Dabus, floating, sexless, man-sized humanoids who serve as builders and caretakers to the city, and on momentously rare occasions communicate the Lady's wishes. Dabus do not speak, but rather conjure a string of symbols in the air that are somehow unique to whatever language is spoken by the beholder, and have no apparent wishes or desires of their own apart from carrying out mundane tasks throughout Sigil. There are rumours of rogue Dabus, though to question the Dabus on this is unwise. The Dabus hold no positions of authority, nor do they resort to violence, but to attack or impede the Dabus is regarded as a direct challenge to the Lady of Pain. With Sigil's true ruler thus divorced from the politics of the city, and her servants devoted to menial tasks, who regulates and legislates in the City of Doors on a day-to-day basis? The answer to that question is the factions. In a time long past, Sigil's political organisation revolved around the guilds, of which there were dozens, but after a lengthy period of intense violence, the Lady herself intervened and dictated that there could be but 15 major factions operating within Sigil at any one time. Though these groups initially constituted only a fraction of Sigil's population, over time the practical benefits of being part of a faction have grown to be almost overwhelming. A great number of residents of the city are part of one of these factions, even factions that are almost anti-factions, such as the League of the Independents, the Anarchists, or the Chaos Men. For the most part, the factions represent a particular philosophical or socio-political ideal, but this inevitably intersects with the interests of individual faction members, as well as the role members of that faction play in Sigil. The Fraternity of Order, for example, believe that there are laws to everything in the multiverse, to Sigil, to magic, to science, to the Great Wheel as a whole, and endeavour to learn these laws, including how to bend or break them. Unsurprisingly, the fraternity are found in large numbers in Sigil's courts and government. The Harmonium, meanwhile, worship unity and conformity, and effectively constitute Sigil's police force. And the Mercy Killers believe that purity and perfection can be achieved only through the unerring and unforgiving pursuit of justice. Small wonder they are often bounty hunters and executioners acting on behalf of the fraternity and Harmonium. Other factions also tend towards pursuits that fit their philosophy. Artists and explorers are commonly a part of the Society of Sensation, whilst merchants frequently find themselves in agreement with the hard-hearted Fated. Some of these factions are allies of politics, practicality, or philosophy, others bitter enemies, yet none are so foolish as to allow their disagreements to break out into open warfare, at least within the boundaries of Sigil. Life in the cage, for all its wonders, can therefore proceed as normal for the average resident of the City of Doors, even if that normality might include bumping into otherworldly creatures and the occasional unexpected jaunt to another plane. The Lady of Pain protects the city, the Daebus maintain it, the factions run it, and regular people enjoy the benefits of 100 million worlds meeting at one place in the multiverse. But to a man with no memories, all that would be quite a lot to take in. In the sprawl of Sigil's hive, within the vast mortuary of the grim Dustmen, a corpse rises from their cold slab. Tall, pallid, and heavily scarred, the man knows not where he is, what he is, nor who he is. All that touches his memory are vague images of people and places, thoughts of cold-blooded murder one moment, tenderness the next, betrayal and deception and endless injustices. The man feels as if he has been both slayer and slain, perpetrator and victim, powerful and powerless, but cannot grasp the full meaning of these images. Lifting himself off his blood-stained place of repose, the man with no name takes in his surroundings, and sees he is awakened in a place of many corpses, bloodied and half-autopsied bodies tended to by shambling, half-rotted servitors. Within moments, a sociable-looking, disembodied skull floats up to him, addressing the man in a curious accent. Introducing himself, certainly not itself, as Mort Richtersgrin, the skull explains that he is a magical, talking encyclopedia, a mimir, and that he knows nothing of the scarred man nor of his past. What Mort can tell him is that his body is a butcher's board of old wounds, any one of which is guaranteed to have slain him, and that the man has undoubtedly been intimate with death on more than one occasion. More helpfully, Mort informs the man that upon his back is a crisscross of elaborate tattoos, and that they bear a message for the scarred man. It advises the man to retrieve his journal, to seek out a man named Farad, assuming he still lives, and most importantly, not to tell anyone who or what has happened to him, unless he wants a one-way trip to the crematorium. Mort insists he can tell the man nothing of a journal or this mysterious Farad, but that the latter part of the message is sound advice. As briefly as he can, Mort explains that the pair are currently in the grand mortuary of the Dustmen, and that this is the last place one would want to be a dead man returned to life. The Dustmen believe that this so-called life is merely an illusion, and that the living are in fact the dead, but trapped in an incomplete transition to the next stage of existence. They view the purpose of this false life, this shadow of reality, as a crucible of sorts, a means of earning one's soul promotion up the ladder of truth, to purge themselves and reach the state of true death. Unsurprisingly, the Dustmen have a strange affinity for the dead and the undead, who they view as having progressed farther towards true death than they. Yet this makes the scarred man anathema to the Dustmen, not merely a being that died and was pulled back by divine magics, but an abomination slain many times over, whose polluted soul has been rejected by the true death, and returns to false life as a demon. The The skull joins with the scarred man, and the two agree to escape the Dustman and seek out Farad. As they explore the mortuary, the pair encounter unexpected allies. The wizard Dustman scribe Dull, who takes a more philosophical view of the scarred man's predicament than his peers, and a half-mad tiefling named Iveen, who aids the man in her own, rather painful way. True to the skull's words, the scarred man's body can endure the most ruinous injuries and yet never relinquish its grip on his soul. As they explore further, the deathless man is visited by more flashes of past experiences, memories of acts fair and foul committed at his hands. It seems that the past already weighs upon the man, that Sigil and beyond have been shaped by his deeds, that the new life to which he is awakened is burdened with his past crimes. Any doubts of this are dispelled at the lowest level of the mortuary, where the man is guided to the spirit of a dead woman. The ghost names herself Dayanara, and names the scarred man lover and betrayer. The spirit claims that the man is her killer and the cause of her entrapment, that in dying she has been made his tool, a spy on the other side of the great boundary between life and death. Dayanara is plaintive in one breath, begging the man to search his memories for any trace of her, but curses him in the next, snarling that he has used and discarded her as he has many others. She confirms that the man is indeed immortal, but gives him no name, nor further details not shrouded by portentous riddles. Eventually, Dayanara extracts a promise from the nameless man, to find some way to join her in death, or at least to liberate her spirit from the ethereal cage to which she has been bound. In return, Dayanara prophesies the Nameless One's fate, or at least that fate she deems best. The first of her omens is that the Nameless One will meet enemies 3, shades of good, evil, and neutrality, artificially birthed by the laws of the planes, but shadows of the threat posed by the Nameless One in his full glory. And the second omen, that he will come to a fortress built of sorrow and regret, and there make a great sacrifice, to destroy that which gives him life. Only by doing this, she insists, can the Nameless One bring the circle of ceaseless deaths to a close, and finally pass into the great beyond. The spirit passes away, to the great mystification of Mort, who claims to have seen nor heard nothing of the woman nor her words. With nothing to bar their path, the pair escape the mortuary and begin searching Sigil's slums for Farad and the Nameless One's journal. Whilst exploring the hive, more of the Nameless One's memories bubble to the surface, yet many of these memories, and the emotions they evoke, seem contradictory in nature and motivation, as if planned and perpetrated by several different men of entirely different minds to one another. The scarred man and the skull also meet other individuals with vague recollections of their own regarding the man. A merchant, for example, who claims she had seen the man stalking Sigil's streets before, trailed by a beautiful woman and a party of adventurers. And in the smouldering corpse bar, where a mad wizard burns within a ceaseless pillar of fire, a pair of fiendish veterans of the Blood War greet the Nameless One, addressing him as if old friends and speaking cryptically of contracts and comradeship. They also evidence a passing interest in Mort, claiming he bears the faintest scent of Beator about him. But more practical aid is to be found at another table, where the Nameless One encounters a Githzerai named Dakon, a taciturn warrior wielding a blade of pure will. Dakon's words are chosen carefully, almost too carefully, and he reveals little that is not directly asked of him. Despite his reserve, the warrior asks to join the Nameless One on his quest, and is oddly subservient to the scarred man, in action if not attitude. Though Dakon knows nothing of Farad nor any journal, the party quickly find others in the hive with the information they seek. In the tattoo parlour of the rogue Dabus Fell, the Nameless One learns that some details of his life are known to powers both great and small, for it is a chain that extends into many planes of the multiverse, links in a tale made up of sorrow, pain, terror, and regret. One such power manifests just outside the abode of Fel, where a barking Chaos Man is struck by a moment of lucidity, revealing that there is not one journal, but several, one in the so-called Hall of the Sensates, another sealed away in the darkness where stones weep. But the Nameless One need not rely on oracles or planewalkers for clues as to his next destination, for in other parts of the slums it is common knowledge that the name Farad refers to the so-called King of Rags. This self-professed regent is the leader of a gang of corpse collectors who rules from a court buried beneath the hive, somewhere under the mountains of trash that the locals call Ragpickers Square. Finding his way to the buried village and the court of Farad, the Nameless One learns that he has had business with the king before. Like others who have had dealings with the Nameless One, Farad is careful to reveal how much he knows, and in determining how much the scarred man knows of him. The King of Rags makes it clear he holds the advantage in the matter of their past dealings, and demands a boon before revealing what he knows. A bronze sphere from the tombs below. With no other options, the party descend into the Weeping Catacombs. In its depths, they find not only the sphere, but other evidence of the Nameless One's past deeds. In a stinking mound of corpses, the Nameless One finds his own dismembered arm, a tapestry of tattoos that will no doubt have their own tales to tell, and in the far reaches of the drowned nations is his own crypt. Here, shielded by deadly traps and puzzling portals, are the scribblings of the scarred man's past lives. Some penned by a being remorseful and introspective, some from a mind cold and calculating, and others merely the frenzied scrawlings of the utterly deranged. They speak of murder, manipulation, and betrayal, of a karmic cycle of endless punishment and purification, of vengeful shadows, and of a relentless foe who has hunted these past lives to the farthest planes and back. But all these inscriptions share one emotion: fear. Fear of losing not merely their lives, but of losing themselves, either to their pursuer or to each other. One inscription gives name to the Nameless One, a great many names in fact. The one doomed to life, man of 1,000 deaths, misery bringer, lost one, wounded one, and most interestingly, incarnation's end. Another inscription is familiar to the scarred man, the warnings carved into his own back. But there is one more line here, one that Mort had failed to include in his first reading. Don't trust the skull. Returning to the ill-wind court with his strange bronze sphere, the Nameless One demands payment in knowledge from the King of Rags. Delighted with the delivery of the sphere, Farad lives up, more or less, to his end of the bargain. According to Farad, the Nameless One once struck a deal with the Collectors, who for their part were to safeguard his corpse and belongings whenever they came across it, and bear his body to the mortuary. Why, Farad cannot say, but as to where the Nameless One last fell, he consults the best of his Collectors, the fiery tiefling thief Anna of the Shadows. Anna, after some heated negotiation, reveals that she discovered the scarred man's corpse in a haunted alley not far from the hive, and is ordered by Farad to accompany the Nameless One there. Before proceeding to the alley, the party deliver the scarred man's severed arm to Fel, who reveals that the tattoos tell a sad story that encompasses both the Nameless One and those unfortunate souls dragged into the endless cycle of misery that constitutes his many lives. One series of tattoos tell of past companions, a blind, drink-sodden archer whose arrows always strike true, a woman with the eyes of prophecy who loves one that loves only themselves, and a soldier who is a slave. They are tales of treachery and torment, yet Fel claims to admire the Nameless One, for throughout it all he has somehow endured, struggling on despite the weight of countless injustices and just as many deaths. And in the Alley of Lingering Sighs, the party find a witness to one such death. The alley itself. In the course of this conversation, another memory resurfaces, the scarred man ambushed by distorted, distended shadow beings, who slash him to ribbons in inexplicable fury. The party leave the hive and proceed to Sigil's lower ward, where they become caught up in the strange workings of the infamous Lothar, Master of Skulls. After performing a service for the wizard, the Nameless One finally learns the name of the being that can dispel the mystery of their existence. Only one person in the multiverse can reveal the means and motivation behind the scarred man's tormented immortality, the mad night hag Ravel Puzzlewell. Few would wish to ask anything of Ravel, and merely finding her will be an adventure in itself. Ravel's crimes are beyond measure, and her most recent the most egregious of all, an attempt to open Sigil to an army of fiends. Ravel failed and was punished by the Lady of Pain by being transported to her own personal labyrinth, to spend eons reflecting on her arrogance. Yet every maze has a single loophole, a concealed means of entry or egress neither inmate nor invader is likely to uncover. The location and key to Ravel's maze are unknown to Lothar, but he suggests seeking the advice of the many scholars of the Clerk's Ward. This prosperous playground of Sigil's upper crust holds a great many powerful and knowledgeable individuals, and just as in the hive, more than one have been touched by the axe of the scarred man's past lives. Some are victims, linguists and craftsmen slain at the hands of his harder-hearted predecessors in an attempt to cover their tracks. Others have been his judges or executioners, and more than a few his servants or collaborators. A gypsy delivers a scroll to the Nameless One, claiming it was passed down to her from her mother in anticipation of the scarred man's arrival. But the scroll turns out to be a deadly trap. It seems at least one of these past incarnations saw their successors as their chief foes. This is by no means the last time the Nameless One falls victim to his own schemes. Ambuscards physical and ethereal aimed at destroying body, will, or mind, though whether aimed at him or his mysterious pursuer is not always clear. Despite these many obstacles, many frustrated leads and dead ends engineered by powers unknown, the Nameless One edges closer to the secrets of his past and the location of Ravel Puzzlewell. In the Hall of the Sensates, he finds another journal and an expert in matters of the Lady's Mazes. In the office of an advocate, the scarred man uncovers an artifact of his own artifice, and many details about the sad spirit who accosted him in the mortuary. And in a cat house of cognates, he at last finds a tangible link to the Night Hag. But in that place he also finds another being who willingly ensnares herself in the twisted, tragic path on which he has embarked. The matron of the brothel, the reformed succubus Fall from Grace, joins the amnesiac immortal and his strange band, curious as to where their adventures might lead. She is not to be disappointed, as in the Shop of Curiosities the party find a portal to the chaotic plane of Limbo. There they retrieve the corrupted Modron Nordum, a creature born of purest order, whose tainted mind is now torn between unity and self-expression, between conformity and individualism. Yet there is another companion in Sigil who has already been bound to the Nameless One's service. The burning mage in the smouldering corpse bar, bound within a portal to the plane of fire as punishment for old crimes. Once freed, the psychotic Ignis quickly falls in with the scarred man, treating him, as Fall from Grace observes, as a student would a master. Strange, then, that Ignis' powers, drawn directly from the elemental planes, seem so fitting to combat a man of immortal flesh. Why would a previous incarnation cultivate a student so suited to be his own slayer? As the party will soon discover, the Fire Wizard is not the only potential ally that a past life engineered as their own doom. Eventually, the Nameless One and his companions find the knowledge and reagents necessary to breach the walls of Ravel Puzzlewell's planar prison. But as he prepares to embark, the scarred man is struck by a sixth sense, an inkling that Puzzlewell's prison is far from the last place in the multiverse he will visit in fulfillment of his destiny. That augury is no lie, as the party will journey well beyond the black barbed maze of the Night Hag in search of answers. They will navigate a plagued town at the gates of Carceri, scour a cage of liars, tread the dead sands of Outland, and battle under the blood-red skies of Beator. They will meet liars and betrayers both infernal and angelic, truth-tellers with forked tongues, devils and demons, and living weapons born to unmake immortals. But the powers they will face pale in comparison to the foe that awaits them at the end of their adventure. In halls of sorrow built upon stones of regret, the Nameless One's nemesis gathers their strength for the final confrontation. There is no force in all the multiverse that can match the hatred it bears the scarred man. A hate that would see the planes burn out and its own existence ended before it permits the cycle of torment to come to a close.
You must have had this experience as a musician. You must have had people that would tell you that, a certain song that you did meant, X, Y, or Z to them. It's because, regardless of the intention of the song, like, they projected something onto it because it was there to be projected onto. And that's interesting. It's like sometimes like people will play Torment and they'll like, oh, well, you must have been thinking about this or that or this philosophy or this belief. And no, like it's all coming from the audience and it's their perception of what was going on. I think it's really interesting. It's just sometimes I think people think I'm smarter than I am. A lot of Torment decisions came from very dumb places.
Browsing other retrospectives on Planescape, whether by big-name reviewers or smaller outfits, it's not long before you start to see dedications to its writing using terms like masterpiece, profound, or, to paraphrase PC Gamer, the deepest, most mature, most thoughtful writing ever seen. One popular video even dubs it the most philosophical game ever made. This isn't a new development. You might remember that back at release, Thierry Nguyen's review, which Chris Avallone has cited as a favourite, dubbed Torment a mythopoetic meditation. But that's not an aspect of the game's writing I'm going to dwell on here, for a couple of reasons. The first is pure bias. The central question posed by the game, though interesting as a concept, didn't really resonate with me personally as it did others. I just don't think the implications were explored as well as certain other story-driven titles. But that's a very subjective thing. The second and more important reason I won't get into it is that I just don't think it's warranted. Whilst I've certainly not read every single interview or every forum post made by the game's writers, as I hope this video is evidence of, I did read quite a lot of them, and none of them, well at least none by Avallone or McComb, really support the grander narratives posited by some other retrospectives. There are often discrepancies in statements made by the Torment team depending on whether they were made during development, shortly after development, or many years later, especially as they relate to why certain decisions were made as to game design. But one area that the team seems very consistent on is the writing. I see Avallone and McComb saying almost the exact same things in interviews from the last few years as they were saying back in 1998. And those statements prove, and I mean this in the nicest way possible, that a writer is never as smart as you think they are. When asked to interpret the meaning of the game's tagline, none of the developers' answers seem that deep or profound. That's not me being snooty, that's actually something Chris Avallone himself has pointed out in his Kilgore Trout stream and elsewhere. But to give credit to Avallone and McComb, neither have used the game's legacy to promote post-factum theories that infuse the writing with meaning that was never intended. Instead, they've supported individual readings of Torment, whilst simultaneously clarifying the origins and original intent of characters, dialogue, and various plot points, even when the reality is rather mundane compared to fan interpretations. You could argue, in fairness, that Avallone is merely downplaying his own talents. I can't think of an interview where Avallone doesn't make himself seem exceedingly humble or tries to credit other writers ahead of himself, and some team members, like Scott Warner, have given the impression that Torment's writing is the product of its grounding in literature and philosophy. But even Colin McComb, who regularly plays up Avallone's contributions, has never suggested his writing was intended as more than it seems, nor that it came from, let's say, more cerebral influences than have been previously cited. In several different interviews, Avallone named Roger Zelazny's Amber series and Bill Willingham's The Elementals as inspirations, whilst McComb has spoken more broadly of influences on his work on Planescape prior and concurrent to developing Torment. More often, team members have cited either the original setting, practical considerations, or each other as the inspiration for Torment, and I think that last point is critical. Most of the Torment team have credited Avallone for anything from 50 to 70% of the game's writing, but as Guido Henkel, though arguably a biased source, has correctly pointed out, by the late 90s very little in the industry was the product of a single creative mind. Avallone might have conceived much of the game's writing, but that base was built upon via collaboration. Eric Campanella's explanation of the symbolism of Torment, for example, or the process that led to characters like Mort or Fall from Grace. Much of the meaning ascribed to Torment's writing was the product of layering over the course of development, a practical concern raised by a team member, a comment made in focus testing, an addition by a quest, dialogue, or area designer. Don't forget that, by necessity, Avallone didn't write all the dialogue for a good number of even his own characters, including some of those critical to the main quest. If there's a particular piece of dialogue that you loved, don't be too surprised to find it was written by another member of the team. Now, none of that's meant to downplay Avallone's contribution. In fact, as we'll see later, I think there may be too much of Avallone in the game. The point here, though, as its leads have freely admitted, is that more philosophical interpretations of Torment are partly the product of over-analysis. That doesn't mean they're without merit, either in a death of the author sort of way or in resonating with individual experiences. Colin McComb has mentioned that in writing Tides of Numenera, his perspective on the themes he'd explored back in Planescape had changed significantly, and that he was now approaching them as a man in his 40s, facing down his impending mortality. Crikey. So there's nothing wrong with any of the other retrospectives exploring the implications of Torment's writing, even if they weren't part of the game's original intent. It would certainly be interesting to consider Torment in the context of the material that influenced Zeb Cook, for example. But for the purpose of this video, I'd rather cover the 3 areas that we know for certain, or at least according to the team themselves, were the focus of Torment's writing. The first, arguably the weakest but most relevant, was realising the Planescape setting itself, the only game to date to have done so. Second was in differentiating itself from other CRPGs, something everyone on the team agreed on. And finally, the thing that seems to have most strongly motivated Chris Avallone, in iterating on elements of role-playing that were, in his view, being limited by the conventions of the Dungeons & Dragons rule set, in particular character generation. The first might seem a bit redundant to go over, since Colin McComb was of course one of the designers on the tabletop game in its brief heyday, but even putting aside Zeb Cook's comment that there were a couple of things he disagreed with in Torment's treatment of the setting, the subject is worth covering in terms of how much of Planescape was translated to a game, how it was presented, and how successfully it did both of these things from the player's perspective. Planescape was, as Fergus Urquhart put it, partly about going to the planes, yet Torment didn't really lean into that. As the team have said, they focused on the city of Sigil, and just representing 3 of the city's 6 wards accounted for an enormous chunk of their time and resources. Despite being an obvious shortcoming as it pertains to representing the Planescape setting, it was probably for the best. TSR themselves, remember, had tried to avoid the mistakes of Spelljammer by emphasising Sigil as the anchor for adventures in the planes. And there are many games, including Infinity Engine titles, that spread their resources too thinly by trying to communicate the scale of a setting, rather than giving sufficient attention to a main hub. Nevertheless, it means skipping a lot of the most exotic and radical features of Planescape. Outland is depicted as essentially a big desert, rather than a unique and wildly varied plane of its own, and none of the outer or border planes visited later in the adventure come across anywhere near as strange or spectacular as in the source material. I half agree with Elliot Chen's point that Torment didn't quite translate just how wild the Planescape setting could be, partly due to technical limitations and resources. The team tried to more extensively implement serious spell disruption mechanics and other idiosyncrasies of Outland and the different planes, and the planes that did make it into the final game were, in some cases, a shadow of their original intent. But intent was in itself a limiting factor. Avallone and McComb stated that they quite consciously tried to downplay the powers of Planescape, gods essentially, including priests and worship and divinely shaped realities and other related elements that the setting played with. But the biggest factor limiting the exoticism of the multiverse is partly inherited from the original setting, which is how Sigil is depicted. As bizarre and wondrous as Sigil is meant to be, it was also always intended as an anchoring aspect of Planescape, a city where many mechanics from conventional AD&D, such as magic, work more or less the same as they would normally. Sigil was really the focus of Planescape, especially its people and culture, which the Torment team tried very hard to explore in as much detail as they could. Nobody can deny that the game's dialogue is rich in Sigil's peculiar cant, to the point that numerous NPCs have to stop and explain the meaning of these terms to the player. I think it's fair to say that the lingo of the Cagers is a microcosm of Planescape as a whole. It's weird, exotic, and potentially either an attraction or barrier to immersion in the setting. TSR were absolutely pushing Planescape as something that was completely different to traditional AD&D, and indeed for its, to put it kindly, intellectualism. I mentioned the oddity of Interplay's marketing of Planescape back near the start of the video, playing up its strangeness, insisting it would be accessible, and also dumping encyclopedias of background lore, travel guides, and dictionaries of planar cant on the official website. It seems Interplay couldn't quite decide whether to throw players in at the deep end or let them waddle into the shallows first, and there's a little of this dichotomy in the way the setting is introduced in-game. It's a difficult conundrum that has no perfect answer. Is Planescape's weirdness a positive or a negative? And even if the former, what's the best way to introduce it to the player? It's worth pointing out that despite the tabletop game's strong critical reception, there were certainly reviewers who did not appreciate how far it deviated from fantasy conventions. In a 1998 article in Realms of Fantasy, for example, Eric Baker complained of Planescape, "You don't just have fighters and thieves, you have bashers and cutters. You spend more time trying to remember jargon than you do envisioning your character in his surroundings." Again, as we covered at the start of the video, it's easy to complain about the preponderance of elf queens and evil orcs in fantasy, but there's an immediate familiarity and appeal to traditional fantasy. You don't need to explain what a necromancer is, why dwarves like mining, or why human males are the most desirable mates in the universe. Taking a purposefully different approach can be a positive, but it's hard to predict whether it will receive positive feedback from critics, from consumers, or perhaps from neither. Obsidian's Pillars of Eternity, for example, was criticised both for being too close to typical high fantasy, but also for pretending it was something other than that. On the other hand, In Exile's Tides of Numenera took heat from some for being painfully self-conscious about how exotic and unconventional its setting had to be, as if every description were the writers screaming, "I'm not like the other girls." Torment definitely enjoys realising the anti-Tolkienism of the Planescape setting, but there's no doubt it's a double-edged axe. Sorry, Chris. I have to say, though the game does its best not to overwhelm the player too quickly, there are even in the tutorial dialogue trees consisting entirely of paragraphs upon paragraphs of exposition. As I said in the gameplay section, these are technically optional, but many players are not going to consciously ignore asking questions that could lead to new quests or experience rewards. It's entirely possible new players with no familiarity with Planescape will be turned off by this, just as some Planescape players were by Tides of Numenera's text dumps. Yet there's also a danger returning players, or players who are familiar with Planescape, will also dislike this approach. Planescape's text dumps can be a real grind even if you're interested in the setting, because there's a lot of information here you already know, explaining where Sigil is, who the Dustmen are, what an Abishai is, and so on. For a totally new player, I would personally peg the ideal number of playthroughs of Torment, purely from a writing standpoint, to be no more than 2. The first to enjoy learning about the setting, and the second to appreciate the depth and foreshadowing that's now apparent to you, especially with a character strong in non-combat stats. Any more than that, and you risk being crushed under the weight of Torment's bloated prose. And when I say depth, I don't necessarily mean in the sense of being thought-provoking. Whilst Torment is, even today, considerably more philosophical than the average CRPG, we've gone over how that element is nevertheless rather exaggerated by fans, by no fault of the team themselves. To some degree, philosophical writing is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Some superficial references are probably enough to get the ball rolling with players, and it's not unusual for audiences to see in throwaway names or terminology a level of depth not considered by the author. But Torment, to its credit, did try to represent elements that were integrated into the original setting. The big one is belief, not simply a concept in Planescape, but something that coalesced into an actual mechanic, quantified as belief points in Monty Cook's Planeswalker's Handbook. To summarise, these tracked how closely players adhered to specific convictions, and could be spent as a means of passing stat checks, consulting the DM for clues and the like, a little bit like fate points in old Warhammer Fantasy roleplay and similar systems. Unfortunately, even though iterated upon by Cook and other designers, the system remained quite reliant on interpretation by the Dungeon Master, and is rather difficult to represent in a CRPG. In Torment, they were partially implemented in another form we mentioned earlier, the way the game tracks the player's commitment to alignment and morality, but Torment certainly didn't introduce any revolutionary new mechanics inspired by the tabletop game. Instead, they relied on making the power of belief more a theme than a feature, one that's particularly important to the main quest, as well as a handful of Easter eggs like the character of Adan. Compared to generic high fantasy, it's certainly unusual, but it hardly qualifies as a paradigm shift. Even in Baldur's Gate, it was possible for a paladin to fall, for example, and the sequel added alignment shifting. By no means as extensively as Planescape's alignment points, but nor does Planescape mechanically represent the importance of belief, or of the relationship between petitioners, powers, and the Outer Planes that well. In fact, I would say it's fatally undermined by the story of the Nameless One, but we'll come back to that. Another important aspect of Planescape were portals and doorways, in a very material sense, not just as part of the plane hopping, but as an integral part of Sigil. This is something that I don't think comes across as strongly as in the tabletop game. The game tries to communicate this with characters like Ingress, learning about portal keys, or in instances of the party using portals to travel around Sigil, but I would argue this is not much different to other fantasy CRPGs. Teleporting around isn't exactly a novelty in fantasy games, with keys or otherwise, so I imagine that the Torment team really would have had to integrate intra-city portals more thoroughly into the side quests and regular traversal. Maybe they could have replaced the fast travel that activates when you reach the lower ward with portal keys. I actually hated the fast travel in Planescape because it advanced time much faster than if you just walked there manually. Though Sigil might be called the City of Doors, in Torment this doesn't really mean all that much. Funnily enough, there are 1 or 2 points about Sigil that Torment exaggerates, departing a little from the original setting. Sigil's native population, not counting its transients, is skewed towards humans, with a very large number of tieflings and gith. But there are also plenty of races regular AD&D players would be familiar with, in particular half-elves and to a lesser extent regular elves, dwarves, gnomes and all the rest. The Torment team quite openly stated that they wanted to avoid elves and dwarves and the like, and from Torment you'd assume these races were barely present in Sigil. In my opinion, the team went a little far in trying to avoid conventional fantasy races. The reason I say this is because part of the interest of Sigil is not just playing or representing exotic planars, but how primes, or the clueless, fare in the setting. Planescape had guidelines for how races and classes from settings like Dark Sun, the Forgotten Realms, or Dragonlance navigated or were perceived in Sigil, for example. And whilst these characters briefly appear in Torment as NPCs, I feel again like anything tied to traditional AD&D was consciously downplayed more than it was in the original. And even then, at some point during development, Monty Cook apparently commented that he felt Sigil's diversity was not being communicated well enough. Whether this was in reference to the different races, or in a broader sense, I'm not sure. Admittedly, Torment perhaps slightly underrepresents the centaur-like Barrior, who are a core player race in the tabletop game, and from a class standpoint is also a bit stingy in depicting mages, who, with the exception of the truly powerful, are not seen as unusual in Sigil. So there's sometimes a tension here, with Black Isle sometimes trying to depict Planescape as a setting, and sometimes trying to make their own mark. Remember not only Chris Avalone's, but also Tim Donnelly and Dan Spitzley's admission that a significant number of Team Torment had not been Planescape fans prior to joining the project. As Donnelly and others put it, the appeal was not so much in Planescape itself, but the fact the setting wasn't as strict as other AD&D campaigns, giving the team more freedom to express themselves. We've covered the gameplay and artistic side of that, but in characters and questing, they were obviously keen to go against the grain of traditional fantasy. The original Vision doc specified that Torment was not high fantasy, but avant-garde fantasy, that the team were to go nutty and always re-examine their first instincts. The result of this was, I think, not necessarily avant-garde fantasy, but in the case of the team's own contributions, counter-fantasy, a world where things were often just the opposite of existing fantasy tropes, rather than original ideas. Many of the concepts mentioned in the Vision doc would make it into the final game, including super-powered rats, amiable undead, chaste succubi, brothels for the mind, talking items, and all the rest. As with their gameplay impact, these aspects of the writing can occasionally veer into the gimmicky or shallow. In many instances, as the team have admitted, things made it into Torment simply because someone in the office said, "Wouldn't it be cool if..." and in it went. In fairness, some of these ideas are a little shallow because they were not fully realised due to time or budget constraints. In the Vision doc, for example, the game's ultimate antagonist was originally meant to be the player's nemesis in all senses of the word, their opposite in morality and alignment and everything else. An interesting idea that's been played with in other games, like Lionhead's Black and White. All the same, I think there were many cases where the team simply liked the idea of doing something that was the opposite of traditional fantasy and gave it no thought beyond that. This sort of thing has a bit of novelty value, but without fleshing out, no more. No better than a throwaway fantasy in-joke. Another problem is the issue of whether conventional fantasy was really something players wanted to get away from. As we mentioned earlier, plenty of people complained about generic fantasy settings in games, but based on the data, they seem to do pretty well among their existing fanbase. Going all the way back to the original tabletop setting, don't forget that when Zeb Cook was formulating Planescape, he was coming into it having made AD&D content for well over a decade, and in fact was lead on the team that created the Advanced Dungeons & Dragons 2nd edition rule set. He designed the world of Planescape as someone stewing in high fantasy for far too long, who wanted to escape it for at least a moment. And though Team Torment were not quite the greybeards Cook was, many of them, including Avalone, had played and designed enough fantasy content to be borderline sick of it by that point. But consumers, even avid fantasy and CRPG fans, were not necessarily going to be so overexposed to classic fantasy. For most, it was a hobby, not a full-time job. RPG fans of both pen and paper and home computer seemed to like fantasy and continued buying fantasy. And by the time Wizards of the Coast took over TSR, it was the Forgotten Realms that had endured, not Spelljammer, nor Oriental Adventures, nor even the more recent Planescape. There was certainly a demographic who would appreciate non-fantasy CRPGs, as Fallout illustrated, but fantasy remained in the lead, and it's debatable whether someone who disliked fantasy would perceive Planescape, with its tieflings and Abishai and Barrior, as anything other than slightly weirder fantasy. Retrospective coverage of Torment unerringly remarks upon its novelty as a setting, but I'm not sure this was actually a huge part of its appeal. There were a number of other CRPGs of the 90s with original fantasy or sci-fi settings that were swiftly buried by the sands of time. In fact, as Avalone argues, Torment's strangeness may well have damaged its marketability. The enduring appeal of Torment's writing is thus more fairly attributed to a rather boring explanation, its quality and depth. Even if its philosophical and psychoanalytical meaning has been exaggerated, the dialogue and characterization in Torment is immediately obvious as superior to Baldur's Gate. Many characters, even relatively minor ones, are often multifaceted and layered in motivation, not straightforward heroes or villains, not abject and irredeemable cowards, nor caricatures of unyielding lawbringers. This isn't always true. You could go through Planescape's cast and pick out plenty of quite one-sided and uninteresting villains. Acasta the Ghoul, Mantwock the Were-Rat, or, ironically, many as one. Mantwock is given a quite prominent place in the original Vision doc, but isn't all that involved in the final game. Perhaps he was supposed to be more of a recurring villain, a bad penny that always seemed to turn up, failing upwards every time his schemes were foiled by the party. But in general, Torment has lots of well-rounded characters, or at least characters often painted with empathy, with the intent of making them feel more humanoid, at least. This is more laudable than just trying to be different, than just putting heroes in black and villains in white. Without spoiling much, an element I liked of the game's villain, for example, was not that he was remarkably original, but that he was a villain in the vein of the religious Tolkien-esque worldview, a small and fearful entity that projects power by trickery and illusion, to smother the hero in a darkness that seems greater than it really is. The moment that the protagonist realizes this is stronger, in my view, than the much-vaunted Max Whiz dialogue option that Avalone is most proud of. Speaking of Avalone, one semi-criticism of the antagonists that I think has some merit is that too much attention was paid to what some consider Avalone's magnum opus, Ravel Puzzlewell. Puzzlewell has remarkable layers to her, I think most would agree even more than the game's ultimate antagonist, and is a fascinating tangle of oft self-sabotaging motivations. These layers are, however, mostly confined to a single interaction about half or three-quarters way through the main quest, and are partially reliant on choosing particular dialogue options and various stat checks. There's a little extra to this towards the end of the game if the player returns to a side character in Sigil, but this is a very brief and surprisingly not extended to numerous other side characters, both directly and indirectly related to Ravel in other parts of the city. Avalone obviously has a special attachment to many of the companions he conceived for Torment, but Ravel most of all, and in numerous interviews has stated that many other characters he's written over the course of his career are, canonically, at least in his mind, offshoots or branches of Ravel. Among the characters officially categorized as part of the Avalone verse are the Seer from Icewind Dale's Heart of Winter, the Cat Lady of Targos in Icewind Dale 2, Kreia of Knights of the Old Republic 2, and supposedly Grieving Mother from Pillars of Eternity, although I've seen mixed statements from Avalone on that last one. Unfortunately, the remaining antagonists also suffer a bit due to lack of screen time, and can lean a little closer to Mantuok in quality. Still, let's not forget that much of the writer's attention was lavished either on the Nameless One or on Torment's small pool of companions. These companions are pretty easily communicable, high-concept designs: a horny, wisecracking skull, a Puritan succubus, an exiled spell-slinging samurai, an unstoppable armor-clad spirit of justice, and so on. In-game, there's more depth to them, the meaning and implications surrounding the Circle of Zerthamon, for example, the strange relationship between Mort and the Nameless One, Nordum's attempts to discern new meaning to the world. Several of these companions have won numerous awards from gaming sites over the years, though whether for their immediate artistic design or how they were written is debatable. They're typically praised for being so much deeper than conventional CRPG companions, and whilst that's true compared to most classic CRPGs from the 80s and 90s, the tide was already starting to turn by the time Torment was released. Other CRPGs that were in development, mostly concurrent to Planescape, particularly those that released in 2000, also featured more fleshed out side characters than classic CRPGs. Whilst Torment is sometimes given credit for this trend, it was already starting to manifest quite strongly in contemporaneous titles like Fallout 2 and, of course, Baldur's Gate. It was also a trend strongly influenced by even older series, such as the Ultima games, as well as directly, in the case of the then in-development Baldur's Gate 2, by the increasing popularity of Japanese role-playing games. So it's not really an area Torment can claim to have been the trendsetter. Nevertheless, it was a very strong competitor in the field, especially so at the time. But even then, there was quibbling over just how much better it was. Torment hit shelves after Baldur's Gate, but before Baldur's Gate 2, which was released around a year after Black Isle's game. Unsurprisingly, BioWare and Interplay were frequently subjected to queries, or sometimes demands, regarding how strongly Torment's critically acclaimed writing would influence Shadows of Arm. BioWare had already resolved to expand on the companion writing that had been such a hit in the first game, and there's not a huge amount of evidence Torment significantly impacted BioWare's game. In some cases, they and Interplay appear to have consciously tried to go in the opposite direction, such as internal guidelines about not having too much text. And there were ways in which Baldur's Gate 2 was too mechanically divorced from Torment to realistically borrow from it. But in more straightforward ways, such as the quantity and quality of companion dialogue, BioWare did have to defend their honour. In one post, for example, BioWare's David Gader, who later called Torment a work of art, argued he felt the actual amount of companion dialogue in Torment was being exaggerated by fans, stating that to his memory, companions didn't actually interject as much as was being claimed. Some might disagree with Gader's assessment, but right or wrong, his impression probably stems from the implementation and distribution of companion dialogue in Torment. Whereas Baldur's Gate and Baldur's Gate 2's companion interaction took place primarily in the form of random banter and occasionally in response to player actions, in Torment a huge portion of that is initiated by the player via the dialogue menu. So much of the companion dialogue is stored here, remember, that Interplay very nearly demanded the whole thing be cut. This means that whereas Baldur's Gate's companions would interject randomly, and hypothetically their comments would be evenly spread out across a single playthrough, a huge amount of Torment's party interaction takes place when the player decides to talk to them. Now, again, hypothetically, what the player would do is chat with them a little bit at one point, chat with them again a little later, perhaps after an important event, wait a bit and chat with them once more, and so on. In reality, sort of the inverse of the problem of Baldur's Gate 2, where party interaction was sometimes very uneven due to timers and random events, there's a good chance a Torment player will exhaust the majority of their companion's dialogue in one fell swoop. There is some degree of gating here. Certain options can only be activated after main quest progression, for example, but it doesn't equalize the skewed pacing and distribution of content. Also, some gating is related to class or stat checks, particularly, as per usual in Torment, for mages and characters with high non-combat stats. So in terms of random, non-player initiated banter, Torment may not seem that different to even the original Baldur's Gate. Its main advantage is that, due to overcoming an engine limitation before BioWare could, Torment permits companions to interject during conversations with other NPCs. A further problem with this is again the limited pool of companions and how spread out they are. A typical player will likely spend many hours first travelling with just Mort and Dakon. Dakon is, by design, not very chatty in the first place, and on top of that there isn't much banter between Mort and Dakon. When Anna joins the party, this changes, but not for Dakon. Instead, the player starts to hear more frequent party banter, pretty much exclusively between Anna and Mort, and that banter is very single-minded.
You know, it wouldn't kill you to say a few words to me, Fiendling. Or hug me. Or kiss me.
Sometime after this, another party member joins, Fall from Grace, albeit again interacting primarily with either Mort, usually on the same topics as before,
Grace, do you want to put me in your inventory?
Or with Anna, usually involving catfights, initially very one-sided, over the nameless one. Then there are Ignis, Nordum, and Valor. The first could be obtained right around the same time as Fall from Grace, depending on what the player does, but like Dakon, isn't very sociable. Nordum has some party banter, but God knows when or even if the player even picks him up. And Valor, who doesn't so much banter with the party as try to massacre half of them, can't be found until very late in the main quest. There's too much of a slant towards the companions' surface-level characteristics, Mort being crass, Nordum being a Modron, and so on, and their better-written interactions are highly conditional and reliant on spending enough time with them, possibly more time than the game realistically permits. So the party don't exactly bounce off each other, so to speak. Rather, inter-party relations can feel like 50% Mort making sex jokes and 50% Anna squabbling with Grace, which is funny at first, but can become a very tiring dynamic. On top of all this, a large amount of companion interaction, especially the deeper conversations, is in text format and on-voiced. There are definitely some strong moments between the party, but whether you'll ever see them, let alone explore their ramifications, is another issue. So the end result is that companion interaction in Torment is technically more than that of Baldur's Gate, as it should be considering the small companion pool, but can be very reliant on factors beyond the writer's control, and within a year was matched and in one or two ways, like companion side quests, surpassed by Baldur's Gate 2. One of the other things Torment had over Baldur's Gate, but was then met by the game's sequel, was romances. Excluding quest-related romances with Ravel or Dianara, if you can really call them that in the same context, Torment had its quasi-love triangle, rule of three and all that, with Anna and Grace. As I'm duty-bound to point out, technically not the first interactive romance in Western CRPGs, but novel enough in 1999 for some to mistakenly credit it as such. It's another one of those things that received praise at the time, but isn't considered too remarkable now. One reason is politics, of course, the terrible crime of having attractive women fighting over the protagonist. Another reason is the perception of how juvenile the romances are. I mean, really? A streetwise, skimpily dressed tiefling who is not only a virgin, but has literally never been kissed before? From a cursory glance at various retrospectives, the Fall from Grace romance tends to be given more credit, which isn't surprising. It's more intellectual and deliberately subverts traditional fantasy archetypes, and thus appeals more to midwits. On more objective terms, Torment's romances are oddly paced, even abrupt compared to Baldur's Gate 2's. BioWare's romances are, or were, criticised for being unrealistic and rushed. Jaheira's rather swift transition from widowhood to half-elf in Heat, for example. But in comparison to Torment's, the romances in Shadows of Arm are positively glacial, evolving gradually over the course of numerous conversations. Torment's just sort of happen, partly due to some interactions occurring as a result of main quest progression, like the Ravel encounter, and they also seem sort of unfinished, thanks to being tied to the fate of the Nameless One, a point I'll come to very soon. They do also illustrate, well, not a problem, but a reality of Planescape's writing, which is its maleness. Not in the sense of being written by men, but in the sense of being from the in-universe perspective of a man. Though Avalon claims to have been upset by the lack of main character customization that arose from budget limitations, this decision was made early on and was obviously something the team came to terms with very quickly. Torment is, in and out, a story about a man, and this colours, even in-universe, reverse the way people approach you, the way they react to you, your options in interacting with them, and all the rest. Although I didn't look into it, I read that someone apparently tried making a mod for Torment that changed the Nameless One to a woman, but gave up because there was just too much dialogue to change beyond merely titles and pronouns. That doesn't surprise me at all, as whilst Planescape's premise is gender neutral, the main plot is not, let alone the protagonist's backstory and the rest of the game. Obviously it could be rewritten to work with a woman, but that's a big change, or you could just brute force it and make the female avatar gay or bisexual, but nobody would be that lazy. This is a general symptom of the lack of character customization in Torment, and in later comments, Avalon cited Knights of the Old Republic 2's protagonist as a better example of integrating both male and female leads into the writing. Returning to the companions in a general sense, it's also disappointing that the conflicts that arise between party members are more frequently personal than ideological. As a feature of Planescape, and a feature of Torment itself, factionalism is an aspect that the team, again, have admitted was not handled perfectly in the game. The issues arising from which I think bridge the gap between our discussion of the writing and of the role-playing. Only a handful of factions are fairly represented in Torment, and fewer still joinable, with the latter issue made worse by how much of Torment's character development is gated. As we've seen, for both gameplay and role-playing reasons, Black Isle eased the player into accessing different classes, companions, and factions. We've covered one reason, to try and avoid overwhelming the player with too much that was new, giving them a chance to consider the weight of their decisions, and also the other reason, the idea of the game as character generator, rather than the opening stat screen. But that attempt to give players more freedom is also very restrictive on a number of levels. Planescape is a big mess of races, roles, and ideologies, yet you can't really roleplay as any of them until several hours into Torment's main quest. You are, for all intents and purposes, the Nameless One. Not a Nameless One, not a tabula rasa for the player to etch their will upon, but the Nameless One, a pre-generated character. The Nameless One suffers as a player avatar because he's already been defined by Black Isle, and moulding him to your vision of the character takes far too long and is actually rather limited anyway. The good points of Torment's role-playing options we partly covered earlier in the video, in the general variety of different quests or dialogue outcomes, which often cover at least two different moral or philosophical perspectives, good or evil, lawful or chaotic, and sometimes neutral, though Avalon has admitted that the game semi-punishes players who try to be too non-committal in their answers or expression of their beliefs. Also in the way those outcomes can be achieved with stat checks, usually favouring mages later in the game, or far less frequently, a shortcoming we mentioned in the Baldur's Gate videos, through alternative means or player intuition rather than just following dialogue prompts. And in general, flavourful dialogue options that might not favour any particular outcome, but give us the opportunity to express our character's belief. And, of course, in the game tracking the player's attunement to law or chaos, the problems with which we've mentioned already. But all these positives are overshadowed by a number of opposing forces. The first is that the Nameless One is just too much the Nameless One, and not the player's avatar. This is partly Eric Campanella's fault, or whoever sketched the Nameless One's original design. It's a very strong and identifiable model that undoubtedly stands out better than any player character in other Infinity Engine games. But that in itself makes you think of the character as the Nameless One, not your character, whether as self-insert or at least as your own creation. This isn't an entirely new criticism from an aesthetic standpoint. Complaints regarding Baldur's Gate's portraits being too limited, for example. But it's worse here because the Nameless One is a distinct and well-drawn, well-rendered character. A bit of this is also the fault of the voice acting. Although other Infinity Engine games had voice acting for feedback, battle cries and such, the Nameless One also occasionally vocalizes other lines, most noticeably Death and Revival.
Don't let it end like this. Feels like I've been strained through someone's bowels.
You may well hear these lines quite frequently, and the tone is not very, neutral. They often betray a sense of dark humour, for one. This overlaps with how much personality is injected into the Nameless One's lines. He not infrequently makes jokes, threatens, or evidences frustration, sexual desire, and more. It's odd to hear these lines read by a voice cloner, for example, and not just because of the limitations of technology.
Let me tell you, Mort,
There's nothing more satisfying than walking around, swinging your arms, breathing the crisp air through the lungs. It's great to have a body. Wanted you to go away, maybe. She was obviously too distracted by me to pay attention to some stupid bobbing head with a big mouth. Don't sweat it, Mort. From the looks of her, I'm probably saving you from dying twice. He said, and I disagree, that you couldn't make a living selling yourself.
What's important is that these are not merely options, but also mandatory lines in some cases. Farewells, concessions, questions, that sort of thing. Now that was true of Baldur's Gate in some cases, but they were obviously trying to keep the player's lines reasonably subdued. Black Isle's writers, however, couldn't help but flex their creative muscles, and go a little too far in making the player's dialogue witty, emotional, or comedic. That might be okay for pre-set characters, but it further blurs the distinction between the player's voice and that of the writers. Recall that back in focus testing, some players thought Mort should be the protagonist, considering how outlandish his lines and personality, and compared to the Nameless one, he's obviously louder as a character, but the Nameless one is still no virgin canvas. He does sometimes have his own voice and presence, and it's not that of the player. Even if the player were not self-inserting and were instead trying to roleplay what they believed was the perspective of the Nameless one, there remains the issue of the writer's characterization of him eventually eclipsing whatever the player believes him to be. This is an issue that really goes to the heart of Torment. In the original Vision doc, the team frequently described the game as a power fantasy, not just in meting out destruction, but tonally and thematically, in asserting your freedom to roleplay as you wished. It's a point they return to numerous times in the document. Consider the planned endings, for example. Without spoiling the final game, one of the 3 endings is referred to as the best ending, or the have your cake and eat it too ending, a rejection of the binarism of either succumbing to fate and performing last rites, or running from fate and living out a lie in blissful ignorance. 2 of these 3 endings more or less appear in the final game, but none reflect the aforementioned tone. One certainly seems better than the others, but all of them are oriented towards the same theme. In later interviews, Chris Avellone has actually described the game as the opposite of what the Vision doc stated, calling it an anti-power fantasy, and I think that's far more accurate. For all the buzzwords like freedom and choice and such, Torment makes it clear that from the moment the Nameless one hops off his slab, he, and the player, is an entity living on borrowed time. A shadow upon creation, a man who by his very nature is slowly killing the planes themselves. Whatever choices you make in Torment, the most important has already been made by a previous incarnation, and none of those you make are as important as undoing this original sin. In his Beamdog stream, Avellone argued that Torment deserves multiple playthroughs utilizing different combinations of morality and alignment. I can't say I agree with this, because Torment's writing is very skewed towards favoring a character who takes responsibility for the crimes of their past lives. This is especially evident in the high wisdom or intelligence options near the end of the game. These final conversations, regardless of stat checks, are favourites for many fans, but they're also where the voice of the writers almost completely subsume the will of the player. Just as tone or wit sometimes came across too strongly in incidental dialogue, in critical conversations the correct path or attitude is prioritised and rewarded. Playing as a character without exceptional non-combat stats is to play a very incomplete version of Torment, at least as far as the main story and the protagonist go. That might add replayability, but it demotes Nameless One fighters and certain builds of Thief to second-place protagonists. High wisdom, intelligence, and charisma avatars are pushed as the true Nameless One, and the options given to these players are frequently the best, either in experience, outcome, or idealism. There's a running joke about how high intelligence answers in Bethesda games expose the lesser faculties of their authors, but another phenomenon is evident in Torment, that the best answers are those Black Isle's writers believed most profound or appropriate to the Nameless One's dilemma. Torment is not about freedom. Quite the opposite, it's about fate, about performing long overdue last rites. That's not to say one can't roleplay in a game with a fixed ending, but Torment is, in some sense, almost too well written, to the detriment of its roleplaying, because so many important interactions in the game, including the companion interactions and romances, revolve around the past and future of the protagonist. You can end the game differently, annihilation by the Lady of Pain, say, or eternal servitude in the catacombs, but there is unavoidably a true end to the Nameless One's journey, ideally one with the greatest sense of closure to themselves and the multiverse. As a novel, I would class this as fine writing, to have countless frayed and unruly threads woven together so satisfactorily by Journey's End. But Torment is allegedly more than a novel, more than a linear narrative. Avallone averred that he wanted to escape the determinism of opening a CRPG with a character generator, with avatars who were already part of the world with preset backgrounds and motivations. But by removing all options except the stat screen, by gating so many options for character development, by having fewer classes and race options than a typical Dungeons & Dragons game, Team Torment limited opportunities for role-playing and self-expression. It's almost ironic that I felt more attuned to my avatar in Baldur's Gate than I did the Nameless One, despite the former game having far fewer dialogue options or alternative quest outcomes than Torment. But Baldur's Gate's linearity, in this context, was more in the skeleton of the main quest. It was an adventure that could have its central narrative torn out and transplanted with a different one, and not undermine the protagonist. As a role-playing game, Planescape suffers from having such a laudably coherent narrative and attentive writers, in having so many parts of the game crafted solely to support the story of the Nameless One, and in having already visualized how that story would end, why it had to end, and what its ending meant to the planes. Ironic too how some players rejected both Baldur's Gate and Torment's approach, and preferred Icewind Dale's full party generation, though the latter had been intentionally designed to depart from the narrative and role-playing options of the previous Infinity Engine games. I wonder how appealing a Planescape hack and slash in the same vein would have been, wherein one could generate an entire party of differing planes, races, and factions, from a Knight of Krynn to a Doomguard Bard. Team Torment were of almost like mind by the time Planescape was wrapping up. During development, they had spoken publicly of sequels with freer character generation, and of Planescape in multiplayer, and similar ideas were supposed to materialize in the sadly aborted Torn. The issue is not simply the quantity of races or factions one has access to, but how suffocating Torment's dedication to its writing can be. Fallout also, and Fallout 2, despite their grim survivalist setting and timed main quests, didn't feel as narratively linear and curated as Torment. The world was the Fallout world, not the world as it revolved around the protagonist, and the protagonist was yours, not the writer's. Torment featured a wonderfully epic and evocative adventure, but was it the player's adventure, or Avallone's?
What can change the nature of a man?
What can change the nature of a man?
It brings to mind Jeff Vogel's words from 20 years ago, that Planescape Torment is merely going through the motions of someone else's story. It's a brilliant story, and one that everyone should experience at least once. But it wasn't my character exploring Sigil. It wasn't my character deciding their fate. I merely guided the Nameless One to their ultimate destination. Fulfilling a destiny, the game does everything it possibly can to impose upon the player, including how their avatar perceives this fate. It is, as Vogel put it, old media in a new form, a book with animated pictures. At Torment's end, I could say that was an incredible adventure, but what I couldn't say was that was mine.
We had a really fantastic team. I enjoyed everybody we worked with. And this might be the benefit of 20 years of hindsight, erasing the bad memories of, bad decisions and stupid arguments and so forth. But, looking back on it, I have really fond memories of it.
It might be I've been overly harsh on Planescape Torment. Certainly I don't consider it the best of the Infinity Engine games. For a first-time player it's mandatory, but for replays I'd rank it last, alongside Icewind Dale 2, albeit for the inverse of that title's shortcomings. and I can't pretend I didn't push myself to be critical, partly to offset regurgitating the same praise everyone has already heaped on Torment over the past 2 decades. But if I've been harsh on Torment, it's partly because its parents have been fairly sanguine about what they feel worked, what they feel didn't work, and more importantly, what they wanted to do after that. Planescape is sometimes categorized as either a milestone in CRPGs, permanently altering their direction, or an underappreciated relic that should have revolutionized the genre, but commercially underperformed and never had the influence it deserved. At the risk of giving the most boring assessment, I don't think either view is correct. Planescape was mildly successful, but it did underperform, and it did influence the genre, but was itself merely one of many CRPGs of the late 90s following similar trends. The most important takeaway from that is that whether you agree or disagree with my assessment of Torment's success, its designers never stopped trying to do something new. Their immediate successor project, Torn, the game that constituted the greatest proportion of the original team and iterated on many of the ideas they experimented with in Torment, ended up being cancelled. But Team Torment don't strike me as being that bothered by the fact that they made neither sequel nor an immediate spiritual successor. Although Chris Avellone is obviously still fond of Torment's companions, and Ravel has been incarnated in other games, both he and McComb seem pretty resigned to the fact that even if Wizards of the Coast were to license Planescape out to them, they would never have the budget nor freedom to do what they wanted with it. As I've reiterated a few times, for the team that worked on Torment, much of their enthusiasm on the project was driven by being able to do something fresh and original, and the ideas they had were not specific to Planescape, the Infinity Engine, or any of the cast. In the decade or two after Torment's release, subsequent games, developed at Obsidian and in Exile by some of the same team members, would continue experimenting with the writing, role-playing, and design philosophies that began with Torment. These would include 2004's Knights of the Old Republic 2, The Sith Lords, 2007's Mark of the Betrayer expansion for Neverwinter Nights 2, and 2017's Torment Tides of Numenera. It's sadly fitting that the last of those, being so dedicated to styling itself as heir to the original Torment, also ended up commercially underperforming. Certainly some took issue with specific elements of that game's design and writing, but many didn't even try it. So having played Tides myself, I wanted to highlight it in this video beyond just noting its existence. If you enjoyed Planescape Torment's themes and setting, do at least give Tides a chance. There were also a few fan-made attempts at translating the Planescape setting to home computers, such as modules for Neverwinter Nights and a Neverwinter Nights 2 Persistent World Planescape server. Chris Avellone made a vague reference to one of these, although I'm not sure if he played them himself. We've already mentioned titles partially inspired by, but with less direct links to Torment, like Disco Elysium, and then there's the game that partly influenced Torment itself, 1997's Fallout, which pioneered reactivity and roleplay mechanics that were further explored in Troika's 2001 title Arcanum. These games all repeated, re-evaluated, or even rejected things that were tried in Torment, and most of Team Torment remain active in the industry today, for time stands still for no man, or CRPG. In their 2012 Eurogamer interview, some of the team mentioned their frustration with seemingly insurmountable technological limitations of CRPGs, such as lacking a dungeon master and having to predict and program every possible option by hand, remarking that it was an issue developers were continuing to grapple with. More recently, Chris Avellone, who primarily works as a freelancer, has talked about how interesting it was to develop dialogue for virtual reality products, and in how they introduced new avenues for NPC interaction and reactivity. And Colin McComb would go on to co-found 3 Pound Games, working as lead narrative designer on VR adventure game Vault of Stars. McComb is also, at the time of writing, creative lead on the Fallout-inspired post-apocalyptic Australian CRPG Broken Roads. For some, like Guido Henkel, Planescape Torment had been the high point of a career. For others on the team, it was their stepping stone into the industry. And for many CRPG fans, Torment was a unique, evocative, and unforgettable story through the quixotic and original world of Planescape. Were it not for Torment, who can say whether the setting would have endured in popularity for long enough to enjoy a reboot today? And will the tabletop reboot result in more games set in the universe? Those of us without the gift of prophecy will just have to wait and see. I hope those of you who've made it this far have enjoyed this retrospective of Planescape Torment. It wouldn't have been possible without the unbelievable number of interviews, archived web pages, podcasts, developer Q&As, and fan retrospectives that I was able to draw on for this video. There's almost no part of the final product that hasn't been discussed by its original creators, who can be mercilessly critical of their own work. And though I certainly missed or forgot to include some of them, hopefully you have a better sense of the story behind Planescape and why it turned out the way it did. A special thanks also to those I spoke to directly, including, in no particular order, Colin McComb, Dan Spitzley, Anthony Davis for assuring his colleagues I wasn't a serial killer, Stefan Janicki aka Deslock, Shane Stacks of Shane Plays and the History of Computer Role-Playing Games, Nicholas Beliaf of Northstar, David Kernat, Infinitron of RPG Watch, unauthorized Chris Avalone biographer Rogi, and those others who answered my questions but asked not to be named. Thank you all for your help. For some, watching this video will hopefully have been illuminating. For others, a good reason for a replay of Torment. And perhaps for a few, an incentive to experience it for the first time. Whatever the case, thank you very much for watching this retrospective, and I hope Torment has or will bring some good to your life. And so we come once more to the end of another video. This was the last of my retrospectives on the Infinity Engine series, starting 2 years ago with Icewind Dale. I never actually intended to revisit the whole series, I just thought Icewind Dale would be an easy subject for my first video, before I started covering stuff nobody but me cares about. Still, thanks to the bullying of my subscribers, that's how things turned out, and I hope it was an interesting journey. Amazing that a mere handful of games, released within the span of just 4 years, so often appear on lists of the greatest CRPGs of all time. Those of you visiting my channel for the first time, feel free to check out my older videos on those games. The Icewind Dale one isn't quite as well researched as the later retrospectives, but I think it's still a fair recap. Assuming nobody leaks a build of BioWare's 5 Fingers of Death, there are still a few related topics I'd like to do videos on in the future, such as the Infinity Engine fan remakes for Neverwinter Nights 2, but I haven't quite decided how to do those yet. Aside from that, I'll be going back to shorter videos on more obscure titles from here on out, mostly CRPGs, hack and slash, and point-and-click adventure games, but with 1 or 2 others for novelty, including a Myth 3 video towards the end of this year. I recommended a few other retrospective channels I've been watching in my Baldur's Gate 2 video, but I thought I'd add a couple of others people who are interested in CRPGs might want to subscribe to. The first is Fallout creator Tim Kane's channel, which launched around the time I started writing this script, as it includes lots of interesting anecdotes and Q&As regarding Fallout, Troika, and some of the other CRPGs he's worked on. And those who liked my AD&D or Games Workshop related videos, do have a look at William SRD's channel, which is in the process of covering virtually every AD&D and Warhammer game in existence. I'll actually be doing retrospectives of some of these myself one day, but if you don't want to wait 10 years or more, subscribe to that guy. As for me, I need something a bit less strenuous for now, so our next video will be Westwood's action RPG Isekai Nox. Thanks again for watching, thank you to my subscribers, and I hope everyone has a great snooze. See you next time.